think the lead-off questions are not going to, we probably won't need witness Hinton. So we'll be all right on that. Before we get started, I guess you all have been hearing a lot of noise, construction kind of noises and buzzes and all that kind of thing. And so we kind of think it's louder today. So we're just going to ask everybody to speak up a little louder to be sure the court reporter can cut through the interference. And that said, we'll start with commission's questions, and we are with.
And we did have a
Oh,
preliminary
I'm sorry.
request, if I
That's right,
may.
you alerted me.
Okay.
All right.
So in the rebuttal testimony of the company, they had updated their number to 47.3 million for plant and service for the base year of 2022, which included actuals through November, then an estimate for December. And what Aqua would propose to do is file a late filed exhibit showing the actual closed numbers for 2022 plant and service now that we're past December 31st. The company indicated to me they estimated they could have those numbers at a level of detail by projects comparable to data request 5 by January 27th. But if the commission wants the detail behind the plant and service number in that rebuttal, we can actually provide the final closed numbers, which probably will vary slightly.
And the final close numbers have become available to the company when?
That's where beginning of the year might be a little trickier, but they've been estimating within 20 days of the end of the month. And so we just said, well, let's make it January 27th to give us time to put it together into a filing for the commission.
And I'm just asking, and there was not time to do this earlier from the company's side?
Well, it depended on the closing happening at December 31st. So we couldn't have done it in December. And in fact, we couldn't do it until it was on the books in the software. So the answer is no, we could not have done that earlier.
All right, thank you.
May I respond?
Yes.
We would object to that. Number one, there'll be no matching of expenses and revenues. We obviously haven't had an opportunity to audit those projects, and this is well beyond the update date that was set by the commission.
And if you are given a reasonable time period to look at the numbers, can that be done and the public staff file an update, just a letter of yay or nay?
We will do as the commission pleases, but we have concerns about this.
All right. Michelle's
Yes.
follow-up. How much time, and if you don't know, I'll give you time after we're done here at whatever the first break is to, for the public staff to be able to audit these numbers. Commission's interested to know that. And the other thing is we want the company and the public staff to get together to kind of work through these issues and work this out. Commission's of the opinion we need these numbers. There's a concern about having the unaudited numbers and what that means to this case. So, answer is the commission would find that to be helpful to our obligation and responsibility. And so that, if we can have this, we would like to, but at the same time, we understand constraints, so we want you to find out what those constraints are and report back.
I will do that. I will confer with my colleagues at the.
All right. Thank you. So we'll hold off on the decision. All right, now, my panel is back, bright shiny eyes, and you still remain under oath. You've already been sworn in, and we start with Commission's question, Commissioner Kimmerite.
Good morning, Mr. Junis. I think these questions will be directed to you as well. These are Commission's questions about the performance-based metrics on your Exhibit 7. And so the first one, the first questions relate to the first two, the timely completion of CIP projects and completion of CIP projects on budget. So in Aqua's rebuttal, Aqua states that completion of the CIP projects within budget and on schedule is related to factors outside of the company's control, such as contractor issues and supply chain issues. What is the public staff's response? Do you agree that that this metric may rely upon things outside of the company's control?
So I think the response here is none of this can be viewed in a vacuum, obviously. Like, ultimately, the company is in control of its costs and how it manages projects. There are always going to be unforeseen factors in every part of our lives and every part of their management. Ultimately, we have given sort of a buffer here, and with the additional uncertainty of each farther year out that you look, we expand that buffer here. So we think this is appropriate, and it's a pairing appropriately. So you're not trying to complete a project and hit the target date by then incurring substantially higher costs. We've seen examples of that before with other utilities where, all right, we have to absolutely hit this deadline, and so we're going to pay for nights and weekends work just to hit the target at an adverse impact of cost. This is a cost benefit you have to weigh, and that is, it requires good management. But ultimately, we want to see, and these metrics are intended to have some level of accountability for adherence to a plan that the commission ultimately approves.
So based upon that buffer, the public staff's position is that this metric does not need to be revised to distinguish between factors inside or within and outside of the company's control. Is that your position?
Now, ultimately, it will always be up to the commission's discretion in terms of enforcement of these metrics. Ideally, these are, concrete hard lines, but when we get to an annual review period, I think, it would be fair to consider if there was some extreme circumstance that factored in here. Again, that's going to be up to the commission's discretion. You have the authority to impose basically any conditions as part of a WISP that you feel ensures safe and reliable service.
And then following up on that, I think one of the concerns about the company is with this metric, they've said that to ensure that they could meet the metric, they might have to have different types of contracts that include liquidated damage provisions that would increase the cost of the contracts that would then, potentially be passed on to the ratepayers or the customers. Do you agree that that this metric could end up leading to higher costs to customers?
So there is still the standard of reasonable and prudent decisions and a requirement of good management. This penalty, at its most is 10 basis points, which I believe been estimates that would be roughly $200,000. There has to be a balancing here. Obviously, the company also has the opportunity, their testimony seems to imply that there could be perverse or unintended consequences. If 1 basis point or 10 basis points, which is, $20 to $200,000 would tempt them to behave in that manner, I think that draws into question the company's motivations. And when you're talking about the proposed 100 basis points that they can earn above the authorized rate of return, or return on equity, that's a $2 million carrot that would motivate them also potentially to act perversely for financial gain or financial protection. So I'm really concerned that that's the angle they take, and they provide no quantification of the implications of such a change. What does a liquidated damages clause really mean in terms of increased costs? Do they have any current contracts that have liquidated damages? Obviously, the bigger the project, the more concerned you would be with something like that. So I think there's a lack of support for that argument, and I think it's a bit scary to all of a sudden go to such a dark place of, we would work so hard to hit this metric that we would act basically against the public interest.
Because I'm going to move on to the next metric, which is the expense efficiency. And Aqua, the company states that it is redundant because these items will be reviewed as part of the annual reporting process of the WISP. And also, Aqua states that it expects costs related to expenses to equal or outpace inflation, and it does not expect improvement in, for example, pump or blower efficiencies that could lead to reduced expenses. What is the response of the public staff to these criticisms about this metric?
So I know accounting has some information to add here. I will just lead off with, there's also emphasis by the company about industry standard or comparing companies. This is a similar metric and exactly the same metric that we recommended for Carolina Water. We are trying to establish how do we compare the utilities and what is an appropriate level. So this is not only incentive to try to control costs, but also then a tracker to compare the companies. But I know accounting has something to add there.
Well, in addition, one of the company's long-term incentive plan goals for which their executive compensation is determined upon is the maintenance of O&M expenses. It's approximately 1/3 of the total LTI. So the fact that they state that they wouldn't make cost is concerning, given that that is one of their long-term incentive goals for which their executives are pay is based upon.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and as follow-up to that, I know, Mr. Jennings, you said that it's up to the company to run its business as it sees fit. And but do you have any examples of ways that these efficiencies could be accomplished? Just to give the commission an example.
Let's see here. So obviously there have been representations that there would be efficiencies tied to the acquisition. There were efficiencies to AMR meters, which they continue to roll out. These are examples of, we should be seeing cost efficiencies. And so this would be an opportunity to measure, are they coming to realization? I think Mr. Hinton has hit on this in numerous cases, that there is typically a representation of economies of scale and bigger is better. And then in numerous instances, maybe those economies of scale don't come to realization. This is a metric to quantify that.
Okay, I'm sorry, did you want to say something, Mr. Hinton?
Not much, just agree with what he said. Yeah, in mergers, you often have reductions in the costs of treasury and accounting, and that's usually been identified. At the same notion, economies of scale would seem to be obvious in the water utility industry are somewhat evasive. But so this metric should help keep the company on track to actually manage that the best that they can.
So, Mr. Jennings, the next metric is the utilization of the state revolving fund. And the company says that there's substantial costs. I think they said that it would be in excess of $20,000 per application, and that these application costs could end up providing or imposing unnecessary expenses on customers. So would this metric be more appropriate to not have penalties, but instead to have incentives for submitting the best applications that have the best opportunity of being awarded?
So I believe Mr. Hinton might have something to add here, but I would just kick us off with they are required, we want low cost of service, right? And so they need to control their cost of capital and cost of debt specifically. And they have shown no efforts to apply for low interest loans or potential state grants in the past few years. Especially the past year has been the largest funding distribution by DWI in its history. And our regulated utilities, with the exception of, it's one of our mountain systems, Lake Junaluska, is the only one that has applied for funds in the biggest funding year out there. So this is important. They need to go down this road, and it is, again, an example of cost benefit. $20,000 for what could be millions of dollars of funding is a relatively small cost. It has also been represented to me, we have had conversations with DWI. We have had conversations with actually their former head of DWI, Kim Colson, who was formerly, is now a consultant that does this full time. Aqua, I could also argue, has the staff to fill out these applications. The applications are not overly complicated. There are training sessions even from DWI that they can attend. It has not been represented to us that Aqua has attempted to go to any of those training sessions. You can actually, the staff is represented. If you draft an application, you can go to them and seek guidance of, have we done this right? Are there any changes we need to make prior to submittal? Those are all efforts that are not being made by this utility to help control costs. And cost of capital is a huge issue, and I'll let Mr. Hinton add on.
Yes, it's been almost maybe 20 years since funding was available for private utilities. The funding for SRF has always been there for public utilities, municipalities, et cetera. But private utilities, in fact, it was heater utilities, I believe, that came to the legislature and lobbied its legislators to allow private investor-owned utilities to apply for SRF funding. At that time, again, this is many years back, our heater utilities made the necessary filing. They had to file a viability plan, and they did so. And they did obtain, I think, 2 low-cost loans. The rate is like municipal bond yield, and so it's a very lower cost of debt than they can acquire in the public market. Even though they have low-cost loans, and if you look at the low-cost loan, the calculated cost for Aqua across America, across the old Aqua America or the old Philadelphia Suburban Company, you'll see that a lot of states, especially Pennsylvania, have low-cost loans available for utilities. Pinvest has been the initial company that came out to arrange for this low-cost financing. And that's one of the reasons the consolidated cost of capital for Aqua, now Essential, is lower than other privately owned utilities. Again, under the heater management, they applied for those loans. They acquired 2 loans, again, a long time ago. They have not reapplied, and all the conversation is follow exactly what Mr. Junis just said. In the recent past, they have not made any efforts, to our knowledge, to acquire for low-cost loans. This is a typical data request question I ask for CWS and Aqua every year, because both are large enough to make these type of applications. And there are some caveats, there are some restrictions, I don't deny that, but they can be overcome because the lower cost savings they'll gain on the embedded cost of debt outweighs, you would think, the initial headache or filing requirements that are necessary, or the particular systems that are eligible. I think there are some they could tap on to save customers money.
So just a quick follow-up. So the information that you have that Aqua has not been making these applications has come from the responses to data requests. So that's information directly provided by the company?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, and then, so the next metric deals with kind of operational compliance with the state Drinking Water Act compliance and Clean Water Act compliance. And the company says that these water and wastewater metrics impose kind of a absolute perfection compliance standard rather than a reasonable performance standard. The penalty does specifically refer to 100% compliance, but when I looked at the metric and the penalty, help me here, because I did not see that the metric was actually requiring 100% compliance. Am I reading that correctly? What does the metric actually require? Some reasonable compliance, or is it 100% compliance?
So you're correct. The incentive or penalty states that if less than 100% compliance on a company basis, then there would be imposition of a penalty. The hard part with environmental compliance is we don't want to represent that 80% is good enough, 90% is good enough. The expectation is compliance. That's actually a commission rule, both on the water and wastewater side. And so this is a way the commission technically has the opportunity to penalize them for non-compliance with their rules. This now creates a systematic accountability for their compliance, both with commission rule and their environmental compliance.
And as a follow-up, so the company believes that, as opposed to the kind of this 100% compliance metric, that it should be significant non-compliance should be the standard, at least for the wastewater metric. What is your response or position about the difference in how they view the compliance?
Do you mind referring me to that rebuttal testimony page?
I don't have it. Yeah, I don't have it
Can
written
you give me
down.
1 second?
Okay. And so let me ask a different question then, Mr. Junis, that may be a little bit more specific. So the company talks about that for wastewater, that SSOs can occur through no fault of the company, like from power outages, vandalism, and weather events. So would some sort of a metric that they say that tracks their ability to resolve a sanitary sewer overflow, would that be more appropriate than this 100% compliance for wastewater?
So we actually have a metric that would track sanitary sewer overflows, and this is another one that I believe.
Right, yeah, it's the next,
Right,
the
and that's
next metric, right.
another one that is consistent between Carolina Water actually proposed that one. We accepted it in that case, or recommended acceptance, and then we have proposed it here. So again, trying to create some equivalency, but also you have to, in some cases, there are certain priorities that are specific to one company, but this is where we're trying to create that equivalency. But again, the compliance one, we cannot recommend that non-compliance is acceptable. Should there be some nuance there, I think we're open to some level of discussion and interpretation by this commission. we're trying to get something on paper here for y'all to consider. I would not represent that, these metrics are perfect. And would be open to the commission's discretion there.
Okay. And then just going up to the metric that's above this sewer overflows, the water service quality customer complaints. And that one, I'm sorry, the timely answering of customer calls. Let's go to that metric. And that talks about calls being answered within 30 seconds. And the company says that this 30-second window or metric is arbitrary. How did the public staff come up with that 30-second period?
I am pretty sure that that is something that is tracked even at the corporate level. I do not think we just arbitrarily determined that amount. And I believe there is a data request response tied to that. I would be happy to provide it as a late filed exhibit if that would help.
And also so the company is already tracking the level or the period of time in responding.
It is
calls.
my understanding, and again, yeah, because I think we adjusted that specifically from, we had used 60 seconds in Carolina Water, and I think we adjusted it to 30 seconds specifically to match with what corporate was already doing.
Okay. And then should this metric does the public staff believe that the metric should also include some sort of timely response to other means of communication like emails in addition to telephone calls?
So that's where you start to get into balancing the reporting requirement. So this is limited to calls, but when you're quantifying the customer complaints, which is the next metric, that's going to be a tracker. And then you have the semi-annual report, which we continue to support, which factors in calls, emails, and other contact forms. So we're trying to create sort of a balanced profile of being receptive and acting on the customer experience.
Okay. And then moving on to the water loss metric. And I believe that the company said that they have been working for some time with the public staff to determine an appropriate metric for water loss. What is the status of coming up with that metric?
Yeah, so this is a required filing that we have to make. I think it's every 6 months at this point. And that's something that Ms. Darden and I work with Mr. Pierce of Aqua on. The hard part is trying to establish an appropriate sort of benchmark because Aqua's systems are so different from a lot of the data points that you're talking about. Muni systems that are very centralized, have mains that are substantially larger. And so when you're talking about the quantity of water that could be lost by a main break, or how many customers are within, a centralized area, it's just categorically different. And so we're trying to narrow down how can we get data to then establish a benchmark, but we are constantly looking at, okay, what are we seeing on Aqua's systems? What have they done to make improvements? And this gets into that proper management of, in some instances, some level of water loss is not worth fixing due to the capital cost of fixing it. So it is sort of this balancing act. This again is recommended to be a tracker consistent with what we recommended on Carolina Water.
And just a quick follow-up to that, the benchmark that you're talking about is the company and the public staff. Are you looking for that benchmark to the American Water Works Association? Is that where you're getting the information for that benchmark?
Right. So we're trying to pull in data. American Water Works, when the majority of their data, again, is just not comparable systems. And so then we're trying to create equivalencies or some sort of performance indicators that would be appropriate or modified for Aqua. So those are the challenges that we're facing and trying to work through.
And then the last metric that I want to ask you about is the routine flushing. And I think that the public staff disagrees that a routine flushing schedule will provide better water quality. And they have said that the public staff focuses too much on flushing to deal with kind of the water quality issues. So this routine flushing is not really, will not solve the problem, is not appropriate. How would the public staff respond to that?
So, I mean, there's general guidance from AWWA about flushing, and there is no incentive or penalty tied to this. This is a tracking. We're trying to establish some of these baselines, and then perhaps the next case, all right, is this an appropriate baseline that you should be conducting, or do we want to see some increase? Or does it need to be more targeted or nuanced of, for these systems under these conditions, we want to see that percentage higher? This is a working, living aspect of this rate making mechanism that will be shifting probably. But to emphasize, I think in this initial go round, the more metrics, the better, because that'll give us more information and tools going forward.
And then just finally, is the public staff receptive, if the commission directed the parties to do this, to working with the company to try to come up with an agreed upon and appropriate metrics and possibly incentives and penalties?
So we are absolutely happy to make that effort. And obviously now getting past Carolina Water and now through a bulk of this case, hopefully at least my staff will have a little bit more time to put into that. However, there is a clear philosophical difference on incentives and penalties between the two parties. So I am a bit pessimistic that we'll be able to come to some agreement there, but we will make the effort if posed by the commission.
Okay. Thank you.
Chair Mitchell.
Okay. All right, a couple questions for you all. Do you have the company's rebuttal testimony in front of you?
Yes.
Okay, can you look at the Gearhart rebuttal, page 20? Table towards the bottom of that page.
Said Gerhart, page 20?
Yes,
Or Gerhart, add?
yes.
Page 20, starting on line 8, that table?
Yes. So, and Ms. Boswell and Ms. Zong, I want y'all to weigh in here as well, but I'm just going to ask my questions to all of you all. So that table, I see columns identified as direct, common, and total. So in the direct column, for additions, there are January through November actuals, about 32 million, just south 32 million. And then you've got estimated to close in December, 12-ish million, for a total of 44.3. Of that $44.3 million, what is the public staff had an opportunity to audit?
Okay, so regarding the 44.4, right, or 44.3, the actuals of 32 million, of that number, we have audited 12 million. So we are 20 million apart in terms of what we have reviewed for reasonableness and prudency and use and usefulness. That is a substantial undertaking that we have not.
Okay, hang on, just wait, we're gonna get there. So to make sure I understand, of the 31, the January to November actuals, the public staff has only had an opportunity to audit approximately 12 million.
Correct.
And then of the 12.385 million identified as estimated to close in December, is that unaudited?
So I do not know, number one, it's an estimate. I do not know how that matches with their item 28, because obviously we took a very systematic approach based on in-service date for January through August. We replaced the estimates with actuals, and then we incorporated estimates for September through December. I do not know if this $12.3 million number ties to their estimate in only December in their response to DR 115, which they provided on November 25th, their most current update of their estimates.
Okay, so
So
the,
we have not, that is not audited. I have not confirmed whether that would tie then to our recommendation. And obviously, we made some adjustments to remove costs. And so I could try to match, okay, was our original number 12? And then what were our adjustments to reduce that amount? But we have not had an opportunity to do that.
okay, but what I am here, I want to make sure I heard you correctly as to that 12.385. It is not, it has not been audited, correct?
So one point of clarification for Ms. Zong. The 12 million number that I referenced actually would be comparable to the 32.8 in the total column,
Okay,
because we're direct and common. Common is like, includes those IT assets like SAP, SIP.
okay, so let's start there, just so that we're all on the same page.
Yes,
The
sorry.
direct are the investments made on behalf, investments or retirements made on behalf of Aqua North Carolina. The commons are corporate investments for which Aqua North Carolina is paying is allocated a share of the costs. Is that, do I understand that correctly? Okay, so also,
Yes.
okay, thank you. And then the 12 million, Mr. Junis, that you indicated the public staff had audited, the 12 million is of that 32.789.
Correct.
Total.
I'm sorry. for
Okay.
the-
So, okay, good. Well, that will make my questions quicker then. So then as to the 14.5 million then under the total estimated to close in December, none of that has been audited. Do I understand that correctly?
Right, same answer, that estimate, we have not tied to what we were provided in DR 115 and their item 28.
Okay, so does the potential exist that you all have seen some of these numbers before, the numbers included in the 14.5
We
bucket?
could have, like I
Okay.
said, we have not seen documentation of what of the 9,057 line items from their item 28
Okay.
went into that $14.5 million
So the
number.
reason for my questions is that I'm trying to get an understanding of how much Aqua seeks to recover in this case that the public staff claims has yet to be audited. So can you help me understand that?
Yes, so you have hit the nail on the head here. There are actuals that we need to review for reasonableness, prudency, use and usefulness. And that discrepancy is between the 32.8 in the total column and our $12 million number. I want to emphasize, that $12 million number is what they gave us on November 22nd and was represented to be through August 31st, 2022, the agreed upon update period.
Okay, understood.
I,
So what about the 14 and a half then?
so the 14 and a half, because this was provided in rebuttal, we have not had an opportunity to try to reconcile that to the estimates that were previously provided to us.
Okay, how, to the extent then that Aqua provides the actuals for $47.297 million worth of costs identified here, and public staff has audited 12 million of those. How much, what is help me understand how much time, how much effort is required to audit the remainder of those costs, to audit what has yet to be audited?
So we can try to sample, but you are still talking about a data request that will take time for them to respond to, where we request what was the cost estimate, where are the approvals for this project? We need contracts, we need the detailed transaction listings, which I don't even know if they have readily available based on their issues with providing information. And then I have to put a substantial number of people. I mean, this was a group effort for the past 6 months. And now you want to condense it potentially into days or weeks. And then I would have serious concerns of how do we handle this procedurally? Like normally you have a direct representation of their case. We would then file testimony and schedules to support our recommendations, and then they would have an opportunity to rebut that. We're now potentially talking about doing that all in late filed exhibits with no hearing and no opportunity for anyone to ask questions. I just don't know how you facilitate that. In terms of a representation of the time it would take. Oh boy, I would have to know how many projects, the complexity of those projects, and I think we would have, at the bare minimum, the same level of scrutiny we have during a rate case, but I think even in the normal workings of a rate case, but I think I would be even more scrupulous given the concerns of the competency of the data we've been provided to this point.
All right, so I understand the testimony you've provided, and what I'm hearing you say is even under perfect circumstances where you've got all the information that you need in a format that's readily accessible to you and understandable by you all, this is a significant endeavor that would require multiple of the public staff resources. But you haven't said, like, how much, 3 months,
All
a
right,
month?
So let's break it down a little bit further. And I was only talking about my engineering staff. We haven't even talked about passing these numbers to accounting to then incorporate into a revenue requirement and then kicking it back to my staff to try to establish rates. All right, depending on when they give us the information, we would immediately send a data request. I don't know what level of detail we're going to get with that information, but I do need it by project, not plan account addition, because if you do it by plan account addition, there's already one additional iteration of data requests that would have to happen because I have to get it to project level. They typically have taken 2 weeks at minimum to provide such information, but we are talking about a scope that is far beyond our normal data requests typically. So I don't know if we'll get that information in 2 weeks. It will then take us weeks to review and potentially send follow-up data requests. So you are looking at probably a minimum, and this is if I continue to invest basically all my manpower into this, you're looking at a month or longer, maybe 45 days for us to get through and potentially establish a number that then I pass to accounting. Then there are the accounting implications.
Well, and then in addition to that, it's not just the number that he passes to us, but accounting then has to look at whether or not they follow their procedures and protocols and accurately book the plant, remove the AFUDC, book the depreciation appropriately. And to be perfectly honest, we have 3 other rate cases on our plate at this moment, soon to be 4, in addition to what will be by the end of February 4 rider proceedings. And doing the this would affect not only the base case, but it would affect the MYRP schedules.
Okay.
And the schedules in and of themselves, without an MYRP are a bear, and with the MYRP take double, if not triple the time, just because of all of the iterations that have to be run.
I would
Okay.
just like to add, and I will be as brief as possible, that doesn't even factor in the matching principle of, are we updating revenues? Are we updating expenses? Potentially allocation factors. I mean, it just gets wider and wider when you try to do an update of this substance this late. And I will also represent, this was a concern of the public staff from the conception of the WISP and the rulemaking, and even before and subsequently after the company filed this rate case. Both the company and the public staff in its filings to the commission represented an update through August 31st would suffice. And it was even represented by Mr. Becker to the public staff that the update date was not that important because you had the projection. So if they get a WISP They were not that concerned about the update because you have the projection aspect. Now, all of a sudden, we're talking about doing a 4-month update after the completion of the case, essentially.
And to be perfectly clear, the estimates from September through December were included in the WISP rate year 1. So really what you're looking at for plant and service within the confines of that is a 16-month window, not a 12-month window. So the fact that an amount hasn't been accounted for is false. It's just a matter of, is it in base case and has been audited, or is it in a projected total that's in the rate year 1?
And just one more note, because you referenced this table, the retirements amount, that retirement amount is 9.8 million on 47.2 million. The company had represented to us that their retirement assumption is 10%. So for the entirety of the projected costs, only a 10% retirement amount was used, but 9.8 million on 47, I believe, would be closer to 20%. Just quick math. That
Okay.
has implications on rate base. Sorry.
Okay. All right. So just to for my own education here, in it 62-133C, I think it is. They just took my book away from me. It's all right. But allows the company, it's okay, allows the company to update through the close of the hearing. I'm paraphrasing, but lawyers, make sure you agree with my paraphrase there. So in a traditional rate case, we would expect that the utility would come to the public staff and say, hey, we've got this asset, we're going to have it in service before the end of the hearing, or, you know, around there. So you all are aware of that, and I assume are performing some audit. And you've done that before with the water companies. I know that. You do it with the electrics, you do it with the gases. So help me understand that process. What are you all doing in that case?
So number one, usually those updates are a very limited scope. And I think accounting might have more to add here. And there's a representation of when they anticipate to update through. In this case, the expectation for everyone was they were going to update for actuals through August 31st. So we were preparing for that. And actually, when on September 21st, when they didn't file sort of a comprehensive update through August, we proceeded to send a number of discovery responses to try to get that information. We were not preparing for and incrementally reviewing information, anticipating an update through the end of the year. That was not what was agreed to procedurally, and that was not represented to the public staff of how this process was going to work. And again, the scope here is far beyond any previous attempt to update through a hearing by, I would argue, any utility in any rate case before.
Yes, I just want to emphasize on Chuck's point, because in the past, when we update for the base case we're talking about, not the multi-year, we only update past the cutoff date on the project is agreed upon, as well as just like a small portion of the cost related to that project, because the company give us a heads up saying that they are going to update, they have not received the final invoices or something like that. Like they give us a heads up and then we anticipate that. But for these current case, because you have a MYRP on the top of it, based on the statute or the rule, they said the company proposed an application to include the WISP. So the WISP is part of the rate years, they are estimates. So when you provide the proposed application at that time, you already make your estimation. So if you are moving that, just like, for example, like let's say if the commission just decided to only approve the base case, in the prior practice we have done so far, is only update on a certain like limited project beyond the scope of the cutoff day up through the end of the hearing. But it's not like completely update everything on the actual plan in service through the end of the hearing. And on the top of that, there's an other complication on that is about the rate year, the starting date of the rate year one versus the commission's order approving the rate increase. And the rule said the commission, the commission may order them, allow them to recover whatever the rate to be effective for the rate year one through the commission's order. But this hearing is kind of like, already passed their rate year one day. So there's another complication. After a few more months, and if we continue to review these costs, and then you will further down the order days, then you will have an even bigger amount to kind of retroactive to get the ratepayer to pay for it.
And then to just further add, for example, in the last DEP rate case, we updated for Asheville CC. We knew about that at the filing. We were able to audit it all along, and we're receiving constant updates from the company, up to and including whether or not they had, engineering, flipped the switch and it was going, or if it wasn't. Here, we don't know what's included in these. We haven't been given that information from the start of the case as far as what they were working on, what looked like it was going to be closed. We haven't gotten the chance to go ahead and audit that information. And so it's, at this point, as Ms. Zhang has said, it's kind of an apples and oranges. And to update at this point in time would be like redoing the entire rate case.
Okay. Okay.
So just a note on entire rate case, you would be essentially establishing a new test year. And so then has their filing met the minimum filing requirements that we so vigorously review and are intended to provide the necessary information? Their rebuttal is not a new application that meets all the filing requirements of the information that is supposed to support a rate increase. So there's just a documentation issue if you update to that level.
All right. So given where we are, with I'm gonna explain where I think we are, and if you all disagree, speak up. The public staff has completed an audit on the actuals through August 31. So then we have additional information that has come in from the company that involves months, investments made, a cost incurred in months post August 31. That you all have not yet had an opportunity, that you haven't audited. So what do we do with the unaudited costs and what is your recommendation as to those unaudited costs?
So number one, I would agree to your representation of where we're at. And then in terms of a recommendation for the unaudited costs, that is the subject of the next rate case. That we have established a cutoff. Everything beyond that cutoff is subject to reasonableness and prudency and review of the next rate case. That's how the WISP is supposed to work. They get prospective cost recovery of those projections, and then we do this again in 3 years.
So what do we do with those costs? Do we put them in an asset and let them incur?
Well, again, there's a cutoff. It's just a matter of that's subject to the next rate case.
What we've done is included their estimates that were effective as of August 31st, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Junis.
Correct.
And included the September 1 through December 31, in addition to all of 2023 in plant and service for rate year one. That will then be audited, so they're getting a return, they will earn recovery on those costs that they estimated. And then we will review those costs and audit
All right,
them
so
in the
that-
external rate.
Okay,
case.
thank you, Ms. Boswell. You've cleared it up. So that's where we are. Okay. Okay. Are you on this, Mr. Junis, are you on the same page with Ms.
Yes, I
Boswell?
absolutely agree. That's the
Okay.
whole concept that's described in our testimony, and
Thank you. You've helped me. Sometimes it takes 75 times before I get it. Okay. All right. Mr. Hinton. In response to questions from Aqua's counsel on some issue, I've lost track at this point, but you spoke about growth. You said growth. And the way I remember it is you're saying, well, the growth provides this benefit to the company and the customers. Talk a little bit about growth.
I see growth as if it's growth that's not anticipated, like above what they've projected. That you obviously have an inflow of revenues, you have a certain level of fixed costs, so that will help the profitability of the company. That's precisely where I'm coming from.
But what does it do? What is the potential that growth has for customers, for existing customers of the company?
And for the WISP, I don't know if it has any particular benefit to the existing customers. If there's more customers on the system, it just means more revenues to the company. And
Well, let's say in future rate cases
then it will, you're spreading fixed costs over a bigger pool of customers. Is average cost rate making 101?
So does that mean the customer then bears less cost because you've got costs spread over more customers?
Correct.
So growth, the way I understand it, and you correct me if I'm wrong, growth has the potential to put downward pressure on rates.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Do you all talk to the company about growth prospects in North Carolina?
I don't, Mr. Junis may.
To some degree, obviously, we communicate with Mr. Poole on all their contiguous extensions and new franchises. And, we try to keep open communication there. Obviously, there are two different types of growth. You have infill, so your existing systems, those contiguous extensions that are highly efficient in terms of you're adding revenues that outweigh the cost of service. But then you have like acquisitions that may or may not help reduce the cost of service, because if those customers are higher, so the growth is not all the same.
Understood. And hence my question, or my rephrasing as has the potential to, but understanding that growth can happen in different ways. And as systems are brought on, those systems have different costs.
And
But as we talk about the company's cost to serve its customers and the needs of the company to do that in a way that meets its obligations under state law and is compliant with federal and state law and regulation, we understand that it costs the company to do that. So growth is one way, if it happens in the right way, to apply some downward pressure on rates, correct? Would you all agree with that?
Yes.
Monologue? Thank you.
Yes, and
Okay.
That partially explains how the legacy CP&L company stayed out for 25 years. It was a growth spurt in those time periods.
Those were the good old days, huh? Okay. I was gonna ask you a bunch of questions about Pittsburgh, but I think I'm gonna leave that one alone for now. Just make sure got it all covered. Oh, state revolving funds. Sorry, guys, I have a little bit of a cough this morning. Help me understand the magnitude of cost savings or reduction in cost that might occur were the company to utilize low cost, no cost debt.
So we have, I believe, quantified this in some of our comments in some of the other dockets on funding sources. But if we use sort of the quick math, and this isn't going to be perfect, the state revolving fund, that interest rate is established as half the 10-year bond rate. So I believe, obviously that's been fluctuating here of recent. I want to say we were hovering around, let's say it cuts their debt cost in half. They're currently at around 4%. Let's say it's 2%. That is a significant cost savings in terms of basis points that are then applied to the rate of return. And Mr. Hinton
But what
might-
about the magnitude? I mean, how much debt, how much low cost, no cost debt would be available to the company? I understand that the cost associated with that debt is lower, is half.
It could be millions of dollars. It really depends on what they are awarded to offset their normal investment.
Okay,
And the only thing I would add is it's not gonna happen in certain role. Because debt schedule is always an evolving debt schedule, so incrementally it will lead to a savings. This is significant savings. But it'll be some time before the embedded cost of debt fall to that level. You can see it coming down from 4.4, whatever, down to 4.0 or down.
okay.
That, because you see that again, in the consolidated debt structure, and that's one of the items I asked in the E1, W1, excuse me. Look at that, and you can see, I can see what Aqua PA, better cost of debt. I look at Aqua Illinois, so I can look at Ohio, and you see certain issues that are obviously subsidized issues, and it's the embedded cost of debt.
So what I'm hearing you say, Mr. Hinton, is that in other jurisdictions, Aqua's operating companies there have been able to utilize low cost, no cost debt.
Yes.
Okay.
Pinvest entities are aided the government partnership with private industry. Allow the Pennsylvania water utilities to access low-cost debt. It's highly reflected. It's easy to see in their actual debt schedule. Where they go out to the public market, they may pay 4 or 5% for an interest rate, significantly less through the Pinvest process.
Why don't we do that here?
That's a question we've pondered with the company. Again, there are some restrictions, and it's not just a blank check from EWQ.
Understood.
But still, we've advocated that, and we've had the same frustration with CWS, Carolina Water, because they have never accessed themselves to these.
Well, it sounds like there's some process or mechanism in place in Pennsylvania that works for the company that is not in place here. So I'll just, that's what I'm taking away
Well-
from your last comment.
There is a structure there that they are utilizing. There is also a structure in North Carolina that they are not utilizing. So I don't necessarily.
That
I
is
wouldn't
of
represent that the
significance.
Programs are significantly different.
Okay.
It's just a matter of utilization. I know they got a Penvest grant to pay for PFAS, PFOA projects. So, that is offsetting costs that otherwise they would have sought for recovery from customers.
Okay.
And the only thing I would add, there may be some nuanced differences. Pinvest was categorized as a source of capital for local. As you may recall, Pennsylvania is not far from North Carolina. Two states in the country that have always had the largest number of small, privately owned water. Of two states, they've always been one of the highest states across the whole country that have the highest number of.
Okay. Last question. Are you all familiar with the DSMEE mechanisms for the Duke utilities?
I am.
Okay. Are you all familiar with the incentive that exists for the Dukes regarding the company's exceedance of its 1% target?
Oh, there's an incentive out there, yes.
And do you have an idea of what that incentive is? So I'll just represent to you that it's Duke can earn X hundreds of thousands of dollars if it exceeds its target. And then it gets penalized by an amount if it fails to achieve half of the target. And so the reason I ask you about this is because we, as a jurisdiction, North Carolina, both the commission and the public staff, we're not unfamiliar with these types of performance-based mechanisms, correct? Okay. And help me understand, just from your perspective, I want to make sure that's on the record.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, sorry.
It's okay. Help me understand from your perspective. I mean, if there's the potential for customers to save or for there to be downward pressure on rates that we see increase, is there why aren't we working with the company or engaging in discussion with the company to develop mechanisms that incentivize the company to go after those types of, those opportunities to bring downward pressure on rates?
So just to get us started here in terms of the SRF, I feel like that should be a baseline requirement. You should be controlling your costs, especially your cost of capital, and they are making little to no effort to do so. So why should they get incentivized to do something that is just a reasonable expectation?
Okay,
to do?
understood. I appreciate your response. They're not doing it. It's not clear to me at this moment in time why. But if opportunity for downward pressure on rates exists, we got to get there. We got to get there. And same with growth. We've got to figure out ways to apply downward pressure on rates.
I don't think anyone on this panel is going to disagree with that. I think our approach here, because we have had these communications, the commission has prompted dockets to address this issue, and it has been communicated clearly that the utilities are supposed to pursue these funds and they haven't. And so I think at this point, it's appropriate to use a stick instead of a carrot.
All right, well. Okay. All right, I have nothing further. Thank you all.
Commissioner Kleinfelder.
Ms. Boswell, if I understood the discussion you just had with Chair Mitchell, for purposes of analyzing rate year one under the proposed multi-year rate plan, the public staff has considered 16 months worth of projected data from September the 1st, 2022 through December 31st, 2023.
For plant and service and the associated accumulated depreciation and that grouping, yes.
What about for expenses?
For expenses, what we did was we updated some of the items, salary and wages, insurance, whatnot, through August 31st, 2022, and then applied the company's CAGR of 3.04% effective January 1, 2023, and then effective January 1 on every year thereafter for the remaining rate years.
Okay, but the net effect, though, is still to treat the rate year one as a 16-month period.
Correct.
Is it the public staff's view that the statute permits that? A rate year in excess of 12 months?
Yes, because we're not using 16 months of cost to be representative of an annualized level. So we're not using 16 months of expense to say that this is an annualized amount. We are trying to represent an annualized ongoing expense level. For rate-based purposes, we are just trying to account for that period at a time that would otherwise be left down.
Got it. That clarified the point. Thank you. It was a little muddy in the prior testimony. I've got it. All right. Shifting gears. Back to my training course, Ms. Boswell. You recall that you were educating me on the prior panel. You are the same Michelle Boswell as
At last check.
I asked you some questions about the rate-making treatment of items that were reported to USOA account 426. And I had occasion after that to pull the description of account 426. And I want to read you off some of the items that go into that. Flotation costs can go into that and be amortized in that account. Here are some of the other items that go into that account. Expenses disallowed in a proceeding before the commission. Amortization of an acquisition adjustment not approved by the commission. Depreciation associated with plant not used and useful. Imprudent expenses. Donations for charitable, social, or community welfare purposes. Penalties, fines for violations of statutes pertaining to regulations. Expenditures for influencing public opinion with respect to the election of appointed or public officials, or the adoption, repeal, revocation, or modification of referenda, legislation, or ordinances. Golf club dues, social club dues, and service club dues. Am I correct in understanding that the normal rate-making treatment of each of the items I just read is that they are not recoverable in rates.
That is correct. After our discussion yesterday, I went back to my office and actually looked up the 426. And to my knowledge, there has not been anything from account 426 that we've ever allowed recovery for.
Thank you. Mr. Junis, these were some this is a topic that was referred over to you by Mr. Hauser. So I'm going to ask you a general question, and you can talk. You know how to do that.
Yes.
Yeah. I think I've observed that. So explain to me how the situation that the company is facing with respect to PFAS chemicals is different, if you believe it is different. Maybe you don't, but how is it different from the situation that was confronting electric utilities operating coal plants during a period prior to the adoption of the CCR rule, final adoption?
So I do believe this is different.
Tell me how.
Obviously, there is an extensive history on coal ash. There were a number of issues that delayed regulation. Federal regulation is subject to changes in administrations. There are so many factors there that go into that. And obviously, it's a complex issue. There was a collection of information. In the current instance, there's already been one UCMR to collect data on PFAS, PFOA. There is another UCMR that expands that to now 29 variations of PFAS, this family of chemicals or compounds. So there is an assessment. There is the EPA representing that they are progressing through a process. They previously indicated that a proposed rule would be issued in December of 2022. That has not happened yet. They have also represented that standard would be finalized at the end of 2023. So there is progress in the regulatory construct. There are some scientific studies, but ultimately the EPA has not issued its findings through this process. I just want to find some reference materials so then we can address this as accurately as possible. So based on their most recent guidance, which was issued in November of 2022, it spells out the regulatory process that must happen here. And I think it's important of what is known versus what is not known at this point. Yeah, I've lost my page. This is the problem with paper. There's only a little bit of it up here. I will try to be as efficient as possible. From memory, as I find the right page. So normally the EPA establishes a maximum contaminant level goal, MCLG, which that finds, he's double-sided. So that is a non-enforceable level where there is no known or adverse health effects to occur. The MCLG does not account for limits of detection or treatment technology effectiveness. So that's the goal. Many times, then there is the establishment of an enforceable standard that is the MCL. The MCL takes into account feasibility, costs, and benefits into consideration. If it is not feasible to determine the level of an enforceable standard, there would be a treatment technique that would be applied to some criteria of systems. Sometimes there are exceptions for small systems for treatment techniques. The EPA must develop a health risk reduction and cost analysis that informs the determination as to whether the benefits of the proposed MCL justify or do not justify the costs. So there is an entire process that has to happen here to establish ultimately what is an MCL for compliance purposes. This process is not complete, and so the company is proposing to act on that in advance. Now, this is a case of shifting sand. In discovery and in its item 28, they say the corporate goal is anything above 13 parts per trillion we are going to address. And that is based on a New Jersey standard. They reference Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania, I believe, ended up at an 18 parts per trillion. There has been no representation, and we asked, what is the risk reduction by going from the levels that you're detecting to below a 13? They said, look to the EPA. The EPA hasn't done that yet. So they have no justification, scientific justification to support moving forward with these projects in terms of what is the cost benefit here to act. There is also the problem of when we were asking for information about system-specific information, because the 10 buckets of costs, there are 10 line items in the entire 9,000 that address PFAS, PFOA. Those all reference treatment. Those all reference the 13 parts per trillion standard. They have implemented one project, which was not complete prior to August 31st, 2022. That treatment technology goal was to get it below 10. Depending on what you were at in terms of a water level, you were still going to potentially be in the range of non-detect and 10 parts per trillion, even after treatment. What are the potential risk factors of being in that range versus being above that range? That has not been quantified. So how do I represent that that is a cost beneficial project that was reasonable and prudent to incur? Luckily, because it wasn't completed before August 31st, that issue is kicked down the road unless they're allowed to update through the end of the year. And then that is an issue that we have to address that only further complicates all of the dollars that we have to review. Let's talk about systematic, holistic approach. So we have 10 line items that had not been provided to us to directly be associated with certain systems. Upon further review, after being warned that these questions were coming and reviewing the rebuttal, Ms. Berger references 30 entry points. Those 30 entry points are predominantly in the Brookwood area. So now you have, where are these systems? And it's still utilizing the 13 parts per trillion, the corporate initiative. We don't know how that is going to match with the regulator's determination. They had represented to us that all of those would be mitigated with treatment. Ms. Berger's testimony now claims, and I'll turn to that so I can say directly. "30 entry points were prioritized for treatment or other alternatives, such as purchased water, inactivation, or possibly drilling a new well through year-end 2025. I'll tell you, at least one of those entry points, actually, they had indicated 2026. So we're still not reconciling to what they filed in terms of cost recovery. We have not been provided any detailed information of how have they evaluated these alternatives? What is the cost benefit? If you have a substantial number of wells that would potentially be of concern on Brookwood, part of Brookwood's customer base is already purchased water from Fayetteville. So is an alternative to potentially consider purchased water or even transferring this system to Fayetteville? And I will represent to you that the way the Brookwood system is, you have Fayetteville to the north, you have a majority of Brookwood to the south, and then further to the south is the portion of Brookwood that is provided purchased water. There is a main so that essentially goes through the part of Brookwood that is supplied by wells. So there is a feasibility that needs to be reviewed and analyzed in terms of how you would move forward, if you were to move forward at all. I think we are in the planning phase because, and as Ms. Berger testifies to, if you use 13 parts per trillion, they have 30 entry points of concern. If you go down to detection or 4 parts per trillion, you now have 300 entry points that would exceed that standard. How do you address those individually in a vacuum instead of addressing this holistically of a reevaluation of they are clearly fragmented? Are these systems, do you need to start transferring them off? Is there interconnection opportunities? Is there purchased water? There are a multitude of options that we have not seen an analysis from the company to support immediate action. That does not mean that they cannot start planning. Also, so let's go from assessment of the problem. Could be 30, could be 300, could be a different number. The testing technology continues to refine. We're getting to lower and lower levels. And we still, again, do not have a proper risk assessment. So you go from how big is the problem or how expansive, then you go to what is the solution? Well, that also depends on what the standard is. There are different technologies that can get you to different levels consistently. It also matters what you're applying that to. Are you applying that to a really small well, or are you looking at interconnecting and treating a substantially more amount of water? Or do you, again, look for other sources? There is a lot of unknown here, and that is why the public staff has said, remove these costs from prospective recovery from customers. You can plan, you can seek funding, go to DWI, get these costs covered. There's an accusation that we didn't factor in the bill or the IIJA funding. That program has not been incorporated into DWI's program, but that does not prevent you from seeking funds or anticipating that that program will be implemented in the spring. But it creates a paradigm. If you get prospective cost recovery from customers in the WISP, but also potentially get funding or especially grant funding from the federal level to pay for it, now you've been paid twice. And there is no true-up mechanism in the WISP. And so that would directly feed into the company's ability to earn potentially in that upper end of the band. It has also been anticipated by the companies, both Carolina Water and Aqua, as part of the rulemaking when there was questions about unplanned emergencies. Remember that's part of the statute. They pointed directly to PFAS and PFOA. If a standard gets established, they would likely utilize the unplanned emergency clause to try to seek cost recovery. So again, why do we have to include this for prospective cost recovery in the immediacy instead of down the road?
You have saved me an entire series of follow-up questions, which is why I let you go on. So now I want to put some words in your mouth and see if you agree with them. So the difference, to go back to my original question that started the narrative, the difference is that the situation facing the electric utilities prior to the adoption of the final CCR rule was that they knew the cost of converting to dry handling in order to stop putting more ash into those unlined ponds. They knew what that cost was. They knew what the characterization of the ponds was because of the groundwater monitoring that already existed, and therefore the risk factors were known, and they knew the cost of excavation of the coal ash. They just didn't know what EPA would require. But the difference is they knew all those other variables. And do I understand the testimony you just gave is that right now we don't know any of those variables with respect to PFAS chemicals?
That's correct. So I'll just add a bit of nuance here. The electrics knew what the preventative measures were that they could have implemented and the costs associated. In this situation, and the problem they were trying to prevent or could have prevented. In this situation, there are just too many unknowns to act.
Okay.
You don't know how big the problem is, and you
I
don't know
understand.
what you're trying
I understand your
to
answer. Let me press you
resolve.
let me press you one more time, though.
Okay.
I think I know what your answer is going to be, but I want to push you to see. So the company says, we have the opportunity today to stop pumping to customers and having water come out of their faucets that has the same level of PFAS chemicals that we know is out there today. We can reduce that. We can take steps today to ensure that there's less PFAS in the water that's coming out of their faucets. It may not be satisfactory to EPA at the end of the day. We may have to do more, but we can at least reduce the amount of PFAS coming out of the faucet today. Sort of like we can reduce the amount of coal ash going into those unlined ponds if we simply pile it up on land. Well, why shouldn't they do that?
So we have
I think I know your answer, but I want to hear it.
we have no quantification of that incremental improvement. You also have the potential for sort of doubling up costs, pancaking costs. If you treat to a certain standard and then that technology cannot then meet the ultimate standard, are you going to go back? And also, again, if you don't approach this holistically, is it 30 entry points? Is it 300 entry points? Does that create significant cost inefficiencies? And so where is the cost benefit here of what is the quantification of the risk reduction versus what is the cost? And I'll just, one more addition. There are multiple MCLs that do not match the MCLG. So the EPA has recognized there is some allowable risk there that they will entertain due to that analysis of, is it feasible? What are the costs associated and what is the benefit? This could be one of those situations. We have to see we are on the cusp of getting this guidance to then have an opportunity. If you get free money, I don't think we would oppose that. But when you're talking about prospective cost recovery, that is a whole different ball of wax.
You'll give him a chance. Mr. Hinton wants to add to the answer.
Oh, sorry.
My answer was, I was going to ask your indulgence if I could go back to that chance, Ms. Boswell. All I was going to do is just be clear that when I would make an adjustment for quotation calls, it was to the chagrin of the accounting division, because I'd be adding a cost element to the revenue requirement. But that's what I did. So I added a account for quotation costs to compensate the company, because I wanted to take it out of the cost of equity, put it into operating expense, because I felt that maneuver was a net savings to the customer.
Okay. Are we done with PFAS?
I just to tie it back, currently the representation for how they're addressing PFAS is 10 buckets.
I understand.
We do not have the level of detail for even prospective cost recovery. Where is the reasonably known and measurable required by the statute?
All right. I want to move to something else. Okay. Thank you for that. I know Ms. Berger is going to be talking to us on the same subject, so we'll be hearing from her too. So I want to go to a different topic altogether. So the public staff's position is that for reasons you've outlined in the panel's testimony, we should not approve the WISIP. But as an alternative, there is a WISIP that you would say is okay. And when you do that kind of thing, you cause me to sort of take the WISIP you say would be okay and go back and see how does it satisfy each and every one of the concerns that caused you to recommend that the WISIP not be approved as requested by the company. In Mr. Drew's examination of you, he discussed with you how your revised WISIP, I'll call it the revised WISIP, address the heightened uncertainty concern. But there was not any discussion about how it addresses any of the other concerns that the public staff identified as grounds for your recommendation to deny the WISIP. As in shorthand, as I review them again overnight, your revised WISIP does several things. It removes from the base year several items. Some are capital, some are expense. It says don't do what we've just been discussing, the PFAS projects. It says kick the SIP costs into a regulatory asset account and we'll deal with those later. And then it says adopt these regulatory conditions. That's a fair summary.
Yes, sir. And I mean, just to roll through real quick,
Okay,
rates that are fair,
right,
we definitely believe that. Ensure continued safe and reliable service.
right,
We have addressed metrics, we have addressed
Right.
incentives, and we have addressed a set of projects that we feel comfortable
Right.
with. Sudden and substantial increases, we have enforced the 5% cap on
Right.
rate years 2 and 3.
right,
Sorry, I got to jump a couple pages. Representative of the operations over the WISP, we have made adjustments to expenses, we have made adjustment to capital, that we feel that our cost of service is representative of their operations during that period. And then 5, in the public interest. If you accept Mr. Hinton's recommendation on ROE, if you accept our adjustments to expenses, if you accept our adjustments to plant and service, and you enforce these metrics, believe that this can be in the public interest.
all right, thank you for the summary. It was more complete and more thorough than mine. I'll take yours.
All right.
My question to you is how does that package of modifications address the public staff's lack of confidence in the company's projected capital expenditures and lack of confidence in the company's management and accounting systems and capabilities?
So the biggest adjustment there, on advisement by our panel, is the banding. We are restricting that banding, so if they have overrepresented their costs, they do not get as wide an upper earnings band. You also then have the metrics. We have these accountability clauses for expenses, for timely completion, for completing on budget. So that's how we address some of that uncertainty. And ultimately, those projections will be subject to reasonableness and prudency in the next rate case.
All right, thank you for that. Let me ask you one more on that topic. So another one of the considerations that you identified as grounds for, as a ground for disapproving the WISIP was related to the transaction involving reorganization of essential utilities. So let me ask you to assume that that the commission follows the normal horse and cart rule, and that we don't adopt regulatory conditions in this rate case before we even reviewed and vetted the essential utilities transaction in the first instance, that we don't put those regulatory conditions in place before we review the transaction. So you don't have those. Assume the commission makes that decision. Are you still okay with your modified WISIP proposal?
We would feel better with the regulatory conditions, truth be told. However, knowing that there's another docket that we could put the regulatory conditions in, ultimately what we're looking for is just not just having something in place that protects ratepayers from from the restructure that is occurring.
In the public staff's view, would it be sufficient protection that you're seeking to simply defer to the regulatory asset account all the expenditures associated with the SIP? Is that a sufficient protection?
We believe it is at this point in time for SIP.
Even without the regulatory conditions?
The regulatory conditions would be in addition to the SIP.
Okay.
But if we had to have one or the other. No.
I'm not asking you to choose. I'm just trying to understand
Right.
the structure
There are
of decision-making
benefits
in
to
your
both.
proposal.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to talk over you.
The SIP is one component of the restructuring. And so that is why we put that into the regulatory asset and called that out. The regulatory conditions just kind of discuss the ongoing operations and the protections that we want to see and are typically provided for in the confines of mergers and restructures within all utilities.
Okay, thank you. You've had enough questions. I won't ask you anymore. Thank you.
Commissioner Duffy?
I think my fellow commissioners have covered the waterfront for the most part, so I have a few just cats and dogs. To follow up on that last conversation, though, about the modified WISIP versus denial of the WISIP, can you just confirm with me, is it denial first, but if we move forward, you prefer the modified WISIP? Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. And then with respect to your testimony regarding DWI, did Lake Junaluska obtain funding? You said they're the only company that applied.
Yes, it's my understanding that they were awarded funds in the spring funding.
Okay, thank you. And then one topic that has not been addressed is this management audit. And as you know, some would argue that the management audit is an extraordinary measure. And I just wanted to obtain your view. Do you view it as an extraordinary measure? Or I'll first let you answer that.
We view it as an appropriate and necessary measure, given the circumstances.
Okay, thank you. And then we were talking about moving to the testimony on CIAC and the meters and service lines and that reduction. And you mentioned, you know, the public staff's views 100%, Aqua's view is 0. What is the historical percentage offset by CIAC?
I don't know that off the top of my head. I believe it is the intention, especially for like a meter fee, to offset that cost. Now, if the meter fee is too low, that is something that needs to be reevaluated and should be prompted by the company. But if that is their representation, and that's the struggle here, we haven't been able to confirm whether these actually match in terms of quantity, the cost in the CIC. And so is that why there's this delta? Is it a difference in the number?
Okay, that answers it. Thank you for that clarification. Moving to News Colony and the capacity expansion plan, do you know how far along they are in that capacity expansion plan?
So it's my understanding they have started construction of the expanded EQ basin. Again, this is an issue that unfortunately has been addressed ad nauseum in front of this commission in terms of what are the appropriate capacity fees, what is an appropriate path forward, but we are not seeing the cost benefit to support the path that they are moving down.
And then Commissioner Cameron asked about this routine flushing, and so I may have missed if she asked this question, but you know, there's been some statements that addressing iron and manganese with flushing should have been extinguished decades ago. What is your opinion on that statement?
So there's some implication regarding what type of phosphate or sequestrant that you use, basically breaking away the buildup on the walls of the pipe that then is potentially creating a health concern or quality concern. I will say most of their distribution systems are PVC pipe, so that's less of a concern. And ultimately, the metric is just a tracker. So I'm not sure why this is turned into such a disagreement.
Those are all my cats and dogs. Thank you.
Commissioner Hughes?
All right, well, you all have answered most of my questions in responding to commissioners' questions. You've also answered a lot of my questions in not responding to commissioner questions, but just giving color. So I appreciate that. The one thing that we haven't talked about is, in as much detail as I would just like to hear your opinions on, is the mechanisms themselves. We talked a lot about the metrics. And when I read the statutes, the statute that enables this, the thing that jumps out at me is this statement that the WISIP shall include performance-based metrics that benefit customers and ensure the provision of safe, reliable, and cost-effective service by the water or sewer utility. You've talked a lot, and there's a lot of testimony about what I infer to be protection of the water customers. And then there's been some allusion to benefiting customers through providing safe water. I'm coming from a very finance-oriented view of this. Both the word cost effective and the word benefit. I would, I'm just looking for, when the smoke clears for all of this, where are we going to be able to point a financial benefit to customers? We talked a little bit at the very beginning about, I know there's going to be lower rate case expenses, but I've thought about how you could design the performance-based metrics that would at least have some type of financial benefit that we could point to. And I just wondered if you had considered that when you were coming up with your things, and just again, to further elaborate, you've talked about things like innovation, and you've given some examples that the company could pursue to save a lot of money. I don't see the mechanism of how that gets back to the customer, at least in the next 3 years. I mean, just under the where we are, I don't see your performance metrics necessarily getting that money back to the customers. The SRF money, like if they gross, if they incredibly succeed in that, I don't necessarily see how that money gets back to customers. For the SRF, I mean, did you consider putting that into the cost of your capital, your cost of debt? So that would be a built-in kind of benefit to the customers, and then it would be up to the company whether they pursued that or not. These are examples of just benefits that we can point to the commissioners. In other states where there's earnings sharing, they're sharing. First off, they refer to over earnings. I've heard over earnings from your presentation as to be something that is necessarily dangerous and negative. Isn't there an element of over earnings as the company was efficient, and they actually were able to do some of the things you want them to do. But then if they are efficient and they're over earning for that reason, from what you propose, the only way I see any of that efficiency going back to customers is if they go way over this earnings band and then they return it back. Isn't there any method that you can get it to the customers a little quicker? I think some other states start to share over earnings or savings, if you want to put it that way, with customers a little bit earlier. They split, when it goes over a certain band, and I asked for this for the company too, they start to return money to the customers, not as something that they did bad, but as look, customers, we were able to do savings. Here is your part of the savings. Anyway, you can tell I thought a lot about this, and we just hear so much from customers about, for them, the benefits is what they pay at the end of the month. And I'm just not seeing ways that you, the company, or we can point to, you paid $1 less at the month because of X, Y, or Z.
So I would,
And don't try to answer it as long as I ask the question. I apologize. You and I share some same attributes, Mr. Junis, but try to answer it a little quicker than I asked
yes,
it.
and we're going to try to address it initially and then welcome follow-up. I think you're basically characterizing it as delayed gratification. Like, how are these benefits passed, and does it subsequently not happen until the next rate case? I would just point to expense efficiency. We want to see a drop there. I understand that you're saying that, well, that benefit isn't passed because it's already incorporated in the prospective cost recovery. But that's where, reducing the top end promotes a quicker or in terms of the refund of over earnings, because you refer to, I think, some mechanisms that were utilized in Hawaii. There's sort of incremental over earnings, kickbacks or sharings, and it incrementally goes back of, I think it's like a splitting initially, and then more to the customers and less to the company, and then ultimately everything going to the customers. That's certainly within the realm of possibilities, and I would also emphasize, and you hit on the SRF funds. I understand, again, delayed gratification. We thought about some sharing mechanisms, but it got very cumbersome in terms of implementation as part of the annual review. How do you do a sharing? And then how do you go forward? But I think Mr. Hinton's going to hit on the challenges of imputing a lower cost of debt prematurely, because number one, how much money would they be awarded and reasonable to assume? And then how does that incrementally lower the cost of debt?
So I concur with Mr. Jennings on that issue there. I looked at the presentations given to the legislature and from pushing for this WSIP mechanism. And with the emphasis of what were the benefits to the consumers, and they made a presentation. I saw very little meat to the presentations. The ability for the company to better plan capital investments, that was one of them. Company is a rate-based company. They know about capital investments. I don't see that as an incremental addition that will help the consumer team level. Precisely the lack of any immediate benefit to consumers, or even in long-term benefit to consumers, where I felt like I was justified in coming up with a 20 basis point reduction. I don't have a lot of quantification of that adjustment, but I felt like this was a reasonable award to the customer because of the benefits that I believe are significant that will be allowed to the company through WSIP. Regulatory lag, as we've all heard, and also the ability of having some inflation protection down the road. I saw that as a significant benefit. And so my 20 basis point adjustment, I think, is the solution that I'm recommending, that public staff is recommending to you. That's this.
Good answers. Thank you. I won't let you keep going. I'm satisfied though, and I'll probably ask some of the questions to the company. Thank you.
All right, I just have one sort of follow-up, maybe it fits in with what you just discussed a little bit. But when going back to the SSIC, the WISC, I think one of the reasons that was pursued legislatively and it was represented is it might help keep the company from having the frequency of rate cases. And I didn't go count the months, but I don't see that in a general way that happened with either of the large water companies that we regulate. And then I think that is one of the reasons for the WISP as well, because companies never been able to earn the authorized rate of return on equity, and even overall rate of return, I think. So if the revised WISP, as Commissioner Klopfelter referred to it, in coming up with the recommendation for the revised WISP, is it a goal and seen as a positive in terms of your analysis and development of that recommendation? That one of the goals here is to help keep the company from having to come back within the 3-year period. Any thought given to how confident you are that a well-managed company under the revised WISP will we be making an improvement there where we will actually reduce the frequency of rate case?
So I just, two parts. First part, you talked about their ability to earn their rate of return. Their application indicates 3.97 rate of return for the test year of 2021. It is my understanding with working with accountant Lynn Fiesel that that number was calculated incorrectly and the number should be 5.99%. So that is a significant difference in terms of their actual earned rate of return. So point of correction there. And then in terms of their ability to earn their rate of return, I think Mr. Hindle had addressed that. But just obviously, there is, with $144 million of plan additions that now they would prospectively get cost recovery of, that should assist in terms of their ability to earn their authorized rate of return. I'll see if Mr. Hinton Accounting has anything to add.
The only thing I'd like to add is that, so I think the earnings band, and one of the reasons why I think 50 basis points is the appropriate limit is because the company is in charge of its earnings reporting. Now, I trust the accounting or staff as well as accounting of the company, but still the controls in their hands on something called earnings smoothing that's been going on for years. I'm just a little bit jaded, forgive me, for saying that they'll be able to and again, I don't mean to refer too much, but hide their earnings.
All right. Any other commission questions? All right, we're gonna stop and take a break and come back with questions on commission's questions. 11:40. Commission does have, another question for the panel, just to, I want the company to pay attention to. This is for purposes of your, discussions regarding the motion that was talked about earlier today. But if the company could identify large discrete items that came into service between the September and December 22, and the update was limited just to those, and that those projects actually went to the benefit of serving existing customers, not the growth, but existing companies as of the end of August. Is that possibly manageable for the public staff to audit those numbers?
So obviously, anything is possible. However, there are implications. So if there are discrete capital items, we have to audit those. That's discovery of detailed transaction listings, invoices, and we're analyzing that it's not just that the costs add up. It's not that simple. Was the project warranted? Was it needed? Was there potential alternatives? And then were the costs incurred reasonable and prudent? Now I then have to balance that was that discrete project included in the estimates that we have already included? So depending on the time frame of when that project was in service and if it was part of the plan. Then it has implications for accounting, because if it impacts the base year, it then impacts every subsequent year. And so we're calculating new revenue requirements throughout. Now I would just see if accounting has anything to add there.
Well, and just in addition, what engineering looks at as far as prudency and reasonableness, then accounting has to then dive into, did you account for it correctly? Did you remove AFUDC? Did you start depreciation in a timely fashion? And unfortunately, right now, it just takes time.
All right,
So-
thank you.
Is there any way I could respond briefly?
Well, rather than hear it now, I want to hold that open and let you discuss, and then make your response when we come back on the rebuttal, or if that's,
Yeah, I mean, some of
'cause I would like to have this panel done by lunch if I could.
Okay.
All right, but hold that thought. All right, so does the company have questions on commission's questions?
No.
No. And
I have just one. Is for Mr. Junis. So I believe that Commissioner Brown Bland asked you a question about the calculation shown for the public staff's and proposed employee safety metric that appears on public staff with Exhibit 7.
That's correct.
It's page 2 of 3, correct?
Yes, it's at the bottom.
All right, and do you have a correction to that calculation?
Yes, we would remove the dividing by 4 in that calculation that was inadvertently included in this exhibit, and also unfortunately in the Carolina Water case, because that is a metric that we had actually accepted that was proposed by Carolina Water. So there should not be that divide by 4.
So am I correct that it should read number of injuries and illnesses times 200,000 divided by employee hours worked?
Yes, because that is a normalized standard, assuming 100 employees.
That's my question. I believe my colleagues may have questions.
So I have one question related to the questions that Commissioner Kammerite was asking about metrics. And I believe she mentioned that the company in their rebuttal pointed out that some of the metrics that we've proposed appear redundant because they are included in both in the reports that must be filed periodically during the term of a WISP and what we have included as the performance-based metrics. Does the public staff believe that those should be mutually exclusive?
No, so where there is overlap, we're talking about the metrics are typically a clear, concise quantification, some measure that doesn't have a lot of the context that a reporting requirement would have. And those reporting requirements are utilized in a somewhat different fashion. That those are, number one, informative to the commission and public staff incrementally of information. And then it also prompts communication between the parties, especially the semi-annual, where we are required to work together and contribute to that together.
Thank you. No additional questions.
Is that complete?
I have no questions.
Okay, so I will entertain motions.
Thank you. The public staff would move admission of public staff WISP exhibits 2 through 12, which were filed on December 5th, 2022, and corrected exhibit 1 filed December 13th, 2022. And also Boswell, Hinton, Junis, Soon, and Zhang direct exhibits 1 through 7, redirect exhibits 1 through 7.
All right, without objection, that motion will be allowed.
Hope staff would, excuse me. I can't figure out what side of the table I'm on.
This is Aqua, remember, not Carolina Water.
Yeah, well, at least I didn't say Duke Energy. So,
The public staff's going to have a legal job opening pretty soon, David. We hope you apply.
Aqua would move into evidence its cross-examination exhibit 1 of the public staff wizard panel.
All right, and that motion will be allowed and will maintain its confidential treatment. And this panel indicated that they could have a late filed exhibit for the commission on the status of the sub 570, sub 571 dockets. And so the commission would look forward to that. All right, with that said, Ms. Boswell is just waiting. You may be excused,
I have
panel.
another rate case to work on.
Going back on the report.
And because we were very efficient on questions of commission's question, I would go ahead and hear from you now, Mr. Drews.
Regarding the late filed exhibit, the company is fine with just providing the major dollar additions that were closed in December, and would point out that normal auditing procedure is to do a sample, not everything, and that seems consistent with that. The second point is, the company had projected plant for the September through December 2022 bridge period in its request. And all we're doing here is saying, we've got actuals, so we can give you a more accurate picture than what was projected. So that was the point of the late file exhibit. Thank
All
you.
right, I appreciate that. All right, somebody's been waiting in the wings eagerly. Well, let me ask the public staff, that concludes your case.
It does, thank you.
All right, now we are rebuttal.
Okay, and Aqua this time will call to the witness stand Mr. DeSantis for his rebuttal.
All right, Mr. DeSantis, you remain under oath.
Yes.
I think your counsel will have questions for you.
Have you prepared, and I need to find the number of pages, rebuttal testimony in this proceeding?
Yes, sir.
And did that, I think it, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe that included
6, I think, sir.
Okay. I'm still shifting gears here, if you'll second. And do you have any corrections to your rebuttal testimony or your rebuttal exhibits?
No, but I do have one thing to clarify, or correct on the record from a question I answered from Chair Mitchell a couple days ago about the way that this year is set in Ohio. It's a fully historic test year. It's not measurable changes. So I looked at it after to make sure, and I had it confused with New Jersey. Yeah. But other than that, no changes to my rebuttal testimony.
Okay, and I finally got there and looks like it's 39 pages. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So we would, the Aqua would ask that the 39 pages of rebuttal testimony of Mr. DeSantis be incorporated into the record as if orally read from the stand, and that his 6 rebuttal exhibits be identified as marked.
Without objection, that motion is allowed.
And do you have a summary of your rebuttal testimony?
I do.
Would you please read that into the record?
Sure. My rebuttal testimony responds to the direct testimony of Mr. John R. Hinton of the public staff and updates my recommended cost of common equity analysis with data as of November 30th, 2022. My updated analysis confirms the company's requested cost of equity of 10.40% continues to be conservative, as it is now below my recommended range of common equity cost rates. My rebuttal testimony addresses several concerns that I have with Mr. Hinton's analysis. Specifically, I disagree with Mr. Hinton's application of the DCF, or discounted cash flow model, and risk premium models. His failure to reflect flotation costs in his ROE recommendation, and his proposal to lower Aqua North Carolina's ROE if either the WSIP or the CAM is approved in this case. I also respond to Mr. Hinton's criticisms of my direct testimony. Key points in my rebuttal testimony are as follows. We agree with, in terms of the capital structure, we agree with the capital structure consisting of 50% long-term debt and 50% common equity. We also agree with the public staff's recommended long-term debt cost rate of 3.97%. Second point is the economy is currently in an inflationary environment, and inflation affects all costs, including a company's cost of equity. Mr. Hinton uses a combination of historical and forecasted growth rates, but empirical evidence supports the superiority of using analyst forecasts only, as it is the best predictor of growth to use in DCF analysis. If Mr. Hinton would have used forecasted growth rates, his mean and median DCF model results would be from 10.06% and 10.80% respectively. Accordingly, Mr. Hinton's indicated DCF cost rate of 9.03 is severely understated. Mr. Hinton exclusively uses current interest rates in his risk premium analysis. Because investors' return requirements are prospective in nature, he should consider also projected interest rates, especially in WSIP, which is future looking forward in nature. And it is also consistent with his DCF analysis. In his risk premium analysis, Mr. Hinton uses annual authorized returns and interest rate data in his risk premium model. It is preferable to use such data on a case-by-case basis because some years have more rate cases than others, and because of that, years with fewer cases have unreasonable weighting. In addition, using annual averages often ignore changes in interest rates during that year. In addition, Mr. Hinton failed to use a comparable earnings analysis to check his results, although he did perform such analyses in other recent cases. A comparable earnings analysis similar to his methodology that he employed in recent cases, would indicate an average ROE or return on equity of 10.01%, median of 10.00% based on historical returns, an average ROE of 9.81% with a median of 10.25% based on projected returns. This shows that his recommended ROE of 9.50 is understated. As discussed, severe detail on Tuesday, Mr. Hinton fails to give consideration to flotation costs in his recommendation of ROE. And then finally, Mr. Hinton's proposed 20 basis point reduction to Aqua, North Carolina's return on equity if the WSIP is approved is unreasonable because the WSIP is not unique relative to the proxy group that we use to derive our ROE. Cost of equity is a comparative exercise. So if similar mechanisms are used in proxy groups, for example, Mr. Hinton's proxy group contains California utilities where multi-year plans are common, and utilities in states where fully forecasted test years are common. Further, no utility's credit rating has been upgraded upon approval of a multi-year rate plan. For all the reasons stated in my direct and rebuttal testimonies, I conclude that a 10.40% return on common equity for Aqua, North Carolina should be authorized by the Commission in this proceeding. That concludes my summary.
Mr. DeSantis is available for cross-examination.
All right, Mr. Freeman.
Thank you, counsel. Thank you, commissioners. Mr. DeSantis, I'd like to start with talking about the economy. If you would turn with me to the document behind tab 17.
It's give me what the title is. It's not in this book.
It's Exhibit 6.
Okay, thank you.
Proposed rebuttal Exhibit 6, the last one, Wall Street Journal article.
Yes, sir. I have it.
If you look with me on the top of page 2 of 4 of, I'm sorry, Commissioner, I didn't mean to get ahead of myself either.
You provided,
Was it not behind tab 17 in the notebook I provided?
okay. What's the item? Identify the document for me.
I propose to identify it as Diascendis rebuttal cross exhibit number 6.
This is DeSantis rebuttal.
Yes.
Cross-examination number 1, correct?
If you don't mind, Commissioner, I've reordered my questions to make it shorter in light of the time constraints. And so if we can keep the 6 for ease of my looking up at the top right corner, I promise I'll move all of them into evidence at the conclusion.
You're giving me 6.
I would,
You plan to move in 6?
Yes.
Okay, I will do that. It'll be identified as number 6.
thank you. And does the commission have the Wall Street Journal article before them?
Yes.
Thank you, commissioners. Thank you, Mr. DeSantis, for your patience. Top of page 2.
Yes, sir.
Over the past 5 months, inflation has slowed to a crawl, whether measured by Consumer Price Index, or CPI, which most people watch, or the Price Index for Personal Consumption Expenditures, or PCE, which the Federal Reserve prefers. The annualized inflation rate has been around 2.5% for the last 5 months.
I agree with that's what it says, but it also says the next paragraph says that the price changes over 12-month periods are still 7.1. So that's what the Fed looks at, and they also look at core CPI, which as of today went up this month as compared to last month.
I understand, but what I'm talking about is in the very near past, inflation has come down substantially, correct?
I agree with the statements in this, and I agree that the tools that the Fed are using are working.
Okay. Thank you. You believe that inflation is expected to moderate over the long term towards 2%, correct?
Yes, and I think me and Mr. Hinton share that in both of our testimonies. I think we both have break-even inflation rates at around 2.35 for the next 30 years. So what it is that over the next 30 years, inflation would be 2.35 for all of those years.
Thank you.
Yes.
I'd now like to move on to a different topic, which is the impact of the WSIP. I think that you would agree with me that the WSIP grants Aqua several substantial benefits. Reduction of regulatory lag, prospective recovery of funds for projects, more timely recovery of funds, inflation protection, this automatic escalation of 3.04% applied to many categories, automatic rate increases. Management doesn't have to come in for rate cases, and you avoid the costs of bringing a rate case. And what struck me is, I think Mr. Junis said, 30 minutes ago, $144 million was the projected costs over the next, through the end of the third year.
None of that is in my testimony, so I wouldn't be able to confirm or deny your substantial benefits.
Okay. Let's talk about what people other than Will Freeman has said about the value of having a mechanism that allows future recovery. If you would turn with me to what is tab 14. In your packet, it will be marked as, and Commission, I propose to mark it as Deascendis rebuttal cross exhibit number 3.
So it's proposed cross 3.
It's marked as proposed cross 3, but I think based on my discussion with the chair, with the presiding commissioner on Tuesday, we're going to take out the word proposed.
That's fine. I just wanted to make sure I have it on here.
All right, it will be so identified as the Ascendus rebuttal cross-examination exhibit number 3.
Thank you, Commissioner. This is I guess I call it a white paper from the National Regulatory Research Institute. This is a document not from Aqua, but from me. So I put the whole article here, but I just wanted to draw your attention to page 27 of this document. If you'll read the top and the footnote that it cites to, I think we can agree that with respect to at least this one institute, that it states that the commissions faced with multi-year plans may want to consider adjusting the authorized rate of return.
And I think it's curious why you highlighted one part of a footnote and not the other one, which is the more important part. And what that sentence says is, does the use of an MRP, which in this case is a multi-year rate plan, for example, have any material effect on the current utility's current risk compared to its peers? That is the argument that we have in this case. And we went through this for at least an hour and a half on Tuesday. I don't think I need to repeat myself on my position and our evidence that shows that the companies overwhelmingly have these type of mechanisms in their rates and therefore would be subsumed in market prices.
Okay. I want to address what you just said, but we can agree that this one institute from a few years ago thought that was a factor that the commissions could consider.
Yes, and
Now,
like I said, the question is the more important part. Like that, it says adjustments to the authorized rate of return because of it, but it's because it would be if the company has a materially different risk profile than your proxy group companies.
Okay.
Which in this case, I provided the evidence and nobody else in the case has.
What is the percentage?
Well, if you want to look at Schedule DWD-6R, and we went over this again on Tuesday, that all of the California companies, which would be American States Water, California Water Service Group, San Jose Water Company, all have been under multi-year rate plans since at least the 1980s. The Pennsylvania companies are under a fully forecasted test year. And that is the main subsidiary for Essential Utilities, American Water, and I think that's it in this case. And then there's several others that have fully forecasted test years, or infrastructure riders, or decoupling.
Okay, well, so I think your argument is that it is sort of already baked in, right?
Yes, I think we went through that.
Okay. How much is baked in? What's the number? Quantify it for me.
If it's reflected in what they have in rates, it's reflected in the prices customers will pay for the stock. Now, you can't quantify what that means in a price movement. Just that you just can't do it. But it is there because if you look at the efficient market hypothesis, all publicly known information is reflected in market data. So because this data is available to everybody, it is also in the market prices, in the market data, in the growth rates, in everything that helps me and Mr. Hinton and others like us to quantify the rate of return.
I think we're moving into the metaphysical realm. It is there, but it cannot be quantified. But let me pause from this point and just address DWD-6R. As I read the chart that you have provided here, American Water Works, Essential Utilities, California Water Service Group, Middlesex Water, and San Jose Water Company all have operations in states that utilize traditional rate making.
I think that may be true. It would look like if.
Just read across, like Georgia, for example.
Yeah, I'm looking.
Yeah.
Georgia, Hawaii, American. But then the Hawaii also has the earnings sharing, like Mr. Junis said. Maryland, Michigan.
Right. For
American. Now, if you look at New Jersey, which is 70% of their operations, they have WSIC and CISIC, and they have a known and measurable change. I think it's 6+6 test year. So like I said, the major driver of their revenues and earnings are all under some sort of mechanism that is what is covered by the WSIP in this case.
Thank you. At the bottom, it says that this chart, I think, is drawn from S&P Global Market Intelligence, company financial statements, and company tariffs.
That's right.
So if you'll look with me, there is a row entitled Total Customers, and below it, a row entitled Percentage of Customers Subject to FFTY and/or WSIC, CISIC, and then below that, Percentage of Customers Subject to CAM.
Yes, I think that was going to be just 1/1. So say if it's American states, it might be an incomplete schedule there, but it would be one of those 1/4. So if you look for American States Water, it would be 100% because it'd be 1/1. It's the X, not the customers. Same with, say, California Water Service Group. And then if you look at that, it would be 20%, even though California derives most of their earnings and revenue through California. Once we looked at the California Water Service Group and we said, this doesn't make sense because California is almost all of their customers and almost all of their earnings, that it doesn't make sense to have that.
I would just be curious, and I didn't catch this little teeny font until after the discovery period for rebuttal had passed, but I would be curious to know the percentage of customers within these revenue adjusting states, but it's not here. So let me go back to
Those work papers I provided the public staff with the filing of my rebuttal testimony. It should be available to everybody.
I was unable to find them when I was looking, but again, that might be my fault, with computers. But I don't want to address too much time on why that information's not here. I believe that we had started with the article, and I think that I had marked it and identified it. So now I'd like to turn to tab 16 in the Commissioner's notebooks. For you, it would be DSN, and I propose to mark this DSN rebuttal cross exhibit number 5.
Second.
It looks like this.
Yeah, they're all pleaded.
Is that the reply comments?
Correct.
So it will be so identified, number 5.
So we're finished 3 and 6, so we have the other ones. Okay.
I'm trying to really slim down my questioning. So this is a document from June 2019, or July, I'm sorry. No, June 2019. This is well before WSIP became law, and certainly well before this case was filed. So
Okay.
we talked about this in RRI, saying, hey, here's an issue to consider. Here's the public staff, Mr. Grantmeyer, actually, being extremely foresighted and foreseeing us being in this room today with his crystal ball. If you'll read with me at the bottom of page 7 of exhibit proposed, I'm sorry, if you'll read with me at the bottom of the document marked Diascendis rebuttal cross exhibit number 5 on page 7.
Now, this is just an opinion piece by the public staff, correct?
Completely.
Okay.
I was trying to find some authority outside of, sort of the process that we have here today. It is the public staff's opinion that because of the risk to the company, it is the public staff's opinion that because the risk to the companies would be significantly reduced through the rate-making mechanisms they describe, the maximum allowable return on equity, ROE, and rate of return should be reduced in order to offset that reduction in risk and ensure just and reasonable rates.
Now, what it missed is what the independent think tank said in it about the relative risk portion. So like I said, this is an opinion piece by you guys. So I mean, and it's the same disconnect that we've had the whole week so far. So, I mean, yes, it was written here, but do I place any authority behind it? No, I don't.
I think you're trying to hurt my feelings, Mr. DeSantis. Let's talk about, if you can, I think one of the things I mentioned was the ROE reduction is warranted for many factors I mentioned a minute ago, one of them being management's ability to focus on running a company instead of running a rate case, and also not incurring rate case expenses. So if you'll turn to, it'll be your exhibit 1, but the staff, the commission behind tab 12 is a document, commissioners, I propose to mark as Diascendis rebuttal cross exhibit number 1.
All right, it will be so identified.
And I've just pulled a few cases from Aqua's last 2 rate cases. Page 2, October 26, the order, these are the dates the order came out, October 26, 2020. Rate case expenses, $985,454. And then if you'll turn to page 5 of 6, rate case expense from December 18, 2018, $818,397. I added those 2 numbers together. There's a calculator, I believe, if you'd like, but it's approximately 1.8 million.
Okay.
1.8 million is a substantial number.
Compared to what?
How about this? If we value a basis point at $22,000, it's about 80 basis points.
Yeah, I was thinking about that. It was probably the difference between mine and Hinton's.
Okay. Now let's look at what some non-public staff, non-institutes think about these multi-year mechanisms for recovery. If you will turn with me to exhibit number 4 behind the tab 15 for the commission.
The Moody's reports and
Yes.
so on.
First page is Moody's.
Okay.
This came from about 2,500 pages of discovery provided by Aqua, so I just wanted to excerpt some of them and not drown you in paper.
Appreciate
So,
that.
All right,
Uh,
just a minute. This will be identified as the sentence rebuttal, cross-examination exhibit number 4.
Thank you, Commissioner. I didn't mean to get ahead of you. Just to look at page 2 of 18, there's a faint highlighting credit. Now, let me start. These are evaluations of Essential Utilities, which is the ultimate parent company of Aqua North Carolina, Inc., right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And it's a single company analysis for that parent company.
Yeah, and I thought you were going to say this is not just related to Aqua North Carolina, Inc., so I thought I'd go ahead and say it now for you.
I appreciate that.
So if we'll look at page 2,
Yes,
says
sir.
a credit strength of Essential is that it's a holding company of low-risk regulated water, wastewater, and LDC utilities.
Yes, that's local distribution.
I think it should be-
Distribution companies.
it should be LCD.
Gas. No, it's local distribution companies. It's
Okay.
right. It's right. But that's gas companies. Yes, it does say that. And like, I mean, that's going to be pretty much every Moody's.
Yeah.
For every regulated utility.
It's a credit strength that they're in a low-risk field, correct?
That's right.
And if you look at the bottom of page 2, a factor that would lead to an upgrade, improve cost recovery in Pennsylvania or the vast majority of Essential's other jurisdictions.
I wonder what it would, now, I'm happy that you gave me this excerpt, but I don't have the factors that lead to a downgrade either. So, I mean, that's it, that the other side of the coin is just important as the one side of the coin. So, there might be some later,
Okay.
in later exhibits.
Let's turn to page 6 of 18. Okay, yeah, this is from May, page 6 of 18 is from Moody's from May of 2022. Factors that could lead to an upgrade, improve cost recovery in Pennsylvania, or the vast majority of Essential's other jurisdictions. And then you see factors that could lead to a downgrade there.
Right, and like it would always say, it says increased regulatory support will lead to an upgrade, decreased regulatory support will result in a downgrade. It's the same as if you read any, it says it right there on the second bullet on the factors that lead to a downgrade. It's the same report that every other utility company has in the country.
My question to you is Moody's, you agree, actually, improve cost recovery in the vast majority of Essential's other jurisdictions would lead to an upgrade of Essential.
I'm going to break it down just a second. In Pennsylvania or the rest, okay? And the rest is still, and we talked about this on Tuesday, this jurisdiction's 5.8% of the total customers. Now, I agree that is some, not the vast. And this also buttresses my point that investors like Moody's and other companies are more concerned in the companies that drive their earnings and revenues when it comes to looking at mechanisms and things like that.
Okay. If you'll look with me at the next one, Baird.
Yes, I'm there.
Page 2.
Page 8.
I'm sorry, 8 of 18.
Yes, sir.
The second page of the Baird report, but thank you for that. Now, these analysts conclude the recovery of funds outside of a full rate case can substantially reduce regulatory lag and minimize rate case activity, and that this should enable, quote, improved and more consistent returns.
I agree with that.
Okay. If you'll turn with me to page 10 of 18. This is a chart from HSBC from April of 2020. 52% of the assets, it's kind of a neat little chart, 52% of the assets of Essential are in jurisdictions which have attractive CapEx recovery mechanisms.
When is this as of? I assume
April 2020.
So then that would include the WISC and the CISC in this one, right?
I believe the law was passed in 2021 and hadn't been granted by this commission, but it would include the WISP. What, are you saying WISC?
Yeah, which, the water one, not the sewer one, right?
Okay. You're not talking WSIP. You're talking.
Yes, the WISC.
Yeah,
and this-
okay, yeah,
Yes.
right.
Yes.
That's a positive development for the company. I've highlighted that phrase there, sort of in the middle of the page.
Yes, I agree that regulatory mechanisms reduce regulatory lag. It's the issue between Mr. Hinton and I is the same thing. It's the relative risk to the proxy group.
As this pie comes closer to 100%, HSBC will have more, it'll be a more positive development for the company, correct?
Where does that say it in that?
I'm asking you, as an expert in this field. You see, they've said it's 54-46. Is that a 54-46 split there
Okay.
for water? And they're saying it's positive. So the more you have of this, the more positive, the better HSBC is going to view them, right?
Right, but my assignment is to look at the risk of the company relative to proxy group companies. And like you said at the outset, this is Essential, not North Carolina.
The more CapEx, the more attractive CapEx recovery mechanisms as are in place and as are functioning for Essential utilities, the more positive developments for Essential it will be in the vision of HSBC.
I think I agreed with you.
Okay, thank you. And if you can just, and I'm trying to be quick, so I don't want to cut you off, but if we can look with me at pages 12 and 13 of 18.
Yes, sir.
I don't know that I want to read this whole thing, but these mechanisms that we're debating, WSIP, create significant flexibility between rate cases. Main benefit is to reduce regulatory lag. They also allow utilities to stay away from a full rate case, which subjects their rate base, ROE, and equity ratio to review by state commissions. So again, we have a bank here, RSBC. This is from April 2020. Favorable. These mechanisms are favorable to the Essential, right?
And I don't think I've ever said that they're not or
Okay.
neutral.
Then if you would, we have here, starting at page 15 of 18, an excerpt from the Morningstar report. For Essential and this is from last year, actually, from January of 20. The data is from November of 2020, and the report, from 2021, and the report is from January of last year. If you'll look with me on page 18 of 18, Essential's ability to make annual rate adjustments in states it serves offsets some of the regulatory rate-making uncertainty. These surcharges effectively eliminate regulatory lag and improve cash flow to support capital investment and dividends.
I wouldn't agree with eliminate regulatory lag, but I would say diminish it. But like I said, I've never said it any.
Okay, page 17, that's why we're moving quickly. Page 17 of 18, Bulls say at the top left, constructive regulation allows Essential to raise rates through surcharges or rate cases to reduce regulatory lag, enhance cash flow available to pay dividend, invest in growth projects. That's a Bull thing. And then the last point I want to make in this exhibit is on page 16 of 18 in the bottom right corner. This is Morningstar again. This is, Morningstar is talking about their sort of internal evaluation, and they say, in our discounted cash flow evaluation, we use a 6% cost of capital based on a 7.5% cost of equity. Morningstar says this is lower than the 9% rate of return we expect investors will demand of a diversified equity portfolio, reflecting Essential's lesser sensitivity to the economic cycles and lower degree of operating leverage.
Is there a question there?
Would you agree with me that Morningstar thinks 9% is appropriate?
For what?
The rate of return we expect investors will demand of a diversified equity portfolio.
So there's a couple things wrong with that, and I'll go through them. So just given our recommendations, mine and Mr. Hinton's, they both exceed Morningstar's analysis of 9% for the equity. So everybody knows, it's a general conception that utilities are less risky than the market, and Morningstar says that. And my people that are experts in the field that are sitting here today, both sides, me and Mr. Hinton, we both recommend something higher than what Morningstar says. The reason is because investment houses and brokerage houses, brokerage firms, they report expected returns, not required returns. Even though it says required here, it's expected returns. They have a fiduciary responsibility. They have other things that they have to take into account before they make their returns. If you look at, and then the second thing, when you're talking about that 6% cost rate on a 7.5 cost of equity, that's, if you work that math back, if you have the 7.5 cost of equity and you have the 4% of debt, you're looking at a 60% equity ratio, which is 10,000 basis points higher than what we're looking at here. So there's a lot of things wrong with this statement. There's a lot of things that they may have put together, but they just aren't correct. I mean, when you go up a little bit further here, if you look at 2 paragraphs up from the paragraph you highlighted, it says we expect earnings to grow 8% annually. So even if the company had a 1% dividend yield, that DCF is 9%, which is higher than what they're saying for the entire market. In actuality, the company's dividend yield is 2.2%. So if we look at that, we're looking at a 10.25 ROE. So that, like I said, a lot of these analyses can be broken down to find out whatever number you want, but this 9% I don't agree with, and I think it's inaccurate.
All right, thank you. I'd like to, if you,
Mr. Freeman, are you near the end? Is this a good time to take the lunch break, or are you close to?
I have a few more minutes, Commissioner. I'm glad to do what.
Well, let's stop here and take our lunch break.
Okay.
And let's make an attempt to be back on the record at 1:40.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Have a good lunch.
We'll resume questions on commission's questions. Mr. Freeman?
You're still going. I think, is it my
Oh,
cross-exam?
It's cross, I'm sorry. Correct.
Continuation and conclusion of my cross.
On rebuttal.
On rebuttal testimony. Thank you, Commissioner. Mr. DeSantis, you in your, if you'll turn with me to the exhibit behind tab 13, which I would propose to label DeSantis rebuttal cross exhibit number 2,
Yes, sir.
the one entitled Fitch.
I have it.
You had said in your rebuttal testimony, no utilities credit rating has been upgraded upon approval of a multi-year rate plan or decoupling mechanism. I'd like to look at the document labeled Cross-Examination Exhibit 2, and if you'll look at the second paragraph, this is Fitch, PE, and PES, which is Puget Energy and Puget Sound Energy's credit company's rating outlooks improved as a result of the Senate Bill 5295, which was signed into law in May 2021. The legislation allows for multi-year rate plans, reducing regulatory lag.
Yes, it's an outlook, not a rating.
Okay. The outlook was revised because this law allowing for multi-year rate plans was enacted.
Right, and then if you look at page 4 of that same document, it says, and it's all the way, it's this last full paragraph on that page. It says, given the uncertainty of implementing a multi-year rate plan, an upgrade is unlikely in the near to immediate term.
But once it's implemented, it's going up according to Fitch, right?
No, it says, given the uncertainty of implementing, so it could either go up, go down, or stay the same.
That's in the near to immediate term. Long term, that's what the first paragraph's telling us. Their credit outlook has improved as a result of this law.
I didn't see anything about long-term, sorry.
Okay, I'll read it with quotes. Puget Sound Energy and Puget Energy's ratings outlooks improved as a result of, so on, correct?
Right, but it doesn't say long-term, the credit rating is going to be upgraded because of this. It says, due to the uncertainty of the implementation of the multi-year rate plan, which means it's the implementation of what the commission does and what happens to revenue earnings, their ability to pay their debts, then they will make the action. Now, like everybody here agrees, it's a positive first step, right? But it's not an end-all be-all, and it's a wait-and-see type adjustment here. Like everybody wants this to work in this room. Everybody wants the multi-year rate plan to work in this room. So it's not that it's a decrease in risk or an increase in risk. It is what the major sticking point in between mine and Mr. Hinton's position when it comes to the implementation of this multi-year rate plan is whether or not there should be an adjustment to the ROE. I have provided my evidence that supports my position. He provided no evidence to support his position.
I'm going to disagree with your characterization, but I will take the small nugget of we agree it's a positive and leave it at that and then move on to some new topics.
Awesome.
If you have, I assume you have your testimony with you. I'd like to briefly go through them. You had CAPM, risk premium, and DCF, correct?
Yes, sir.
And what you did in your rebuttal testimony is you pulled your data that had been May 13th forward and used data from November 30th, 2022.
Yes, sir.
After that update, your ROE ranges were from 10.69% to 11.82%.
That's true, but the analytical results, if you look on page If you look at schedule DWD 1R, page 2 of 45, if you look at the range of indicated results, the DCF model produced a result of 10.22%. And then the high end of the range, and we'll just go with the base year, the current year using current interest rates. The risk premium was 12.06%.
Okay, I was looking at page 6 of 39. There's a chart there and it says indicated range of common equity cost rates after adjustment.
Yes, that chart works too. If you're looking at that chart, if you look at the indicated individual model results, I was just giving more color to that. The results of the models that gave which informed my range.
I understand.
Okay.
But can we agree that the bottom line, the chart on page 6 of 39 of your rebuttal testimony, the thing with double underlines in it, 10.69, 11.82, where the range is there?
Yeah, I was just confirming yes. Yes, you're right.
Thank you. Did it trouble you that the fact that this double underline number, these 4 double underlined ranges here were higher than sought by the company?
Well, like I said, it's still, the company's request is still within my range of indicated results. So it would be at the lower end of the range since the discounted cash flow was a 10.22. Company's requested 10.40 is within that range. Now, I think my indicated range is more appropriate, but it's still within the range of results, and that's what they chose.
Okay. You did a quick check using the comparable earnings method on Mr. Hinton.
Yes, sir.
Which is DWD-4R.
A second, please. Yes, sir.
Subject to check, would you agree with me that if we looked at the past 5 years on DWD-4R, we get a comparable earnings check of 9.56%?
No. This would take some time for me to make the calculations.
If you'd like to, there is a document that has been identified but is not admitted into evidence, Hinton Redirect 1, that does this calculation.
I am familiar with that document, and it's incorrect because the last 5 years would run from 2017 to 2021. Mr. Hinton's assumes the projected year of 2022 as a historical year, which it's not.
Okay, let me say, if I were to sit there without calculator and you for a few minutes and do on DWD-4R, the 2022, 2021, 2020, 19, and 18, I'd get 9.56%.
Say it again?
If
What years?
I'm using your chart,
Yeah.
22 to 18.
Well, I would agree with the math. It's also not consistent with what Mr. Hinton's done in his last 3 gas rate cases and then there was another rate case in 2016 where he used the last 10 years. He's never used projected earnings. So like I said, I used what Mr. Hinton's done in the past, and that would be on the left side of that 4R, and the average would be 10.01 and the median would be 10.0 flat.
Okay, and then you did a forward-looking one that was 9.81 if memory, 9.81, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let's talk about the 3, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off though.
I didn't say anything.
Okay, the 3 mechanisms, CAPM, risk premium, DCF.
Yes, sir.
With CAPM, there are a number of variables that you use in it.
Well, the general inputs are risk-free rate, market risk premium, beta.
Right. And you've got to do some determination of a beta coefficient, right? Value line, S&P, those kind of things.
Value line and Bloomberg is what I use.
Okay. You've got to do a risk-free rate, which is based on a market risk premium, which is a return on the market or the risk-free rate.
So yes, so the market risk premium is defined as the return on the market, projected return on the market minus an appropriate risk-free rate. Sometimes you use, it's acceptable to use either, at least in my opinion, it's acceptable to use current risk-free rates and projected risk-free rates.
And do you use blue chip in that?
I do.
Okay. Let's pause on this method. You also use blue chip sometimes when you're forecasting the interest rates you use in the risk premium methodology.
Yes, sir. So in that methodology, in this case, I use current interest rates, current A-rated bonds, and I use projected interest rates for the 3 forward years in the MYRP.
And you're aware that in a prior case, W-354 sub 360, and this is referenced in Mr. Hinton's testimony, you had used the forecasted interest rate of 3.8%. Now, with the advantage of time, we know that the actual rate for that period of time was 2.29%. So that was 151 basis points off using this forecasted methodology.
Yes, and that's why I use both. Chair Mitchell maybe gave me the hardest question I've ever had on the stand, and I changed my methodology because of it. So,
well, I'm glad to see North Carolina is helping out the country. Let me also, while we're on the topic of the risk premium, and there's 3 of them. So we talked about CAPM, we talked about risk premium. Now I'd like to talk about one other component of risk premium. And if you'll, I believe, I'm trying to remember what page your risk premium starts on. I believe if you'll turn with me to DWD-1R, pages 11, 12, 13, and 14.
that is the PRPM, sir.
Did I get it wrong?
It's the same. It's a methodology that I average with the total market risk premium.
I think we have here on these pages the same NMF issue that we discussed yesterday.
That's, yes, sir.
Okay.
Tuesday.
I apologize. Thank you, Tuesday. Okay.
Blurring together.
That's CAPM, and that's risk premium. Now I'd like to talk about DCF.
Yes.
And I believe you did, I'd like to talk about 3 things with respect to DCF. And I think you've made this clear in your summary even, but if you look at page 18 of your testimony, I think you take issue with the fact that Mr. Hinton uses both historical and forecasted growth rates in his DCF model. And you contend he should have used forecasted growth rates.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Your reasons are set out in the testimony, and I'll move on to the next topic unless you'd like to discuss that further.
No, I think you're right. Mr. Hinton has his opinion, I have mine, and it's all in paper, so.
Okay. The second item I'd like to discuss about DCS is your DCF. Thank you, Phil. Your chart on page 6 indicates that it's now 10.22.
Yes, sir.
A pretty substantial jump from your prior testimony.
Yes, sir.
So if you'll look with me at DWD-1R at page 3, which I believe is where you determine this number.
Yes, sir.
Okay. If you'll give me one moment.
Sure.
Page 3. I see a column on the far right of DWD-1R with a number 6 in parentheses beside the number 5.08.
Yes, sir.
And if we read the note to number 6, It says excluding the indicated DCF cost rate of Middlesex Water Company as its result is less than the yield on A-rated utility bonds.
Yes, sir.
What you're telling us in this chart is with note 6 that you have thrown out this 5.08 number.
Yes, and it's a pretty easy explanation why, okay? So we went over Tuesday, I'm sorry, that the risk premium model establishes that equity is riskier than debt. And when you look at your results here, this 508 result for Middlesex Water is less than, if you turn to page 16 of Schedule BWD1R, A2 rated bond yields for November of 2022 have been 5.75. So it's illogical that an equity investor would take a discount to debt. And if you take a look at other ROE model results for Middlesex Water Company, if you look at the PRPM, their indicated ROE is 12.24. If you look at the CAPM result, you'll see a result of 11.17. And looking at not only the result of just the nonsensical nature of having an indicated equity cost rate less than the cost of their own debt, because they're A-rated bonds too. So if you're an investor and you say, all right, well, this is so much riskier, I'm going to take less of a return because of it. I'm going to take that instead of debt. It doesn't make any sense. So that's why I discarded it in that case, and it's a logical and reasonable result to do so.
I guess my concern is that the discussion that you just told me is not in the body of your testimony. It's buried in footnote 6 here. And I would like to have had you say, hey, here's my DCF model. I'm adding a caveat to it when I'm showing the formula. I'm going to show the formula and then parentheses, but if anything's less than the current AA bond utility rate, I'm throwing it out.
So if you'd like to turn to page 24 of my rebuttal testimony.
Right.
23 and 24.
Yes.
And so, and you're right, it wasn't associated with 1R, but it is 2R.
That's right. You were about to get me on the question I was going to ask you.
It says you eliminate individual indicated ROEs less than the yield on A-rated bonds, which is currently 5.75%. Is eliminating these are indicated ROEs consistent with basic financial precepts? Then my answer is the same as I just said.
It is, but you tied this question to Mr. Hinton's, not your own chart.
It's the same difference.
I understand.
And yes, it's the same principle. When I update my results, I say, here is my update. So it's a little different when you want to put something in and take something out. I knew that I was going to write this Q&A, so I'm sorry if I misled you.
If I put the 5 point, that's fine. I didn't mean to, of course. If I put the 5.08 back in, this DCF drops down subject to, well, if you'd like to do the math, you can, but if we add it back in, it drops down to 9.28%. And if we say, let's throw out the lowest one, 5.08, and the highest one, 14.21, we get to 9.1%.
There's a saying that I can't say on YouTube, but it's one of those things where if you do, you know, actually I'm just not going to say it.
Okay.
But there is a saying that you know, I'm done.
All right, let's move on to my third point I wanted to make about DCF, which we've sort of hit on, is you threw out Mr. Hinton's lowest number in his DCF calculation.
Say that again?
I said I was going to talk to you about 3 things about DCF. Here's the third topic. You threw out the low numbers in Mr. Hinton's DCF analysis when you conducted it.
Now, throwing out is different, indiscriminately throwing out is different than throwing out with reason, and I presented my reason already.
I understand. Just let me be more clear then, I apologize. If you look with me at DWD-2R, page 1 of 1, you have excluded from the column entitled Value Line Indicated ROE, 4.9% for American.
Yes, sir.
You've excluded from the column entitled Yahoo Indicated ROE, the 4.1% for Middlesex Water.
Yes, sir.
And you have excluded from the column entitled Average Indicated ROE, the 5.0% number for Middlesex Water.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you exclude those numbers and then say, I have rerun Mr. Hinton's DCF analysis, and it is in fact much higher than he's telling you with updated numbers. But if we put those numbers,
It's his own numbers. I just used the projected EPS growth rates and then ran the model there. So I didn't use any other updated information. It's all from his exhibits.
I understand. If we put these numbers, the three numbers I just discussed, back into his model, we come back down to earth, 9.2, 9.23, 9.23.
I would not take the back to earth situation because if you bought the equity based on, if you're looking at these numbers, if you're looking at 4.9 and 4.1 and 5.0, when debt for the same risk security is higher than that, you get a higher return. If I gave you $100, if I gave Commissioner Hughes those millions of dollars, and I said, here's something, here's risk of debt for 5.75, and here's risk of equity for 5.1 for the same entity, I'm sure he would invest in the debt because he's less risk and higher return.
Let me rephrase it then. Thank you. If we put in the three numbers that were excluded, we come down approximately 100 basis points-ish.
Yes, sir.
Okay. If I could have a few minutes, commissioners, thank you very much. I don't have any more questions.
Thank you.
Redirect?
Yes, thank you. You were asked some questions about historical versus forecasted dividend yields in the DCF model. Are historical dividend yields good predictors of future returns?
Well, to any extent that historical growth rates are indicative of future results, they would be already subsumed in the analyst estimates. So if the analysts also look at historical data to make their projections. So if historical data has any relevance to the forward-looking cost of equity, it's already subsumed in the analyst projections.
Based on your review, are forecasted dividend yields better predictors when used in the DCF model than historical yields?
Well, I mean, so Mr. Hinton and I both use projected yields. We just calculate them in different ways. So he uses projected EPS, BPS, well, EPS, which is earnings per share, BPS is book value per share, and DPS, which is dividends per share. He uses historical and projected measures of both. I use projected EPS growth rates, and there is a book, there's a fair amount of financial literature and that support the supremacy of those growth rates for use in a DCF analysis.
Which growth rates, the forecasted or the historical?
Forecasted, thank you.
Thank you. Okay. So you were also asked about comparable earnings. Do you know if Mr. Hinton has used a comparable earnings model in gas utility cases where he's testified to rate of return in the past?
Yes, sir. The last gas case that I was in was Piedmont Natural Gas, and he used it in that case. And then in NCU, the Public Service of North Carolina, he used the same methodology in that case. And there was another case where my old boss, Mr. Hever, testified in, and I don't recall the company, but he used it in that case as well.
And you may not recall this, and say so if you don't, but do these docket numbers ring a bell? G9 sub 743 in 2019, G5 sub 632 and 634 in 2021, G9 sub 722 and 781 and 786 in 2021. Does that
Yes.
sound familiar? Okay. Now, when he did his comparable earnings model in those cases, how many years, how many historical years did he use for that analysis?
6 historical years, no projected years.
Okay. And when we look at, you were asked about your DWD-4R exhibit. How many historical years did you use there?
6.
Were you seeking to replicate his methodology for this analysis in this exhibit?
I was.
Okay. And what does that show as the average and median ROEs using his methodology?
10.01% and 10.00% respectively.
Thank you. You were asked a little bit about current economic times and in particular the high rate of inflation. Do you know if most economists are what they're predicting for the economy in 2023?
Yeah, so there's a lot of debate where inflation is coming down. The Fed they're using their tools to great effect. It does look like inflation is abating, but you could also see that if you're looking at Treasury bond yields and you look at the yield curve, you could see that the shorter term yields are higher than the longer term yields, which is usually a precursor for recession. And when you talk about recession, talking about investors taking their money from equities and putting it on the sidelines. And because of that, it takes a more attractive rate of return for the investors to put their money back. So with recession comes greater risk to equity investors. So if you're looking at one pressure subsiding, which is interest rates and inflation, but the next wave of uncertainty is coming, and it's a possible recession. Now, nobody really knows if it's going to happen, if there's going to be a quote unquote soft landing, but that's something to be aware of.
If you know, do the majority of economists consider a recession in 2023 to be a significant possibility?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. That's all my redirect.
Questions by the commission? All right. There are no questions by the commission, so I'll entertain your motions.
We would ask that Mr. DeSantis's 6 rebuttal exhibits be admitted into evidence.
Without objection, that motion is allowed.
Public staff would move that the also 6 exhibits it identified as DeSantis rebuttal cross exhibits be introduced into evidence with the removal of the word proposed from the title.
All right, so you do agree on something in terms of number of exhibits, 6 and 6. Mr. Freeman, I think your proposed number 2 was not identified um, by
That mo-
presiding commissioner. So I will identify it at this time, which is the Fitch report, if I'm correct.
Thank you so much.
And
I'm sorry,
It
Commissioner.
will be labeled as number 2. The Ascendus Rebuttal Cross-Examination Exhibit 2. All right, and so your motion is allowed and the 6 exhibits are received into evidence, the 6 cross exhibits.
Thank you.
All right, and finally, you may be excused.
Thanks, guys. Nice to see you.
See you again sometime.
Okay, thank you.
Aqua calls Amanda Berger, who has beat me to the punch here.
And who is most efficient, would you place your left hand on the Bible, raise your right? Do you sincerely and solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Sanford.
Good afternoon, Ms. Berger.
Good afternoon.
Did you prepare to be filed testimony, rebuttal testimony on December 19th, consisting of 35 pages and 1 appendix?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have any corrections to your testimony?
No, ma'am.
If you gave this testimony today orally from the stand, would it be just as you pre-filed it in the docket?
Yes.
I'll request that Ms. Berger's testimony be entered into the docket as if given orally from the stand, and that her 1 appendix exhibit be marked for identification.
That motion will be allowed.
Thank you. Did you cause to have prepared for this proceeding a summary of your testimony?
Yes,
Would you please give that summary?
absolutely. My rebuttal testimony responds to the public staff witness Hauser on per and polyfluoroalkyl substances, or PFAS, expenses as well as to public staff testimony on water quality reporting, customer service, and environmental compliance. I summarized the U.S. EPA's current strategy for establishing an enforceable standard for PFAS compounds in drinking water, which is currently proposed to be released in early 2023. I discuss Aqua's proactive efforts to examine the topics with respect to the science, the impact on customers, and the evolving regulatory response. My focus is on substantiating the merits and reasonableness of the Essential Utilities, or Essential, Aqua's parent company, management of the issues. Essential recognized at an early point that PFAS in drinking water is a national issue and that all water customers deserve the same level of protection, regardless of location or regulation. To address the issues outlined above, Essential proactively adopted a 13 part per trillion limit for PFAS, PFOA, and PFNA in 2020. Even though the ultimate level of standards is not known at present, it is now anticipated to be below the Essential standard of 13 parts per trillion, and I submit that Aqua's proactive approach is reasonable and necessary for customers' confidence in their drinking water supply. I dispute the public staff's recommendation for delay, and I explain why it's not in the public interest to wait. I also address the need for broader, more accurate understanding of Aqua's overall environmental compliance record, in contrast to the narrow view of compliance reflected by witness Hauser. I do not dispute the accuracy of his statistics. However, I do expand the range of information relevant to an assessment of Aqua's environmental compliance. I note Mr. Hauser's acknowledgement that Aqua is in general compliance and that the company continues to report on its efforts
to address customer concerns related to secondary water quality. I addressed Witness Hauser's assessment of the named wastewater violations and his failure to recognize that Aqua's wastewater facilities are limited by design and construction from consistently achieving a 100% compliance rate. I discussed the flaws and contradictions in the public staff's assessment that Aqua's facilities can achieve compliance rates comparable to large municipal plants, noting that these facilities are constructed with treatment redundancies and excess capacity that the public staff has deemed imprudent for Aqua. I explained that Aqua has taken extraordinary efforts to improve wastewater compliance across the company and provide statistics and support. I also explained the circumstances surrounding water quality and MCL exceedance violations and put them in context in terms of cause, impact, and response. I contest the completeness of Witness Hauser's description of Aqua's overall level of compliance with environmental standards, and I explain why I believe his characterization of Aqua's compliance record is not representative of actuality. I indicate that I do not, in general, dispute the testimony of Public Staff Witness Bada with respect to customer service. I do, however, add context in the form of more granular information. I provide additional context for each of the customer statements that Witness Bada has discussed, including a history of customers' water quality concerns and complaints, purchase water rate, service anomalies, irrigation-based capacity exceedances, and water quality or pressure-related issues. My testimony provides a more granular view of the sources of and circumstances surrounding customer complaints and provides a more representative picture of technical service calls. I dispute the continuation of the semi-annual secondary water quality report, and I explain other disagreements with the public staff concerning the utilization of reporting requirements. I dispute the recommendation to continue providing bi-monthly NCDEQ communications to the public staff. And finally, I note that Witness Bada indicated that Aqua addressed customer complaints appropriately and is working to address issues in a timely manner. That concludes my summary.
Thank you, Ms. Berger. Ms. Berger is available for cross.
Good afternoon, Ms. Berger.
Good afternoon.
On page 18 of your testimony, you discuss lab decalls. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And can you tell us what a lab decall is?
A lab decall is a discolored water call.
And so what happens when a customer service representative receives a lab decall?
So if a customer calls in and if they utilize the terms discolored water during the course of a conversation, the customer service rep will issue a lab D call or a lab D work order. That work order during business hours will go to our technical services specialist who will contact the customer that day and have to determine what potentially the root cause is, et cetera. And then from that point, that call is, if needed, is dispatched into the field. During after hours, those calls are immediately dispatched directly into the field.
All right, so beginning on page 18 of your testimony at line 20, okay, you state the SO reported cause list was updated in January 2022 to include clear on arrival, as a review of this data in earlier years indicated that many FSRs were selecting quote source water quality issue and in response to calls that were clear on arrival. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right, is it possible that if a customer called the company with discolored water issues and then was directed to flush their water line, the water would be clear by the time a field service representative arrived?
If during the course of a lab D call, if the technical service specialist indicated for that customer to flush their lines, an FSR was not dispatched unless she felt it was necessary to dispatch an FSR. So not necessarily, no.
Okay. And at this point, could you please take a look at what has been pre-marked Public Staff Berger proposed cross exhibit 1?
Yes.
I'll give folks a chance to turn to that. Should be the first document behind Berger.
All right, this will be identified as burger rebuttal. Cross-examination, Exhibit 1.
All right. So this document was adapted from the company's response to public staff data request 32 question 3. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you were given an opportunity to review the native version before the hearing today?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
All right. So is this document a record of customer calls received by Aqua between January 1st, 2022 and July 31st, 2022? I'm sorry, January 1st, 2020 and July 31st, 2022.
It's a record of lab calls. Yes, ma'am. Okay.
All right. If you could please turn to page 16 of the exhibit. It's the second to last page.
Okay.
And so would you agree that the SO reported causes for the calls on this page are either no problem found or clear on arrival?
Yes.
And if you look at the SO reported causes and dates in the two far right columns, do you agree that after February 3rd, 2022, there's a change in the SO reported causes from no problem found to clear on arrival, residual in spec, and in parentheses, no problem found?
Yes, there's a change.
All right, and then if you could look on the left column towards the middle of the page, I've highlighted a few cells there. Do you agree that those highlighted cells reference flushing credits and flushing?
Yes, they reference flushing.
So would you agree that these notes indicate the line was flushed and the field services representative determined that a flushing credit was warranted?
Yes, I would have to say that they did.
So if,
Ms. Yost,
yes,
would our copies also have the highlighting you spoke
afraid
to?
not, but
Okay, it was just
I'll
for,
direct you, I guess, to the middle of the page, around the middle of the page on the left-hand side. The first one I'm looking at says flushed at customers outside spigot.
all right.
And then there are a number in that area that contain similar notes.
Okay, thank you. I just want it to be clear.
So if, as these notes indicate, the field services representative determined that it was appropriate to flush and to provide a flushing credit to the customer, doesn't that suggest that there was an issue upon arrival?
Given the fact that I don't have any system specific, I'm only looking at the notes that are on this section. I would have to presume so. Also, I think, this change was made in early 2022. We provided additional training to our operators in early March regarding how to utilize the changes and encoding that are in their work orders. So yeah, it's possible that they made a mistake during that transition period.
Okay. All right. Now, if you would turn to page 4 of that same document.
This document?
Yes, the same exhibit. I'm sorry.
Okay, sorry. I was thinking we were back in testimony.
No.
Okay.
All right, and this is part of a pivot table. And on page 4, line 144, it shows that there were 2,273 total lab D calls. Is that correct?
Yes, and how this is pivoted.
Okay. And would you agree that 140 of those calls were found or fall into the category clear on arrival?
Yes.
And an additional 579 fall into the category no problem found?
Yes.
And would you agree, subject to check, that those two categories total 719 calls, or about 31% of all the lab D calls?
Yes, yeah, subject check. I believe
So does it follow then that for 30% or roughly 30% of the calls, the field services representatives were not able to determine a cause?
I can't say specifically that they were unable to determine a cause. There was some programming logic built into no problem found that is not reflected in this explanation. So no, not every single item was no problem found was due to an operator not being able to, it's due to some programming logic on the TSS as well when they close out a work order.
So, and is that issue with the programming logic discussed in your testimony at all?
No, my testimony doesn't dive into this portion of, my rebuttal testimony focused on source water quality issues, not no problem founds.
It also dealt with customer service, and this is part of the company's customer service, correct?
I did bring, yes, but that portion of my testimony was focused on witness data and source water quality and just trying to provide an additional explanation. So no, I didn't focus on no problem found on this particular.
But you go through the whole history of how that, I guess, service order, SO, reported cause was transitioned to clear upon arrival.
Right, I believe, and I don't have it in front of me, but Ms. Bada mentioned it in her testimony. So once again, the focus of my rebuttal was just to provide some additional clarification and context to what was presented. So I briefly mentioned that, but no, I didn't go into the analytics of it in my rebuttal.
So given what you've just told us, isn't there a cause for concern that the customer service reporting isn't reflective of the problems that customers are actually facing or countering and calling the company to report?
No, I don't think that at all. I think that TSS, when she closes out a work order, depending upon, because of her position and she's not a field service rep, it can go into a no problem found if it's depending upon the circumstances. Also, sometimes no problem found is due to the fact that customers do not return phone calls. So there's a whole history that is not found within either my testimony or within this report.
Okay, so you just mentioned sometimes customers don't return phone calls. One of the categories on page 4 under Lab D is no customer response, but that only makes up 16.
Right, because that was just added in this year. The process behind this report has been a continuous improvement process since 2018. So every year we're going through an extensive analytic review of the information contained in this report, not only to improve our operations and customer service, but also our reporting to the public staff. So there were recommendations made in early 2022 to try to help simplify and clarify some of this information, but also improve the level of reporting that we can provide. So yes, that particular line item was added in, don't quote me on the date, but sometime in 2022. So that's the reason why it's reflective there, because we were trying to take that no problem found category and expand upon it so that way there is additional context and information, once again, not only for our analytics, but also for reporting purposes.
What's the distinction between no problem found and clear on arrival?
No problem found can be utilized in different, essentially if an FSR shows up and he did not have the proper category, he felt like he did not have the proper category, he would choose no problem found. The TSS was also using no problem found. I could use no problem found if a customer didn't call me back. So it was kind of a bucket category that we were using when we didn't have a clear identified work order closure in this list. And so that was used for several years. Once again, in 2021, we went through a review of what was contained within the no problem found and decided to expand our choices or options, for lack of better words, to make it clearer. So no reported calls was added. Trying to remember, extreme weather event was added because unfortunately we had a few of those fall into no problem found. I'm drawing a blank at the second, but there were several categories that were included. Like I said, to expand and to make our reporting process smoother and more accurate.
Okay, so I think you indicated that source water quality issue is being used as a bucket?
Source water quality issues, keep in mind, an FSR goes on site. He's a field service rep. He's out there not only operating and maintaining a system, he's responding to customer calls. We do at times have FSRs who do not normally operate a system. We do not have a category for irrigation currently. That's one of the things that we're looking towards improving upon. So what happens is the FSR goes out there, they're provided a list of possible items. If there's a known source water quality issue, he's probably going to pick source water quality issue. If there's an irrigation demand issue, at times they choose source water quality because it doesn't fall into one of these buckets. If it's a water main break, the operator is going to choose a water main break. So I guess, like I said, the purpose behind this report is to provide, to be able to give a generalized picture, and then we take the information found within this report, review it at least monthly, if not more often, to try to, one, determine where we have issues and where we do not. We utilize this report for our secondary filtration projects. We also utilize this report for our water quality reporting. So these categories are high-level options, and then we dig in further detail as a part of our planning, processing, and continuous improvement programs.
Okay, just one additional question on this. So you had indicated when we were looking at the second to last page that the fact that the field services representative flushed and awarded a flushing credit was indicative of there being a water quality issue when they arrived. However, I'm going to say label, I'm sure that's not the right term, given was clear on arrival. So if we look back at the water quality lab D total number, well, not the total number, but the categories, that would mean that those line items that we talked about went into clear on arrival. But as you indicated, the field services representative most likely encountered a source water quality issue.
Without the details, I would say that he could have, but you can flush for a multitude of reasons. You can flush because you have a main break. You can flush because you have air in the lines. You can flush because you have a pump malfunction. So lacking that level of detail, yes, no, I'm not sure, but yeah, it's possible. I don't want to discount that.
But there are specific labels for those items that you just mentioned as well, aren't there?
In some degree, yeah. Not all of them.
All right, those are all my questions.
Reader it.
I have no questions. Thank you.
All right, questions from the commission? Commissioner Kleinfelder.
Ms. Berger, a few questions about PFAS chemicals.
Yes, sir.
You're not surprised?
No, sir.
A couple of specific questions and then a general question for you. On page 5 of your rebuttal testimony, you identify several utilities, Cape Fear Public Utility Authority, the Brunswick County Utilities, the Town of Pittsburgh, and the Brunswick Regional Water and Sewer Authority are proceeding now with treatment technologies in advance, treatment actions in advance of the formulation of MCLs or the finalization of MCLGs. If you know, I'm curious as to what contaminant level are they proposing to treat?
My understanding, based on just conversations and review, is that their goal is non-detect, is where they're attempting to get to, is non-detect on those.
They're proposing to treat all the way to non-detection.
Keep them, yes, non-detect would be essentially 4 parts per trillion or less. Yes, sir.
Are there any other utilities you're aware of, other than the ones you list there on page 5, that may be planning to undertake treatment activities to a higher contaminant level than non-detection?
Not Not that I'm aware of.
Not that you're aware of.
Not that I'm aware.
Not to say there aren't any, you're just not aware of any.
Right, I think
Okay.
due to the sensitivity around this topic, especially as of late with the recent, the communication we're receiving from EPA and DEQ
Right.
at the treatment technique level that they're proposing, I think we all got to approach it from a non-detect level at this point.
Okay. Well, all right, well, let me go back to page 4 of your rebuttal testimony, and beginning on line 15 down to line 20, you're discussing the fact that the company has identified 30 entry points where currently the levels are in excess of the 13 parts per trillion standard, and those would be the sites you would target for, you say, treatment or other alternatives to be in service. Have you identified which of those 30 entry points might be, you're planning to use some alternative other than treatment?
Yes, out of the 30, there is one that is already paralleled by another utility.
Right.
And so I would propose that we're going to evaluate just connecting those customers over. That decision hasn't been made, but it is being evaluated. The well is currently not in service. We're not utilizing it. So we're currently evaluating if we can deactivate that well versus treat. The remaining 28 at this juncture, we've been unable to find an alternative source for treatment, alternative source other than treatment. So we're pursuing treatment for those.
So you're going to pursue treatment for those other 28?
Yes, sir.
All right, well, then the question I want to ask you is this, I don't understand the treatment technology, so I have to ask a fairly basic question. Is the company, for those 28 points of entry, proposing to purchase and install any capital assets to undertake the treatment that would then be rendered superfluous or redundant or outdated or need to be replaced if the ultimate MCL is a standard lower than, say, 10 parts per trillion? Would you have to go back and retrofit or replace equipment that you buy?
No, but let me caveat quickly. There's different chains of PFAS. The treatment that we're currently proposing should be able to treat all known PFAS contaminants, but we're discovering new, and like Mr. Junis spoke, and I believe it's Mr. Junis, we're undertaking UCMR 5. So we will be evaluating our water system, well, 5 of our water systems for additional PFAS compounds. At a future date, several years from now, it's possible that we might have to add or expand our treatment. So that's kind of like a crystal ball question, but at this time, no. For what we know and what we can treat for, what we're proposing should work.
So if you go out next year in 2023 and you buy the Acme Super Duper treatment system for PFOS and PFOA, and you treat down to, you get those 28 entry points, you treat them down below 10 parts per trillion. If the standard then is 4 later, you won't have to replace that equipment. You'll just ramp up the treatment, or you may have to add some additional equipment.
If we were to treat to 10, it's potential that we could have to add a canister or, change it, but we're not proposing to treat to 10. We're proposing to treat to non-detect. That's our goal for all future projects, is to go to non-detect, because it appears that the word on the street is that EPA will be announcing an MCL in March, and it will be at that very low level concentration, below 10.
So let me stay with you then for a moment, because I did not pick that up from your rebuttal testimony, and perhaps I was misled by something else, but I understood that the proposal for the period leading to year-end 2025 was to treat to certainly less than the 13 that's the company standard, but to treat to something less than 10. You're telling me now that the projects the company would undertake under the multi-year rate plan would be to treat those 30 entry points to non-detection limits?
Right. To treat to non-detect, which is essentially 4 parts per trillion.
Right.
In my testimony on page 6, line 23 is where I start, and then line 1 and 2 on page 7. I mentioned Mr. Hauser's comment stating that it was the company's aim to achieve filtration to or below 10 parts per trillion. versus the anticipated proposed MCL of 4. What I was referencing there is that the company's aim is to treat to 4 or below, if possible, just due to this regulatory shift that has occurred within the past 6 months.
Thank you for that clarification. So
Apologies.
it may then be, well, let me just ask you the general question. You were in the hearing room earlier this morning. You heard the question I put to Mr. Junis. Do you have any response to what Mr. Junis said about why it was not reasonable for the company to proceed now with this work?
I think the company needs to address it now. And the reasons being is, one, we know an MCL is coming. They're statutorily required to announce an MCLG and an MCL or treatment technique, also known as a TT, by March 3rd, 2023. So it's coming. There's word on the street of where it will be. Of course, exactly the date of when it will be finally, promulgated is still in question, and the actual compliance deadline is still in question. The company has identified at least 30 sites known as of today that will require some level of treatment or alternative, like I mentioned before. If we wait until 2025, that's 30 that have to get done probably by 2026, 2027. That's a huge capital expenditure in a very short amount of time. I further state in my testimony that we have identified, as of our 2019 and 2020 sampling, that we have approximately 300 entry points that have had detectable PFAS. Now, we are undertaking an extensive resampling effort because when you get down to levels as low as 4 parts per trillion, my sticky note or Post-it note could trigger a detection. So Sharpies can trigger a detection. So we're going to go back and we're going to resample. The ones that we have identified in that 30, we've been sampling for over 2 years now. That is a known running annual average contaminant in those systems. The other 300, we're going to continue to sample. I anticipate that we will have some of those that have consistent detections above 4, and we will be required to retreat or look at alternatives somewhere in that 2026 to 2028 timeframe. Once again, that's a very large expenditure. It's also a lot of capital planning, and to delay our customers at continued risk. If you know it now, I would advocate that we do something now while we continue to expand our knowledge of the brevity of the situation and then further enhance our capital plan. Those systems are known. That's my answer.
And again, just to be absolutely sure I understood you right, if you do proceed with those 30 instances that you've been monitoring, that you know they're in excess, and you're going to treat them to what the most likely MCL is going to be, if you do that, those are no regrets investments.
No regrets investments, in my opinion.
You're not going to have to send to the junkyard any of the equipment you've bought to do that treatment.
Not to my knowledge. The treatment techniques that we're proposing, such as granular activated carbon or ion exchange, are known treatments that have been around and will also be listed as best management practices or BMPs in the EPA rules. So that's the direction that we're taking.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Duffy?
I have a follow-up on the discussion you were having with Commissioner Clodfelter, specifically the treatment of below 10 PPT versus the 4. What is the approximate cost delta for these 30 instances or projects between the less aggressive treatment versus the more aggressive treatment?
So the 30 projects that we're looking at, those are all in exceedance of 13 parts per trillion. So, and Mr. Melton could probably speak to that, what he's budgeted at the cost better than I have. And I believe that's around $7 million. So then when you get in between the 10 part per trillion like from a detection level, and that's where I'm presuming you meant, down to
Well,
4, or
Well.
did I miss that?
would-
Okay.
Would the treatment be different?
No,
For the 10 parts per trillion versus the 4 parts per trillion? Is there any type of cost delta between treating to one level versus the other level?
from a capital cost, no. From an operation and maintenance cost, and potentially, depending upon the concentrations found in the water, and then trying to consistently achieve that below 4 parts per trillion, yes, there could be an enhanced operational cost, but there shouldn't be a significant capital cost because that's based on, and Mr. Melton can speak probably better than I, but that's based on flow, concentration, data, et cetera. So yeah, it would just be operational cost to be able to consistently achieve below 4.
And what would that increase in operational cost be?
I don't have a good answer at this moment. I apologize. I know that we are undertaking some evaluation of that at this moment. It really comes down to concentration, is a huge influence, the volume of water produced. That's another factor, so it will vary. Also, as we've seen with current, regulated contaminants now, say an SOC or a VOC, you could have it can actually increase. We've had instances where we've had radium concentrations just above an MCL spike to 2 or 3 times an MCL. And so that way, the media expends much faster because you're trying to still treat to that same level, but your concentrations are higher. So I don't have a dollar figure. It's possible that we could pull something together as a late fall exhibit if that would be helpful.
I'm just trying to get a general sense of what the increase in cost would be to treat to one level versus the other level. Just it's significant, moderate increase, low increase in cost.
It shouldn't be significant. And like I said, to go from 10 to 4, based on my knowledge and experience, I would not say it will be significant. There could be some variance, but not significant, no.
Okay, thank you for that.
Thank you.
Chair Mitchell.
Thank you. Just 2 quick questions. On page 5 of your testimony, you identify several utilities in North Carolina that have installed or are planning to install treatment. And are there utilities whose water sources are impacted, are known to be impacted, that have elected not to install treatment, to your knowledge?
I don't believe, at least to my knowledge, no. I know that there are other utilities that are evaluating different types of treatment because they are impacted by not just PFAS, but other contaminants. And so they're doing a little more due diligence to determine what's the appropriate treatment in the future. I am familiar with the system that's doing that, but no, most of the large municipalities that I'm familiar with here, at least in North Carolina, that have known concentrations of PFAS, they're addressing them now.
Okay. Thank you for that response.
Yes, ma'am.
Help me just understand the cost associated with treatment for removal of iron and manganese, the filtration systems that you all use for that purpose, and the filtration systems that you would have to use for the PFAS, PFOA removal.
So they're very similar, and there will be some variance, depending upon if you're utilizing, for iron and manganese treatment, we're using primarily manganese dioxide or a chem-free system, so there's a different media type. Whereas for the treatment of PFAS, it's more of like you're treating for an SOC or a VOC. It's granular activated carbon ion exchange. The construction of those facilities might have to be a little bit larger just due to the vessel sizes for PFAS treatment. Mr. Melton could probably speak better than I. I apologize, I'm deferring to engineering. But so I anticipate that there will be a slightly higher cost, but I don't think it will be significant. The only issue would be ion exchange just due to there is a waste stream associated with that that could, once again, that'll lead to increased operational cost depending upon where it's located.
All right, so is it anticipated by the company at this point that the media, the used media or the spent media will be hazardous waste?
It's anticipated that it very well could be. I think
For, okay, for those systems where the company has already installed treatment, like, for example, has the company installed treatment in Pennsylvania?
yes.
Okay, how was the media treated there?
I can't state how it's treated, but currently PFAS is not regulated by CERCLA as a hazardous waste,
Okay.
but it's anticipated that it will be.
Okay, but so the company is treating it however law dictates it be treated at this point in time?
Subject to checked, yes.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hughes?
I'm not sure if you're the best person to answer. This is about PFAS, but a different angle. We've talked a little bit about this hearing, and we certainly heard it in public hearings about trying to manage public customer response, customer knowledge, customer communication. I'm just curious, where is the company in kind of a PFAS communication strategy with these 30 systems? You know, this is all public, but do the customers know who they are yet?
I can't state that all the customers know who they are yet. The customers who've contacted us for the majority of the systems have been, you know, if they call us and inquire, we inform them of the results. To answer your first question, there's been an extensive effort as of probably in the past 6 months to gather all of this data and release it. We have released our coastal systems on our company website. There's been conversations of, do we want to take that same approach with the remaining 700 systems? Due to the volume and the complexity with generating that many reports, we've decided to take a different approach. It's my understanding that this information will be in the consumer confidence reports going out later this year if all programming issues are, if we can get it all in there by the end of February when we start generating them. So if not, we will be utilizing a different approach to get that information onto our website.
Okay. Well, for someone that's called and you've said, yes, there's PFAS, have the customers inquired, or have there been any implicit promises that we're going to take care of it? And I mean, how are you, I mean, I don't envy your situation, but how are you been dealing with that?
As customers call in, we provide the information to them, like I said, on the coastal systems, and as you witnessed in the customer hearings, especially on the coast, there's been a lot of inquiries and a lot of concern. We've provided that data. We've given them our action plan. With the other systems, very similar. We provided our data, what our intent and capital plan is, in addition to added some additional information and material on our website regarding the essential 13 parts per trillion. I can't speak completely to all of our communications, but I do know there's an extensive effort underway in North Carolina and at our corporate level to make sure that this information is out just as soon as possible.
So when you say action plan and you say intent for capital planning, so if a customer is reading this, there is an implication of a promise that we are planning on treating this, or we're planning on doing something about it.
Yes, especially for the 30.
Okay. We hear a lot about your customers, or particularly if they have iron and manganese, but it might be like this for PFAS, with point of use treatment. And again, I'm not sure if this is for you or not, but is there something on the market for point of use PFAS treatment? And you know, what my real concern is, are your customers getting bombarded by salespeople who are telling them that their water is dangerous and PFAS is going to kill them?
I would say in the coastal systems, yeah, they're probably getting sales pitches quite frequently for in-home filtration and other items. But once again, the I can state that none of our coastal systems are within the 30 that have been identified. We, to date, have not detected significant concentrations of any substance in those systems. With respect to our other ones that are within that 30, I don't believe so. I haven't heard anything, I'll put it that way. I haven't received any complaints from customers regarding, there being concerns or push for filtration, et cetera. There are options for customers as evidenced in the Kenmore's, settlement where they've outlined, in-home filtration, point of use filters, all of that. And we do reference a lot of that material that comes from NCDEQ to our customers because I feel like that's a very good source for them to go to. So there are options available. And, a lot of the concern is around consumption, but, surprisingly, we get a lot of customers who are just concerned about it being on their skin, so they want to know that more action is being taken than just a Brita filter, right? They want to know that there's not any concerns with it, showering, et cetera. So we've had to address that on occasion as well.
Okay. Is anything that like your message or your communication, is it in the test record anywhere? Would that?
I didn't include it. We could potentially provide some of that information late filed if you would like.
I'll hold off for now,
Okay.
but thanks.
Mr. Kleinfelder.
Sorry, Ms. Berger, I didn't remember this earlier. I can't recall whether it was Mr. Hauser or Mr. Junis, but one of them, as I recall the testimony, indicated that a significant number of your 30 points of entry that you've identified are in a single system, the Brookwood system, and that it may be very convenient and very easy to try to purchase water to replace the wells that are causing the problem in that system. Do you remember that testimony?
I do, sir.
And again, I apologize. I don't know whether it's Mr. Hauser or Mr. Junis, but would you respond to that? Has the company investigated that?
Yes, we have investigated
And would you
it.
respond?
Yes, sir. And they are correct. There are some opportunities for interconnection within the system. Not all of the wells in Brookwood, nor the ones that are closest to this interconnection are potentially impacted. I believe also the Fayetteville PWC has to commit to serving all 6,300 customers or so in that system, which I can't speak to our contract, but I don't believe that they have. In addition, Fayetteville PWC has their own issues that they're having to address with pulling directly from the Cape Fear River. So there's, as we all know, in the Cape Fear, there's not only PFAS concentrations, but there's also 1,4-dioxane. That is currently, based on our sampling, has not been detected in our groundwater systems in this area. So in the best interest of our customers and potential cost, holistically evaluated for the past couple of years, what we've determined is to pursue treatment for those customers and treat them ourselves versus pursuing purchase water. I think also you have to recognize that with purchase water, as these purchase water systems, as we've seen with Pittsburgh, continues to provide additional treatment, the cost of service for them also goes up significantly in some instances. Not necessarily PWC, I'm not making that assumption, but there will be a cost of service for them to be able to remove and treat to those levels as well.
Thank you for letting me follow up.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Commissioner Kimmerwright. All right, been preempted over there. All right, I have a few. Witness Becker deferred an answer to you, I believe. That was regarding the SNC or significant noncompliance matter there in terms of what constitutes a significant noncompliance.
Yes, ma'am. So significant noncompliance is it's a legal definition by EPA. And so it was established in the 94, 95 timeframe. Mr. Pierce will correct me if I'm wrong. But so in that particular timeframe. So what constitutes significant noncompliance is a 40% exceedance in what they call the Table A pollutants, which is similar to what biological oxygen demand, various things like that, or increased chronic noncompliance. So if you are noncompliant with specific standards for greater than 2 quarters or 4 months. So let's say that we had a system that exceeded a discharge limit, for 4 months or 2 quarters in a row, that would constitute significant noncompliance. Also, any type of event that has a significant human health or environmental impact is a significant. That would be such as a fish kill or having to close a beach due to an SSO, something along those lines. And then finally, failure to report timely. So depending upon the report, it would be failing to report within 30 days, or on some other different types of reports. I believe it's like your biosolids report, things of that nature. If you go greater than 90 days, that would be significant noncompliance.
All right, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
And then public staff witness Hauser had characterized wastewater notices of violation by affluent parameters, sanitary sewer overflows, and failure to monitor. And I asked him, and I'll ask you, is it possible to further characterize which of those NOVs would trigger a specific facility to go into significant noncompliance?
Out of the review that Mr. Hauser did of our NOVs, I believe 2 of the systems that were listed did find themselves in significant noncompliance due to some treatment challenges that we were having at those facilities. The remainder of them, no. So the trigger point would be if I have a BOD limit that's greater than 60%. So let's say my BOD was 60% greater than the effluent limitation or a fecal coliform. I'm just trying to think in my head. 60% greater, and I consistently do that, that would lead to significant noncompliance, is how that's determined. The definition in which facilities are in significant noncompliance are all found on the EPA's website and can easily be looked up and reviewed.
All right, thank you for that. In your rebuttal testimony, you describe the EPA's ECHO database and detailed noncompliance and significant noncompliance, and you state that Aqua has 58 non-major wastewater treatment facilities. Can you provide additional details on the difference between a non-major wastewater treatment facility and a major one?
A non-major is considered less than 1 million gallons per day flow. So none of our facilities are currently discharging, or I don't believe we have any plans to ever reach that major determination. So on the on the ECHO database, when you're evaluating wastewater discharge limits, et cetera, you can go in and you can look at all of the systems. So both major and non-major. You can look at individually. You can also look by general permits or individual permits. So there's a range of options for you to be able to provide comparison and review for metrics, et cetera.
All right. And back to PFAS and PFOA. You have explained in your testimony concerns about waiting until EPA's compliance deadline related to the bipartisan infrastructure legislation funding and the 5-year timing of those projects from that funding source. Can you provide any details or some details on what funding is available under the BIL for PFAS and PFOA?
Based on my review at the end of this past year, 2022, I don't believe any BIL funding for PFAS, PFOA, or lead service line replacement has been allocated out to North Carolina. It's my understanding that EPA is still working through that. So once again, reviewing the website and the information that I have available. So currently there isn't any. So we're monitoring it very closely to determine when it is. So I believe there's another opportunity to apply March. So I've got a reminder to check every week.
So you're expecting that to come?
I do
That
anticipate it. I
funding?
mean, that money's been allocated, it's available. I can't, I don't know why it hasn't arrived. That's at the federal level. But I do know that it should be coming.
But I take it from your testimony, Aqua does intend to pursue those funds and use that funding if it becomes available.
Yes, I believe so. Mhm.
If the company were to design and install PFAS and PFOA treatment system, I marked that one out. All right. Has Aqua ever installed treatment systems for removal of contaminants before the EPA rule and compliance date? Do you know?
Yes.
Can you give us an example?
We have installed one filter project for PFAS, PFOA in the Brookwood system. It's currently a pilot project where we're evaluating. Also, Pennsylvania has installed has installed projects for filtration for PFAS and PFOA. I believe that the Pennsylvania MCL went into effect maybe January 1. Don't quote me on that. But those filters were already installed. New Jersey, the same.
And also my question is not limited to PFAS and PFOA. Is that something
Well,
that you do? Do you have knowledge or, of any history where the company has moved ahead of the EPA?
no, this is the first change in regulation, I think, in 15 years. And so my time with Aqua is only 5. So I can't recall. I'm sure that there was proactive, projects, but no, ma'am, I can't state for others.
All right, fair enough. Do you have knowledge with regard to litigation status? Is the company facing litigation related to PFAS, PFOA?
We are not facing litigation. We have filed litigation against the manufacturers.
All right, and can you update us on the status?
My understanding that the last conversation was our outside counsel is attempting to negotiate a settlement with, I'm not sure if it's all of them or just one, but one of the manufacturers, yes.
So it hasn't gone to trial?
No, ma'am.
All right. Going back to your testimony about the semi-annual secondary water quality report. Let me see what I want to ask about it. Can you elaborate on the company's position as to why annual reporting it seems more appropriate to the company?
Well, for one, as a part of the looking at the WISIP, I decided to evaluate potential performance-based metrics. And one of the ones that I, as in the course of the review and evaluating AWWA, was the technical services report, for lack of better words, that AWWA recommends. As a part of that review process, I decided to take the data that we have available for our Lab Ds and our current semi-annual secondary water quality report and evaluate, is this an option? In the course of that evaluation, I recognized that, in my opinion, that it provided an enhanced level of reporting. And by enhanced, I mean, there were systems that I would have reported on that have secondary water quality issues that have not appeared nor excluded from prior secondary water quality reports. I also think that just in the evaluation of data, like I mentioned earlier, we go through an extensive review of our Lab D calls. It's the technical services specialist and myself review this data monthly. We present it to management monthly. So there's quite an extensive review. And in the course of that, what I've what I've noticed in the data review is that prevalent problems don't just happen within a 6-month period. When they're starting you tend to see them expand throughout the year. And in the course of the data analytics and just, I guess, institutional knowledge, to me, I see more value in an annual report. I think that there's additional information and context that can be provided. Number two, we do, as I mentioned, we do a lot of reporting. So it's one of those where I personally think that report, the semi-annual is valuable. Like we utilize the information in the data analytics for a lot of different reasons. But I see some opportunity to conduct it on an annual basis, provide that information whether we're under a WISIP or not, and just standardize and be consistent moving forward. And like I said, I think there's some opportunity and some data that could be presented that isn't appearing just based on that 180 days. I think when you expand it out for 365, you tend to get a better picture of prevalent issues versus just one customer in a system of 14 calling, which is what we've reported on a lot lately. Is, it's very small systems with just one customer call that exceeds that metric. Whereas when I calculated using the AWWA metric, I noticed that systems that have 100 customers fell into that range, whereas they haven't in the past. So that was the premise behind my recommendation.
And so with regard to the proposed metric and the use of the annual report, would you propose that the annual report include the same information that's now in the semi-annual?
Yes, normalize the, once again, my recommendation was for the technical services calculation, not normalized to 100 versus 1,000 like AWWA, and that's due to size of our facilities. But yes, the same level, of course, in anything greater than 25, once it's normalized. Yeah, I would suggest to contain the same information. I think it's also helpful to collaborate with public staff. There is value in that process as well.
All right, and going back to the establishment of the semi-annual, the commission, in my opinion, believe that was established to give the commission some insight before we would get to a next rate case and have that be the first time that we would hear that the complaints that we heard a year earlier or 2 years earlier was still existing. So if we move to an annual, do you have a proposal that would allow the commission and the public staff to have that insight, that level of insight?
Well,
Sooner than
yeah,
next rate.
so correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding is if we did move into a WISIP, we would be providing an annual report, and that would potentially give you guys a window of 3 years worth of reporting prior to the next rate case. In the absence of that, may potentially prior to a rate case, we could file or add to it. That's another option. I would also say that
let me change it to, if we were in a WISIP, it would be like year 1 and year 2 and year 3.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, so that you would have that data. In the absence of it, I might need to have a conversation about providing some information prior. But I would also state that I mentioned a moment ago, I've been here 5 years. This is my 3rd rate case. We've made improvements. We're not perfect. There's still areas of which we can improve. I think, in my opinion, my communication with public staff, I do try to give them notice of customer concerns. I would suggest that I continue to do so. I'm not opposed to also notifying commission staff of those same concerns. Issues do arise in the course of operating 700 water utilities. So I would contend that I would continue to do that. And like I said, I don't like to be blindsided, so I can certainly appreciate the fact the commission doesn't want to be blindsided.
And I thank you for that answer. helpful to us. Um, You also recommend elimination of the bi-monthly NCDEQ reporting requirement, and you recommend that the communications be provided on an as-needed basis. Can you elaborate on what you would consider to be as-needed basis?
I believe as needed with DEQ is when there's notice of deficiencies or things that directly impact a capital plan, et cetera. A lot of our communications with DEQ as of late, because of their change in how they're assigning notice of deficiencies. So it's not it's not complaint driven. It's now the result of water quality. Great, manganese being greater than the health advisory limit. That triggers a lot of the communication. Like I mentioned, I don't have any, an issue notifying the public staff that, we've got an ongoing issue, and we've done that in the past. So that, in my opinion, that's more of an as-needed basis. It's not, in my opinion, it's not wanting to communicate with the public staff or the commission. I think that because that information is filed, there's a lot, and since that reporting requirement we've been doing that, I have noticed that DEQ is a little hesitant to communicate with the company. And that's concerning to me, especially in my position. And I'm not putting words in their mouth. I just feel that hesitation because it is being filed. It is, that just one-on-one type, let's work on a problem, solve it type mentality was scaled back after that. Not opposed to continuing, but I think that when you're working with your regulating bodies, it should be a collaboration, and I feel like I lost some of that collaboration by that reporting requirement, which is why I made the recommendation to cease except for an as-needed basis.
Again, that's helpful for us to hear, and I think this was combined with the semi-annual as a way, not as any accusation of shortcomings by the company on addressing complaints, more so that we were able to communicate, particularly to the public and to the customers, that we weren't just coming back, on the merry-go-round with in the same place, that there was movement, and we wanted not only to have the open look here, that insight into that window, but also to have the customers realize and be able to see that they weren't just coming back and wasting their breath telling us the same thing again, so to speak.
I can appreciate that.
I just for clarification, you had mentioned that the grade 1 through grade 3 wastewater facilities were not designed to achieve the same 100% compliance as the larger ones. Can you elaborate or provide some color on that?
I think it's more difficult for small facilities. Speaking from personal experience, I've operated very large wastewater treatment facilities. There is increased technology, redundancy, efficiency that makes that process easier, even though it's on paper considered harder. The facilities that we're operating lack that redundancy. So if you have a treatment chain that goes down, or you have a catastrophic flood, like I've encountered operating large facilities, I could open up additional trains and take, have extra basins available, et cetera. You don't have that with these small facilities, and they're not designed or constructed to do that. So that, and often when reviewing our notice of violations, that's part of the contributing factors that go into it. The other thing is on wastewater is, I think, due to the complexities of sampling, you have to understand we're sampling wastewater. It's easy to have an occasional hiccup in a sampling technique and exceed a fecal coliform, or those type of And I don't want to give the interpretation that a violation is, not important. There's something there, but it's like I mentioned with the Sharpie and it triggering a PFAS detection. My hand could accidentally trigger a fecal coliform or, something, or a BOD, make that increase. And then you find that happens in all facilities, but it's more common in your smaller facilities just because of how they're operated and they're moving back and forth. So that's the context behind that statement.
Very good, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions by commission? All right, questions on commission's questions?
Yes, thank you. All right, Ms. Berger, you were responding to Commissioner Clodfelter's questions about PFAS. And you stated that Aqua plans to treat to non-detect. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you agree that the company's response to Public Staff Data Request 66, question 1, stated that the company currently adopted a treatment standard of 13 parts per trillion?
The company's internal policy was 13 parts per trillion.
Okay, so how is an internal policy different from the policy used with Commissioner Clodfelter?
That's the MCL. That's what the proposed maximum contaminant level is. I believe in data request 66, don't quote me on the question 2 or question 3, I specified that the company would meet the proposed MCL or treatment technique at time of publishing. And that was, I acknowledged the 13 and then clarified with once that's available and once that's known, that's our goal, which word on the street is 4 parts per trillion or non-detect.
So has non-detect been established as the limit?
Yes, non-detect is essentially, that's based on the laboratory's capabilities, meeting 75% of a minimum reporting level. That's specified a little bit. It's elaborated on a little bit in my testimony, but also the testimony of Mr. Hauser. So that's where non-detect is. It's essentially anything less than 4 parts per trillion at this point with today's technology.
But there is no current MCL, correct?
Not yet. There's the proposed date for release is March 3rd, 2023.
All right. In that same data request response, that 66 question 1, the company indicated that they have installed one PFOS/PFOA removal system in Brookwood, and you spoke about that in response to Commissioner Clodfelter as well. Isn't the treatment goal for that system 10 parts per trillion?
It's 10 parts per trillion or less, yes.
Okay, so if the EPA adopts a standard of non-detect, that system would not meet the requirement, is that correct?
Not necessarily. The system has been online and has been consistently at non-detect since it was brought online. So like I was mentioning regarding operational cost, that doesn't necessarily mean that we can't treat and keep at non-detect. It just means that we might have increased O&M costs associated with media replacement over time.
Okay, so am I correct that in order to achieve non-detect, it would potentially require additional vessels, more frequent media replacement, or if the system is unable to meet non-detect, you would have to replace it?
Well, that particular project is a pilot, and it has canisters that require media replacement. So the proposal, when that project was designed, we started, that came about in 2020, I believe. At that time, we did not have any word on the street that EPA was even pursuing an MCL at this juncture. In the course of 2 years, that's changed. And of course, now we have conversation that's occurring both at, EPA and DEQ that's saying that this proposal will be around 4 parts per trillion. So going to this particular project, our goal was to be less than Aqua's internal standard of 13, and we specified to the contractor that we wanted to be at 10 parts per trillion or less. So that's, for that particular project, that was the design standard. With the limited operation that we've had, we have been able to meet non-detect. Now, how long is unknown at this time. So to answer your question, it would be not that we would have to add additional canisters or filter vessels. It would be more like if this is the right, we want to remain with that media and it's proven to be effective, which is still in question. It's a pilot. We may have to replace that media more frequently, is where we're at.
All right, so in response to the 26 question 1, Mr. Melton, rather, that the company had adopted 30 parts per trillion.
Ms. Yes, be sure
sorry.
you were speaking in the mic. You might want to repeat that for court
All
reporter.
right. So as I was saying, in response to DR 66 question 1, Mr. Melton indicated that the company had a internal, I guess is how you termed it, treatment standard of 13 parts per trillion. And then now you've indicated that the company is moving towards non-detect. Did the company provide any alternatives analysis or cost benefit analysis supporting the change in its treatment goal?
For this particular project?
For the change in the goal in general?
Well, I think the change in the goal is being dictated by the federal regulation. So Aqua had an internal standard that we identified in 2020, I believe, of 13 parts per trillion based on New Jersey's MCL of 13. The reason behind the company standard was just because of where you're located. If you're an Aqua customer, you deserve the same level of treatment of water or the same standard, regardless of where you're located. That was the company's approach. So 13 parts per trillion was our internal standard for North Carolina because we did not have an MCL. In 2022, it was announced that EPA was, actually 2021 is when they announced they were going to start evaluating it. In 2022, mid-year, we started with the introduction of the greatly reduced health advisory limit for PFAS and PFOA, where it went from 70 parts per trillion down to 4 parts per quadrillion and 2 parts per quadrillion. It's hard to get out of my mouth. PPQ. That was in June, and then in July, August, we were, through conversation with AWWA and other utility groups, and including DEQ, we set in with the closed door session with DEQ, the number 4 was thrown around. So in the course of last year, we went from Aqua's goal was a 13 part per trillion or below 13 part per trillion internal standard for North Carolina to now our goal is MCL. So there has not been, we're talking about a 6-month time frame. We have not done an extensive cost analysis of what that actually means at this juncture. Our focus has been on the 30 that have consistently exceeded 13 and the 30 that will exceed whether it's 4, 6, or 8. That's what we've been focused on. And the intent is in next year to evaluate that in-between metric that we've got to evaluate.
Okay, so you said your goal is MCL, but earlier you said there is no MCL. Is that correct?
Our goal is where the proposed MCL, the word on the street, which is 4 parts per trillion, is what we're hearing. That's the goal. That
So-
MCL that we're hearing about, that we'll have in, I guess, 45 days.
Okay, so you were planning based on the word on the street.
The 30 projects that were identified in our capital plan exceeded 13. That's the 30. They consistently exceeded 13. In DR 66, I provided not only the list of those projects, but I also provided all the supporting data for those projects and the consistent exceedance of 13. So there's that topic. Then that is greater than 13. If it's greater than 13, it will exceed what we're hearing is the new MCL. So that's what we're proposing to focus on right now. In the interim of focusing on those 30, our goal is to evaluate the remaining 300 that fall in there and determine what the course of action will be for those entry points, if there's any. We don't know yet. We need to do additional analysis.
I don't have any additional questions for Ms. Berger.
Company?
Nor do I.
Questions?
Thank you.
No questions on commission's
questions.
questions? All right. Then I'll take your motion.
Motion is to
Yep. She doesn't
admit
have
Ms.
any.
Berger's testimony and the
You got
appendix.
that?
Yeah, got
You're
it.
good.
Okay.
All right, Ms. Berger?
Yeah.
Yes,
Oh,
yep.
Exhibits.
Did you have it cross? That's what I was thinking.
Um,
Okay.
I'm sorry. I'd like to move Berger rebuttal cross exhibit 1 into the record.
And that motion is allowed without objection. And we'll take a little break at this time. Let's try to be back at 3:45, can we? 3:50. 3:50.
Aqua calls Mr. Melton to the stand, and he's already there, anticipation.
All right. And you find the Bible up there. Raise your right hand. Do you sincerely and solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Mr. Drews?
Mr. Melton, did you cause to be filed on December 19th 12 pages of rebuttal testimony along with 4 exhibits in this proceeding?
Yes, sir.
And do you have any corrections to that pre-filed testimony or the exhibits?
Only on the summary.
Okay. And since, we'll get to that next. We would ask that the pre-filed testimony be incorporated into the record as if orally read from the stand, and the 4 exhibits be identified as marked.
That motion is allowed.
And with regard to your written summary, could you tell us what correction you have to that?
Yes, sir. At the very bottom of the first page, second to the last paragraph, the word apart from design cost should include including design cost.
So strike the words apart from and substitute the word including?
Yes.
Thank you. And at this time, would you please read your summary into the record?
Sure. Can everyone hear me okay? Okay, great. My rebuttal testimony responds to the direct testimony of public staff witness Jay Lucas related to Wakefield Estates. Mr. Lucas recommends a disallowance of $214,499 for the cost that Aqua incurred to improve the treatment system of water for Wakefield Estates. The water at Wakefield had repeatedly exceeded secondary maximum contaminant levels for iron and manganese. The Department of Environmental Quality issued notices of deficiencies. On March 1st, 2016, the Commission approved Aqua's plans to install a treatment system for wells number 6 and 8 to reduce the iron and manganese. One day later, on March the 2nd, 2016, Aqua entered into a contract with Freeze and Nichols to design the treatment system. The plan was to interconnect wells 6 and 8 so they could be served by a single treatment system, thereby saving cost. The interconnection required an easement from the Bayleaf Baptist Church, which owned the land. Based on earlier conversations with the church, Aqua believed they would negotiate an easement. Aqua sought to save time by having design work run in parallel with the easement negotiation. The project was delayed and had cost increases. Mr. Lucas states that excessive costs due to problems with internal staffing and with an engineering consultant that, according to Aqua, did not provide satisfactory work. I respectfully disagree with the idea that Aqua's imprudence caused excessive cost. On March 16, 2016, Freese and Nichols gave a preliminary opinion that construction costs alone, this should say including design cost, would be approximately $642,000. This was higher than Aqua initially estimated when presenting the project to the Commission. Then the church could not decide whether to grant an easement despite ongoing efforts by Aqua's engineer to negotiate with them. When I became engineering manager in January of 2018, I decided that the indecision by the church had gone on long enough, and I signed an amended agreement with Freese and Nichols to design separate treatment systems for wells 6 and 8. 2 other events happened in that time frame. My engineers, including the one assigned to the Wakefield project, left for other jobs. The departures were on good terms and were not due to imprudent management by Aqua. Also, the church acquired new leadership and became Crossroads Fellowship Church. By late 2018, I had hired replacement engineers that had spent 3 months training them and assigned one to the Wakefield project. He reached out to the new church leadership, and they were open to negotiating an easement. The negotiation was complicated and lengthy, but ultimately successful. Meanwhile, the redesign of Freese and Nichols had proceeded slowly and required much oversight. Aqua told Freese and Nichols that work should be put on hold in 2020 due to a lack of budget at that time. Freese and Nichols ended the contract. Aqua obtained the work product that Freese and Nichols had completed up to that time and sent it to Wooten Engineering to complete. The main reason for delays in the project was the stalled and lengthy negotiation with the church for an easement. The indecision of the church leadership and the long negotiation with the second church leadership were outside of Aqua's control. The decision to seek an easement and thereby save money on the treatment system was reasonable based upon what we knew at the time. Nor were Aqua staffing changes the fault of poor management. Also, there's no link between the change in Aqua staff and cost increases for the project. Finally, Mr. Lucas asserts that Aqua should have made a claim against Freese and Nichols for the amount paid to them. That amount is much less than Mr. Lucas's disallowance, and he does not account for the fact that bringing a lawsuit would have substantial cost and an uncertain outcome. In sum, the $2,014,499 disallowance proposal is not supported by any showing of imprudence, and even if it were, there's no evidence linking that amount be alleged or that amount to alleged imprudent acts. That completes my summary.
So, Mr. Milton, the prior witness, Ms. Berger, referred several PFAS cost questions to Mr. Milton. So, if the commission so desires, he's available to speak to those questions as well as now being available for cross on his pre-filed rebuttal.
Thank you. Cross?
The public staff has no cross, Mr. Melton.
All right. Questions from the commission? A follow-up? Commissioner Kleinfeld?
Mr. Melton, you were here. I think I saw you during the whole time Ms. Berger was testifying. She indicated you might be a better witness to address a couple of topics. One of those was that the question of whether or not any additional facilities or equipment would be required if the company were to treat contaminated water to the standard of detection, non-detection, as compared to treating it to a standard of below 13 parts per trillion or 10 parts per trillion, whether any additional capital investment would be required in order to treat to the non-detection limit. She said the answer to that question would be not really, that it should not be any difference in the capital costs to treat to the non-detection limit as opposed to treating to some higher target. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. She then testified, well, I'm sorry, do you need to elaborate?
No, I was just going to opine just a moment. So we have looked at and been evaluating 3 different media types, okay? There's granular activated carbon, as Mrs. Berger mentioned. There's also ion exchange, and not to confuse that with a water softener. This is more of an anion exchange, okay? And the third is an organoclay option that we're currently using at the Brookwood 34, okay? And so we actually began analysis of this and looking at life cycle cost analysis between the 3 different media types. And so, yes, Ms. Berger is absolutely correct. There is no additional cost to the capital. If I choose GAC or ion exchange or organoclay, it's going to remove to non-detect, whether it's a 13 part per trillion or 10 part per trillion or a 0 or non-detect. All 3 options are going to work. The difference will become how long will each of the medias last? What is your life cycle cost analysis? How soon will I have to replace the media? And so the impact to going to a 0 or non-detect is that we're going to ultimately impact how long that filter will last.
Are you able, thank you, you've moved me very quickly into the next question then. Are you able to estimate the differential cost in your media, the additional media that you would have to replace and the frequency of replacement if you were to treat to non-detection as compared to treating to, say, 10 parts per trillion? Or do you know enough to know what the differential in the cost would be for, let's say, for the 28 sites that the company has identified as the priority? Two being one where the well is going to be taken offline, and the other where you're going to have an alternative water supply. So the 28 where you would do treatment that Ms. Berger identified, have you been able to quantify the differential cost of treating, O&M cost of treating to non-detection as compared to treating to 10?
No, that's a simple answer.
Okay.
There are different costs associated with each media types depending on what you choose. And just for reference, I will compare GAC to a ion exchange to a organoclay that we are currently piloting at Brookwood 34. The operational cost of that, I call it OpEx cost with GAC, that's going to have your highest operational cost because when we design the filter, that filter is going to look at what we call an empty bed contact time of 10 minutes. And so your footprint of a filter system to remove PFAS, PFOA is going to be much larger than per se an ion exchange or even organoclay. Those last two media type options, I only need 2 to 3 minutes of empty bed contact time. So your filters will be smaller, less media, and so less media to ultimately dispose of, okay? And right now, there is no regulation. There's not been a suggestion that it is considered as hazardous waste at this point.
The spent media you're
Yes,
referring to?
yes, sir.
What then drives your choice of which of the three media? If all three will do the job, what drives your choice?
Well, certainly I'm going to look at capital, but if I compare my operational costs, and these are just, I'll give you some numbers here, and we can file maybe perhaps a late file exhibit with this additional information. But I have the detail that I can share with you.
Tell us what the information is, and then we may want to ask you for it. So what is it?
So we looked at just a 50 gallon per minute well, not 100, not 150, but up to a 50 gallon per minute well. The annualized operational cost for GAC is approximately $18,000 per year. Okay, compared that to an ion exchange filter at $12,651. If I look at organoclay, which is what we currently have, and we purposely selected this as our pilot at the Brookwood 34, it has the cheapest annualized operational cost at just over $10,000 per year.
But the three have different capital costs, I understood you said.
They also do have, yes, there's almost a 37% difference in the GAC filtration system versus the current system that we have using the organoclay. And I say for that, $289,000 approximately versus $183,000. That's capital.
And so you're making your choice based upon the combined life cycle cost, capital, and anticipated operating costs?
Yes.
Over the useful life of the equipment?
Yes.
Okay. If you have that information available and could be presented in a late file exhibit, I think we would be interested in seeing it. I would be.
We will provide that. We had some information in DR 123 response. I'm not sure if is that what you have, Mr. Yeah, it was, and it came out, and we were having a little discussion here whether or not to let it go public, and,
Well, the commission does receive confidential exhibits from time to time.
Well, I guess what we're saying is DR 123, and frankly, on confidentiality, I am letting the company make the calls on these, but on this one, the point is, I believe that information has already been provided with data request 123, which is an exhibit that has been submitted previously in this hearing.
Well, Mr. Drew, since we have exhibits but not data requests, we need to know which exhibit it is.
Okay. I did the entire data request 123 with responses as a cross exhibit on the company. It's it's Aqua's only cross exhibit.
So it's part of the information is contained in Aqua Cross Exam Exhibit 1 of the Public Staff's WISP panel?
Yes, and I forget which question it is. Mr. Junis probably has it.
If it's there, we don't need a late filed exhibit.
Okay,
Thank you.
my apologies.
Commissioner Hughes?
I have to say with all these, all the legal discussions we have in this room, it's really nice to hear three projects and comparison of their capital costs and their operating costs. And I leaned in and I thank you for that little mini engineering analysis. But seriously, I would imagine that what you're doing and what you just presented to us may occur throughout. I think we keep hearing 9,009 line items, but I'm assuming that's much fewer projects. That kind of analysis is going to be recurring throughout all of those capital projects that are presented for the next 3 years. Have you had time to do, and have you been involved in doing some of the financial comparisons that you just mentioned for those projects, all of those projects, a few of those projects, the largest projects? What involvement have you had in kind of giving your engineering kind of life cycle cost stamp to those projects?
Yeah, so let me try to answer that question. So we, in our pre-approval process through the public staff with our secondary water qualities, we've been worked together over the years, the company and public staff, and I think we've come up with a fair assessment and looking at multiple alternatives for such as what you discussed, whether to install treatment at this well, or can we do an interconnect, or perhaps, do we need the well? Can it be deactivated? Is there perhaps the municipal water supply that we could connect to? Or is there, like I said earlier, maybe an adjacent water system that Aqua owns that we could, interconnect? So we do that analysis as part of that process. With primary contaminants, I'm just going through my mind with the larger project.
And I don't mean to interrupt, but I know we're all been here a long time. All of that was sort of our history.
Yes.
Our past. We're in this new brave frontier of 3 years moving forward. Lots of capital projects that we are at least patting you on the back, if we approve to go. Of those projects that are in that, all of those calculations, how have you been involved in analysis of those, and what actually made it in to, are you taking averages? Are you picking the optimum? I'm just intrigued on how you were able to do, if you were, any kind of analysis on all of those projects moving forward.
So clearly and transparently, I did not look at 9,057 line items and do an alternative analysis on each of those, of course, right? And I don't mean to be, facetious, but, I tried as part of our submittal here to look at the larger projects, that are either in the base case or the test year. Like for instance, Country Woods East or Bridgeport or the Cape expansion, and some of those larger, expenditures to look at through the process of either a preliminary engineering report and look at, alternatives to what we were doing. What were we choosing the best option perhaps, with our.
And again, we just discussed the difference of what's in the discovery request versus what's in front of us.
Mm-hmm.
Again, for all these projects that are in the plan that's been proposed, is there in the testimony or in the discovery requests, not for 9,000, but for 5, for 10, for 30, the kind of analysis that you just talked about, or a paragraph description of the options, or
Yes, I think in our data response 67, we tried to attempt to look at several of the projects that I think you may be referring to, where we provided alternatives analysis, any types of contracts, authorization to construct, our approvals and that sort of thing for those projects identified in data request number 67.
okay. And were those, 10, 15, 20, a handful, or those are, and I think I know the table you're talking about. It might have made it to us in some testimony.
According to this right here, I'm counting 11 here.
11.
11. I don't think that's all of them, obviously. We looked at others, obviously, but these are the ones that were selected that we provided information on.
Okay, thanks.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Duffy?
If we could go back to your exchange with Commissioner Clodfelter, and the 28 points of entry or wells, that would require treatment system. And as I understood your testimony, there are 3 different types of systems, 3 different types of media, and that the annual O&M, and this is what I want to clarify. Are you saying that it was an annual O&M cost of ranging from the lease cost of $10,000 per year to roughly $19,000-$20,000 per year? Is that accurate?
Yes, ma'am. But to clarify that, it's only, I'm looking at a range, if I'm looking at a well based upon 1 to 50 gallons per minute.
And how many more wells besides the 28 wells that have the potential that would need treatment to non-detect?
I think Mrs. Berger previously indicated approximately 300.
300.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you for that.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Kleinfelder?
If I'm reading correctly, the helpful exhibit that you've called out and that your council has now directed me to, the product or the media that you've been piloting is what's referred to in this exhibit as fluorosorb.
Yes,
Is that
sir.
correct?
That
So-
is correct,
So
yes.
that's the way I can track the one that you've actually been testing.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Melton, in your testimony, you talk about the attempt to attain the easement from the church,
Yeah.
and that the reason you wanted it was to be able to have the wells designed so that there could be one treatment train.
Yes.
What is it? Could you offer any quantification of the operational savings that would result from using the one train instead of 2?
Yeah, typically, we would see anywhere from maybe $4,000 to $5,000 per filter on average operational cost, depending on the size of that filter. Okay.
And can you say how much Aqua paid for that easement?
Subject to check. I know one of the holdups was when we finally were able to get with the new leadership, there was some conditions placed upon us. We did have to hire a market appraisal company. I seem to remember $25,000 was the agreed upon easement price of that. That, of course, that's not including any additional surveying, the market appraisal company that we used.
All right. Did you have something on it?
Not yet.
Okay. And I thought maybe I had heard this before, but maybe I have not heard it from the company. What was the reason that Freeze and Nichols chose to terminate the contract with Aqua?
So we gave them the option to continue to the work, but we were having to delay, and I don't call exactly, we do recall the budget. There was some budget issues that we're looking at, and then we paused the project momentarily. I think the discussion with my staff engineer between him and Freese and Nichols was that they just wanted to terminate the project. They anticipated continuing on with the project, and when we asked them to pause it, they terminated on their own behalf.
All right. Any other? Commissioner Duffy?
On page 11 of your rebuttal testimony, you talk about why there should not be a disallowance, and you state, however, the scope of work for Wooten involved as much of the Freese and Nichols work as possible. So what can you put a percentage on Freese and Nichols work that was in the final Wooten design?
So we took their latest design, and if you'll let me opine for just a minute, we added to the design. We increased the amount of sludge storage and the recycle tanks at that site. So there was a change between what Freese and Nichols had designed with the Wooten design. So there was some new starting point, if you will, with the Wooten design that the Freese and Nichols design did not capture.
Can you put a percentage?
I'm sorry, that was your question. I think we were able to use maybe 10-15% of the latest FNI design before we can, bring it in, and Wooten would carry forward with it.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Any questions on commission's questions?
Yes. Mr. Milton, the confidential or maybe confidential exhibit that was referenced, that was provided in response to DR 23 on the company's rebuttal testimonies.
Trust you with that.
To Jack.
123.
123, I'm sorry. So after the public staff filed their testimonies. Nothing further.
All right, company?
Yes. I'm looking at a summary of Wakefield detailed transaction listing that actually the public staff had put together, and it has a line called CK 2738 Crossroads Fellowship, $26,469. Would that have been the easement cost? Okay,
Yes.
so we have an exact number on that. You were asked about operational savings using one filter instead of two. Would you turn to your filed Milton Rebuttal Exhibit 3? If you don't have it, I can provide you a copy.
I'm looking for it, and I apologize, I'm not seeing it here. My apologies.
And as people who have the exhibits in front of them can say, this is the opinion of probable cause provided, if you'll correct me if I'm wrong, I think it was in March of 2016 or sometime in 2016 by Freese and Nichols. Is that right?
Yes, it was in March of 2016.
And these are basically construction and engineering costs to install one filter?
Yes, this is the original design with the interconnect of one filtration system, a 248 gallon per minute filter system between 6 and 8.
Now, can you give us a rough idea of what it would cost, the capital cost, the construction and engineering cost for two filters instead of one if you had not been able to get the easement?
Yeah, so it's not exactly linear. Obviously, looked at that briefly, and if I were looking and using the OPCC that FNI generated in 2016 with the construction cost, and then if I pulled out, in fact, the second option, the second contract with AdEdge that we entered into based upon my decision early in 18 was to do just that. Okay, so I have the prices of the AdEdge filter system there and added together between the AdEdge who provides the filters, the OPC general cost of construction and engineering was approximately $700,000
For a second filter?
for two individual filters.
Okay, so for one filter, it would have been the 642, and then for two filters, it would have been the 700.
Based upon the OPCC, yes.
Thank you. And there was some discussion, not on this issue of Wakefield, but more generally about the examination of costing of capital projects. Out of the 9,057 projected projects. How many of those does your team actually work? Do you get involved in all of them or just the large ones?
Just the larger ones.
And how many of those are there ballpark?
Out of the 9,057, is that what you're asking?
Yeah, how many of them are the larger projects that your team is actively involved in?
Probably around 100.
Okay. And in terms of putting together the capital plan, and the work involved in that, is that something that's addressed in your WISIP rebuttal testimony?
Yes,
Okay, and so if there's further questions, it can be asked at that time.
absolutely.
Okay, thank you, that's all.
All right, I'll take your motion.
We would ask that Mr. Melton's 4 rebuttal exhibits be accepted into evidence.
All right, that motion is allowed and those 4 rebuttal exhibits are received into evidence.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Melton, you may step down.
Thank you.
Or I guess, short turnaround, but, yep.
Aqua calls witnesses Becker, Berger, Pierce, and Melton, please.
Witness Pierce, if you'd place your hand on the Bible. Left hand, raise your right. Do you sincerely and solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? All right, the others were already sworn, so I just didn't re-swear. Ms. Sanford.
Thank you. Good afternoon, panel. I'll ask you to state your name, address, and occupation, or business title for the record, please, beginning with Mr. Becker.
Shannon Becker. North Carolina, 7511.
I am Joseph Pierce, Director of Operations, 202 McKinnon Drive, Cary, North Carolina, 27511.
I'm Michael Melton. I'm the engineering manager for Aqua, North Carolina, and my work address is 4163 Sinclair Street, Denver, North Carolina.
Good afternoon. My name is Amanda Berger. I'm the Director of Environmental Compliance, and my business address is 251 Merchant Circle, Hampstead, North Carolina.
Thank you. Did you as a panel caused to be filed with the commission on December 19th, pre-filed rebuttal testimony consisting of 23 pages and 1 exhibit, which is 9 pages?
Yes.
Do you have 2 corrections to make to your testimony on page 18?
Yes, we do.
You do. If you would specify, I'm going to ask you to read those corrections. I find it a little hard to read those numbers, so they're all contained in 1 sentence. Would you read them, please? Read it.
Yes, starting on line 2, the public staff proposed an incentive of 1 basis point ROE for it should be corrected to 85% or greater ratio, and a penalty of 1 basis point for a 65% or lower ratio. The 0 and the decimal should be struck on both.
Thank you. And we circulated a copy of this correction sheet earlier in the proceedings, so the commission should have it. Thank you, Ms. Berger. Would you, let's see, you've told us what the corrections are. With these corrections, is your pre-filed testimony today as you would present it if given orally from the stand?
Yes.
Did you prepare a summary?
We did.
Would you read it, please?
Yes, ma'am. This panel addresses and rebuts the public staff's joint testimony regarding performance-based metrics, or PBMs. This testimony also speaks briefly to Aqua's proposed sewer use rule, a matter about which the parties are in agreement. We discussed the public staff's recommendations to significantly increase the number of PBMs, along with its recommendation for specific incentives and penalties. While many metrics may have varying levels of relevance to differing utilities, Aqua selected its PBMs to include what it believes are the most relevant metrics associated with each of the 4 categories identified in Commission Rule R1-17A and on which we believe the Commission should focus. While the rules require at least one metric be identified for each category, Aqua understands that the Commission may wish to track multiple relevant metrics. Aqua submits that the relevant metrics must be clearly defined, measurable, and easily verified by stakeholders, and supports identification of metrics for tracking purposes during at least this first experience with the WISIP. We contend that establishing arbitrary targets by which the utility will be measured and assessing penalties or incentives without an established baseline would be premature, imprudent, and would risk unintended and negative consequences. To ensure any metric or associated target is appropriately set and actually used to incent certain desirable outcomes, it must be identified, defined, and tracked over time to assure its efficacy. This may involve tracking certain metrics using company-specific history to promote improvement or the development of industry norms for utilities with similar characteristics to properly assess a specific utility's attainment in comparison to a relevant benchmark. The proper determination of relevant norms, targets, operating levels, or other identifiable standards require adequate time and care in the establishment and development of historic company baselines by which the company may be adequately measured. This is necessary for relevant targets to be used to properly incent through well-thought-out benefits and penalties the utility and promote behaviors necessary to attain desirable outcomes intended to benefit customers by ensuring the provision of safe, reliable, and cost-effective service by the utility or intended to drive utility performance or support Commission policy goals per Rule R1-17A. The public staff overwhelmingly relies on a penalty-based regime, often based on targets of 100% compliance with certain standards. The public staff's proposed penalties are not based on established norms and standards or peer utilities or even improvements against historic company baselines. Aqua rejects this rigid approach. The establishment of an incentive or penalty using an arbitrarily determined target may incent behavior necessary to meet the metric, yet result in an unintended and negative outcome. Budgets are used and monitored to help plan infrastructure improvements and capital needs. Assessing a penalty based on achievement of a projected amount or estimated completion date for a project may have the unintended result of reduced quality, may ignore the utility's need to reprioritize and manage its operations, and ignores the impact of non-controllable variances between authorized levels of forecasted WISIP projections and actual economic fluctuations. In sum, the company and public staff differ sharply in their views of the need for data collection and the development of PBMs, of the wisdom and efficacy of moving immediately to a system of incentives and penalties prior to a better understanding of how the PBM should be established, and in the emphasis on penalties that is the hallmark of the public staff's approach. We propose that PBMs be developed and tested during the first period of the WISIP without specific incentives or defined penalties so that the appropriate standards can be established. If incentives and penalties are approved for certain PBMs by the Commission in this filing, Aqua recommends that they be more equally balanced to incent via reward versus penalties, especially given the nascent status of the universe of PBM standards for water and wastewater. That ends my summary, or our summary.
Thank you, Ms. Berger. Aqua requests that the panel testimony be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand, please.
That motion will be allowed.
and that their exhibit be marked for identification.
And that motion is likewise allowed.
Thank you. With that, the panel is available for cross.
All right, Cross out of public staff.
I have just a few questions. And to begin with, I want to ensure that I'm remembering part of Mr. Becker's testimony from earlier. It's been a long week. I think when you gave your individual testimony, you said that there are some of the metrics that the public staff proposed that the company does not collect. They don't collect data relevant to those. Would you mind going through sort of our list that we had and flagging any that you guys don't collect data for? And our sort of list of metrics is Exhibit 7 to our WISP testimony.
Do I have Exhibit 7? Is this on?
If you have, do you have a copy of our WISP testimony with you?
I do not have it, no.
Okay.
I do have it on this table here, just a moment.
Okay.
Exhibit 7.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Okay, and I'm sorry. Can you repeat the question one more time? You'd like me to do?
Sure. If you can go down and sort of just go down the list and any that the company does not collect data relative to, that would be helpful. Just want to sort of tick those off.
So for timely completion of projects, obviously we have budgets that we do on an annual basis. We don't necessarily monitor the completion of projects against the months that have been requested as part of the WISP. We look at more of an annual projection of cost. We understand that operations are dynamic. A lot of situations exist that might push or pull something. If we know we're going to get delayed somewhere, we could actually pull another project forward. But the timely completion of projects is not something we regularly monitor. Is the information out there? Sure. We could go back and reassess that. Completion of CIP projects on budget. Again, we do monitor the overall budgetary constraints that we're looking at, usually from a cash perspective from corporate. They're looking at a cash basis. How much cash does the company need to operate? So that's why we prepare those budgets. Most of these projects are in-service projects. So we haven't really put the refinement of our tracking, whether it's available. I'm sure we could find it and pull something together. But we're looking at in-service. Most of our historic budgetary efforts have been towards capital spend, dollar spend. We might spend $3 million in 2021 on a project that's going to be put in service in January of 2022, with very little spent in 22. So the in-service date would be January. We did not or do not, well, I think we have the information, but again, it's not something that we've been regularly monitoring as when we expected it to go in service. That was a significant change in moving to the WISP, going from a budgetary cash allocation need to when is it actually going to be in service? And many costs actually come in, we'll be, an asset will be used and useful in January, February, or March. You might get some residual costs that come in a month later or even 2 months later. With our changes in our accounting system that we've made as part of the last rate case, I think it's called this CCNC, but use the 106 account, that gets taken care of based on the timing of the cost coming in. Either way, that's a new monitoring that we're doing. We just have not established that refinement of reporting. Expense efficiency. We know what our O&M is on a monthly basis. That's something that's part of our monthly financial analytics. When we take a look at, we do our monthly closing reviews. We do operational closing reviews. So expense efficiency could be and is monitored. Utilization of the SRF program. That's not something that's existed previously. So that one would not be something I have in place. And then, and if you don't mind, I'm going to defer on the Safe Drinking Water Act and the compliance responses. I'll defer to Amanda Berger, if that's okay.
Yes, so for the Safe Drinking Water Act compliance and Clean Water Act compliance, we do track compliance, but we do not track it the way it's proposed in this particular metric. We track it based on MCL violations and monitoring and reporting violations, not a combination thereof, as it appears to be suggested in this proposal.
And then the next one is timely answering of customer calls. We have a lot of call center metrics. I'm not exactly sure to what level, if it's 30 seconds or, I just don't know that answer. Water service quality customer complaints, the way it's described here. Again, Amanda, would you mind?
Sure. We do, as noted, we do track water service quality customer complaints. We have not historically utilized this calculation to track complaints. Instead, we focused on the prior commission orders.
And maybe the next one. Sewer overflows?
Yes, we do track sanitary sewer overflows as annotated in this metric.
But we don't do it per 100 miles. So it's not fully as described on that.
So it's a nuanced version of the.
Correct. We track our number of SSOs, but not per 100 miles.
In employee safety, OSHA incident rate, again, I'm not, I think there was a correction made with the Division of 4. I'm not sure how that's tracked. We use the official OSHA monitoring. That is something that's actively tracked. Is it exactly the way as it's recorded?
It can be calculated from our OSHA 300.
Okay. Then water service disruptions, Joe, would you mind?
So we don't track it in that way. We have ways to track it. So I know our disruptions are. We don't do it per thousand. But that's something I'm sorry. To speak to the mic, we have the data, but we don't track it currently per 1,000 per year.
And I'll also ask you to handle the water loss.
So for water loss, we track purchased water loss, not using this formula. This is a generic one. We use it first to decide which ones we're going to do a water system audit on. So this is an initial calculation, but that's not the metric we use for water loss.
And I believe we're working with public staff in an ongoing effort to monitor purchase water loss. Is that correct?
Correct.
Hey, Shannon, I need to make a quick correction to Joe's testimony. We do track sanitary sewer overflows per this calculation, but only for non-capacity SSOs. So anything capacity related is not factored into that equation, but that is tracked.
Employee turnover, let's see. I think we have that one.
Okay.
And employee training, we have that tracked in different areas as far as what we're going to incorporate, whether it's CPE for each of our operators, plus internal training. We have it in different sections. We have safety training that we definitely track. Obviously, they're licensure trainings, and that's different depending on what kind of license that you hold. And then there's internal process training. But we would have to understand what we're looking for here and what's included and what do we not want to include. And then routine flushing. Joe, can you respond to that one?
We don't track every system flood. We don't have a criteria to flush every system every year. You know which ones we flush, but it's not the same every year. In some cases, it's based upon the ones that need it more.
So we could, I mean, so we would know which systems are flushed within the last 12 months, so we could track
So
that.
some systems are flushed more than once a year. Some are flushed every 2.
Okay.
Depends on what's necessary for that individual system.
Mr. Pierce, stay in that mic.
Yes, ma'am.
That was the end of the list.
That has been tremendously helpful. I appreciate that. So the next couple of questions that I'm going to ask relate to some information that the public staff received in confidential discovery early in the case. I can ask the question, I think, without soliciting something that is specifically confidential. Do you want me to give it a shot and then you can identify whether or not you feel comfortable answering it in open session?
Yeah, let me just give a little legal advice out here in public to the panel. if it's information that you think is going to adversely affect your commercial position with vendors or anyone else, then it should qualify as a trade secret and be kept confidential. If that's not the case, you can go ahead and speak to it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So are there some of the metrics that we just went through that essential utilities tracks for different reasons? Or should I say in some form?
Yeah, yes, I think even the answer previously was, a lot of the information could be located and compiled, understanding exactly what is wanted and needed. Could be prepared, but we use a lot of information for analytics. So generically, I would say, are some of these used in other ways? Most likely.
Okay. So my next question is, it seems, and I just want to confirm that I understand, the company has concerns about using some targets and benchmarks for the assessment of penalties and incentives. Is that an accurate representation? High level?
I want to make sure I understand all the questions. Repeat the question if you don't mind.
So is it the company's position that, and I think I'll use something from the summary, that the PBMs are sort of at a nascent stage and not entirely comfortable assigning dollar values, if you will, because our penalties and incentives are tied to the ROE band. So they have dollar values, and that gives you guys some amount of angst. Is that an accurate characterization?
I think that is, and if I can expand a little bit, a worry of some of these that have been proposed would be that the results that are desired may not be desirable after we install them and try to use them to be measured. That's why I'm proposing that we don't just go ahead without discussing, and we talked about it before, do we have the time? That's questionable whether we had the time to actually get together and do this. But I think there are metrics that we can come to agreement on that these are relevant. These are what the commission would like to see. These are important to our customers. They're important to the public staff representing the customers. And I even think that the guardrails are important, the incentives and the penalties down the road, once we define which ones those are, and we understand, and maybe it's through discussion, not even necessarily having to be through going through the 3 years of the WISP. I would propose, I think I have some of the smartest team in this utility. I think maybe some other utilities might disagree, but you've heard Ms. Berger and Mr. Pierce and Mr. Melton, you've heard, but Mr. Pierce, maybe not in this proceeding. We have some pretty strong mindsets here that can really contribute to coming to an agreement, I think, with the public staff and maybe even proposing that to the commission. And I think the WISP allows the commission to install or change the WISP at a future date. So even if we took some more time, this is a very aggressive time frame to try to say, well, here's what we proposed. We obviously proposed what we thought was going to be most relevant and practical. And we obviously don't agree with all of the public staff's proposals, but it doesn't mean we can't come to an agreement. And I think we could actually probably come to an agreement in short order. Just putting those guardrails in place today, I have a hard time with that.
So this is my last question, I think. Do you think that would the company be more comfortable assigning penalties or incentives to metrics that are already tied to carrots and sticks in other contexts? And so I'll make that pretty specific. Would the company be comfortable if benchmarks were designated and penalties and incentives were assigned to metrics that are directly tied to different types of executive compensation, and that there are already benchmarks for those, and there are already So we already have some guideposts, right? Because some of these are used for executive compensation. So would the company feel comfortable at least starting with those? If it's used to compensate executives, certainly there could be some relevance to a WISP or to benchmarks and things like that that are meant to protect utilities customers.
So we are not opposed to incentives and penalties. The executive comp you're referring to I don't know what the details are of that, so I can't say yes or
Well, I
no.
think they also tighten up each year.
Mr. Pierce, stay in your microphone.
I'm sorry. I think on the metrics, though, that you're speaking of, they change every year. They typically tighten because the company's seeking to improve on certain metrics every year. Are those the ones you're speaking of?
I'm speaking of things that essentially we can see that there are certain things that the company does measure. And Mr. Becker has said, yes, we measure a number of things for a number of reasons. And I've noticed that there are places where, as you said, if the metrics tighten, you have some history on them, right? You have history on where they've been in the past. You have history on where the goals are and where you want to see the company go. So I think my question is there a way that we can use some of those where you do have history? If you tie compensation to it, you have history, you've got targets there, you already have some benchmarks established. Could we agree that those might be appropriate as a starting point? We have the history. You've acknowledged that those would be a good starting point for setting the benchmarks and the guardrails for when incentives would be appropriate and, if necessary, penalties.
I think we're talking generically. I'm not familiar with what specifics or the metrics that you're referring to that the executives are measured on and they are compensated on. I think we would just want to make sure that whatever the metrics are, that they're relevant and that they do have a history and that we agree that it's going to incent us to make an improvement that's going to benefit the customer or operational efficiency, customer service. If those metrics are the ones you're referring to, I don't know if I would tie them exactly to what metrics the executives are being incented upon, because I don't know what those are actually.
I think it was mentioned under someone else's testimony that you want to have the same metrics for both utilities, Carolina Water Service and Aqua. I don't know that their metrics match ours, because our metrics don't match yours here.
Right.
And the ones that are proposed from the Carolina Water Service, because it's already out there, don't match closer to this, but don't match our corporate ones. So how would we resolve that? Because there's a very custom way that Aqua does some of these evaluations. It's Aqua special. So how would you propose? I'm trying to figure out how this would work.
So I think I'm going to steal a line from Mr. Drews because I think a witness asked him a question and he said,
I'm sorry, you shouldn't answer.
I think what we perhaps have established is that there is room for consensus. There are things that are tracked. There are things that can be used, and we do have there are some benchmarks and things that already exist. So we're not starting from we're starting from a better place than it seemed, at least from the company's perspective, on us getting some benchmarks and things in place. We have a little more history, at least, than it sounded like we did at the beginning.
And a great place to start would be the 4 that we recommended in our rebuttal testimony.
Fair enough. We want to add a few to those, though. So I don't have any other questions.
No one else said
No.
I didn't know if any other.
All right, redirect.
I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Questions from the commission? Chair Mitchell.
So what I took away from this, the cross-examination of this panel on the issue of the performance-based mechanism component of this case is that there hasn't really been any discussion between the company and the public staff on developing PBMs or PIMs that could be utilized or put before us for approval in this case. And I want to, my question for you, and Shannon, I'm going to direct this one, Mr. Becker, I'm going to direct this one at you, sorry, is why? If it's part of the case, why are we here? Why aren't we farther along? And I've asked you this question before. I'm going to ask you again. Hopefully this, by my asking it 2 times, you can get a sense of my frustration here.
Sure, in your interest in this response, absolutely. We were very active in proposing the WISP legislatively. Our efforts focused on the content of the WISP through the projection, through the 3-year projection, and a lot of the guardrails that are established here. The performance-based metrics, in my opinion, kind of came a little bit later, where we started talking about those. They were, they're commonly used in other multi-year rate plans. And honestly, everything I've said is, well, everything I said till now is we don't have agreement on the metrics that are the most relevant. And I relied heavily on the fact that although the PBMs are a required component of the WISP, the commission may identify and apply incentives or penalties. And as I said earlier, missed opportunity. I think the public staff would agree, with the timing and the challenges that the crunch that we've all experienced. We just have not gotten together. Not opposed to it, as I'm suggesting now. And again, I don't think it needs to wait for the 3 years. It just hasn't happened. And should it have before we did this? I was relying on the May, and I just didn't think we had the things that were identified that gave us the guardrails. And I say guardrails, meaning the parameters by which you're going to meet. Is 100% compliance a realistic incentive, or otherwise it's a penalty? In my opinion, absolutely not. But is it 85%? Is that what the AWWA, are there standards set by other arenas that says a good operating utility will accomplish a call center pickup rating of 85%, greater than or less than 30 seconds? And I'm not exactly sure if that's the one in there, but what defines what a good utility should do? And some of the other metrics are, where can we benefit the customers? When we're looking at the SRF monies and things like that, is there a unique way that we can do that? Maybe it's not just with a guardrail that identifies an incentive or penalty. Maybe it's some type of cost sharing. How that fits into our program, I'm not sure. But I relied on the May. I knew we didn't have enough history to really define reliable metrics and the guardrails to set them, to make sure that the intended outcome that we all sit here today, and then in a year from now, we come back and say, did we really mean to do that? Oh, by the way, it raised my O&M price unexpectedly, and I'm going to be measured in my O&M. I did this over here, but as a result, my O&M went way up. Or it went way down, right? And now we're going to be incented to meet our ROE. Or
I think I understand the company's concern, and you've testified to it, you've spoken to it, you've testified to it in your pre-file testimony, and you've spoken to it since we've been in the hearing. So I understand the company's concern about this being the first time and wanting to avoid unintended consequences. Nevertheless, how do you respond to the concern that, my view, and I'm not going to speak for my colleagues, they'll all have a chance, the lack of discussion, the lack of effort on this topic, as evidenced by where the 2 parties are, at least in my opinion, again, gives the impression that this is a less than important part of the case. This is just sort of a throwaway part of the statute and this new regulatory paradigm that we're in. And sort of irrespective of the fact that the commission has perhaps not as clearly as, or let me even strike that. The commission has adopted rules that said, come to us with these metrics and these mechanisms that address these issues. You all didn't do it in this first case. How do you respond to the concern that appears dismissive of what is an important component of this new regulatory paradigm that we're now in?
It's unintended that it appears to be dismissive. I think the rule or I'm sorry, the legislation was passed in September. Quickly, right? Got passed during the short session. And we were already planning to do a rate case. We went right into rate case. We were already in rate case prep for the one that we were planning in November of 2021. We completely had to change gears and we started going into rate case prep for the WISP. And all I can say is we didn't do it and maybe we should have.
Well, I will just say this. I think I've said enough about my concern and how it appears to me from this view. The company has undertaken many initiatives in recent years and has done many things well at the direction of this commission and with the coordination and, assistance or guidance of the public staff. And this is an opportunity to continue that in the context of this new paradigm and to make additional gains in some areas where you all have already started, and to also look for opportunities to benefit your customers. We have talked a lot over this case about costs that the company is incurring and will be incurring going forward to provide the level of service that we expect you all to provide and that you all desire to provide. And so we've got to find opportunities to bring down pressure on those rates. And the potential for the public staff and the company to work together to find ways to do that within the context of this new regulatory framework is there. So I hope this is a very long question. Do you intend to set aside some time in the near future to work with the public staff on developing some of these performance-based mechanisms?
Absolutely.
Okay, good answer. Thank you.
Message is loud and clear,
Thank
right?
you.
And what I'd like to offer is that, if there's some way that could be incorporated into this, assuming a WISP is approved, don't want to be overly presumptuous. I would love for that to happen, but if we could identify and sit down with the public staff and discuss and come to an agreement, I will proactively work with Mr. Ayers to arrange that. And maybe by the time we get into year 2 of the WISP, those things can be established and identified and incorporated.
All right, thank you. I have nothing further.
Commissioner Hughes?
I'm just going to repeat, just in fairness, some of the questions I asked public staff. Clearly, you've got the message. I don't need to jump on top as far as that we do think this is important. I will just point you to, we've argued, I'm not even the attorney up here, but we've argued about may versus, shall. The very top of the statute, the way I read it is the WISIP shall include performance-based metrics that benefit customers and ensure the provision of safe, reliable, and cost-effective service by the water or sewer utility. Yeah, the things I read in there, I do see the shall. I see metrics that benefit customers. And again, my bias, me well enough, Mr. Becker's financial benefit, bill benefit. How are the metrics going to get to a bill benefit for customers? And then there's this word cost effective. How do we know that this is driving more cost effective utility provision? And the PIMs, let alone your disagreement on what they are, what the metrics are, I'm having a hard time seeing how you, public staff, clearly convey to customers that what is in front of us now, look here, we did this, and we saved you this amount of money. I know it's the long game, but I'm just looking for a few wins. We have so much pressure from customers to reduce bill. And even the discussion we're having about over earnings and the banding kind of concerns me. I mean, we're talking about over earning as being, I don't think this is true, but you all being greedy. It's not necessarily you being greedy, it's you being innovative. Your innovation, shouldn't we figure out a way to share some of that benefit with customers? We're presenting it as a penalty. As soon as you start having to give back money to customers, that's something wrong that you did. And then we're lowering the bar. And I know this isn't you, this is public staff. We're lowering the bar. So you have to provide, you have to share the benefits earlier with customers, and that's your penalty. It just seems like a pretty I don't like that as a penalty. Isn't it something that we're all in this together? Can't we come up, or I know it's harder, it's easier said than done, but some way where you can show that this is driving you at corporate and you all in our great position because you're connected to all these other great utilities across the country to just drive innovation, lead to some financial benefit that then we can use a metric in some way to get something to customers. I know it's hard, but I just haven't even heard, earning sharing is a part of this. We're kind of, to me, seems like we're making earning sharing is only something you do after you get to this place that you don't want to get to, and the public staff is trying to pull it down lower. So anyway, if you do go back like you've promised and start, just keep that in mind. That's my interest. And so my long question is just, can we come up with some metrics where we can have a little bit more direct financial benefit to customers? So that's my question.
So is that a question you want answered now then, or?
If you can answer it now, I'll be kind of angry that you've been withholding it. But if you want to take a crack now, but do you understand that I think, and you pointed out in the very beginning that the financial benefit that you could come up with was fewer rate cases. We had the debate again on the ROE. Okay, that might be the only benefit here. I'm just optimistic that with all this work and all these great minds, that there's maybe some other financial benefits that we can show.
Yeah, and I think, Commissioner Hughes, thank you for the question. And I completely understand. I'm in agreement. One of the challenges I think we have is what we're talking about is everybody wants to see the cash now, right? And I think a lot of the benefit that comes out of our program or this WISP program is it's working towards rate awareness or cost awareness, but also the impact of increasing rates is on everybody's mind. I can tell you, our executives talk about it all the time. We talk about it. Everything we do, even though not everybody may agree, is extremely prudent. We are looking for the cheapest and best way to do it without cutting corners. And a lot of the performance-based metrics, they provide visibility, right? So then the public staff gets a little bit more visibility. We'll have this quarterly reporting, the annual review. They can identify areas that they're going to take a look at and say, well, what's going on here? And we'll, as a result, the spotlight's on it. We're going to take a look at that. Those benefits are going to potentially result in more cost awareness down the road, which is going to help us temper costs. But one of the other not immediate cash benefits is the management of the rates. The rate increases will be retained, where we get a 5% max increase in years 2 and 3, rate years 2 and 3. So that's going to temper that. So that's a little bit of a benefit there. I don't know if we can incorporate conservation rates, right? I think conservation rates are great. We have to find the right levels. We have the pilot going. Hopefully we'll be able to continue that. So unfortunately, we don't have a lot of ways right now. We will look into them as a promise as to what can we do to have a little bit more of a cash impact that we can share with the customer more immediately than just as a cost avoidance by just maybe the next rate case won't be 5%, it's 4%. Those aren't as satisfying to customers. They want to see it now, but we will open up the table to take a look.
Well, I appreciate that. And the actual mechanism, you mentioned earning sharing, that you start earlier. I would ask that you at least consider that, so that you're sharing savings a little earlier rather than only after you've hit a limit, possibly doing it earlier because you've been penalized. So I just ask you to look at that too.
Commissioner Kimmerer.
And I'll be very brief because I'm just essentially going to be reiterating what Chair Mitchell said. I mean, we need to be able to show that we have specific performance-based metrics and that we have this application to be approved has to show that it's in the public interest. And one of the ways to do it, so the financial benefit, as Commissioner Hughes mentioned, all we've really heard so far is about not having as many rate-making expenses. And so the performance-based metrics gives the company the opportunity to show benefit to customers. And from my review of the application, I think the direct testimony just showed general ideas for these metrics, but nothing specific. The public staff did come forward with some specific metrics. And then in rebuttal testimony, it was more objection to the metrics. And so so we need to have something concrete to show benefit to customers. No question, but that is my review of the application and the statute.
All right, Mr. Pierce, you've been waiting for this one that Mr. Becker tossed to you, but regarding the sewer use rule, explain how the company will try to identify specific customers who are responsible for the harmful or toxic discharges, and what happens if the customer disputes your determinations, and how do you approve that a specific customer is indeed responsible?
So I'll start, there's several situations. If it's an emergency situation, so we have a wastewater plant that's being impacted. Smell it, you see it, the plant has died. We travel into our system, we look at our pump stations, we look at manholes, we see if we can physically see where it's going to and track it down and limit those areas. It's pretty rare that works. Usually it's already in the plant and no longer in the system. Then we'll go to the non-residential sites, basically speak to the owners. Say grocery store, if there's anyone in the laundromat, there's a dry cleaner, there's a funeral home. So we will go to those folks, ask them what their procedures are, and then explain to them what they can cause as far as issues for us. Hopefully they'll go away. Usually we try to be very friendly, that portion. If we, in some cases though, so that's the emergency situation, while we're also dealing with the wastewater treatment plant that's having issues. We imagine we're doing two things, trying to make sure it doesn't happen again and stop those. The other, though, is where we're sampling on our own wastewater treatment plant effluent and an odd pollutant shows up. So we do sampling beyond just the permit. We do priority pollutant scans periodically. This year we had some radiological show up. Radiation shows up in a discharge, don't expect. In that case, it was door to door. Come by and see if we can find that solution. One time only, we hope it's sampling error. We'll do more sampling. We'll track out what's going there. So it's still door to door, but we'll also do what's called industrial waste surveys. We'll send a short form to the non-residential people. We'll ask them some questions such as what's your business code? There's certain industries that are more likely to discharge certain pollutants. And then if that short form shows that could possibly be the issue, we'll give them a longer form. It's about 40 pages long to fill out, including characterization of their waste. And from that, we'll decide if they're possibly the ones that discharge it to us. Do have in North Carolina, so prior to having the sewer rule, it's taken us a few years to get here. We've worked on this for a while. We have permitted one funeral home, and they, when I say permitted, we got into an agreement letter to where they agreed to use atypical embalming materials. They're not using formaldehyde or glutaraldehyde, methylene chloride. So basically, we've got a green version of a funeral home built because we could not handle our small wastewater treatment plant in a funeral home discharging. Possibly causes problems. We did that by agreement, but we got lucky. That was a new building being built, and we knew it was being built for us. So it gave us the opportunity to come to that agreement. Ones that scare me is where I've got a strip mall, a small open area, and somebody moves into it. In that case, the industrial waste survey, my staff in the area, myself and Ms. Berger, we've done more than a few field inspections to catch those items. There was a third part to your question. How we found it.
And if they dispute it.
And if they dispute it, if it's emergent, I will find a way that we can cut off their sewer. That's pretty much what this agreement says. Now I'll give them notice. The company will have some liability if we do so, if we're wrong.
But we've got to ensure that we don't, if we have a problem at our wastewater treatment plant, let's say it's on Lake Norman. How much wastewater we'll put in Lake Norman? It's failing. 0. So we do what it takes to keep things operational. This rule does allow us to stop use. If we're unsure, we'll get more samples. People for the short term can find ways to go on what's called pump and haul. We're not a big, massive issue. So they have ways to hopefully stay in business while we go through this shut-off procedure. I expect that'll be very rare for us to shut anyone off. Hopefully, our good nature, they'll come to compliance.
All right. Thank you for that. And then to whomever can answer this one, in the testimony, you discussed the water loss metric. It's on page 19 to 20 of the testimony. And you explained that Aqua has been working with the public staff to develop an appropriate metric. Can you provide any more info at this time about those discussions, kind of where you are?
I can.
And how close, let me just, because how close are you to agreeing to that metric, if you have any idea?
6 months. We'll do another, well, say 6 months. In the next 3 months, we'll complete our next set of water loss audits on the systems we have that are greater than 50% purchased water non-revenue. We'll use that data in addition to some data. We'll use that data in addition to the data from AWWA, from the Georgia and California studies. But we've also gotten data from several small systems that were validated from another state. So as you may have heard mentioned from someone else's testimony, the issue was the AWWA standard was all on big systems. Well, we managed to get data, validated data out of Pennsylvania for small systems, not Aquas, that showed their water loss. And I think that once we get our next set of data in and we spend a little bit of time with the public staff, I suspect they'll come back and say it'll be gallons lost per mile. And then we got to figure out what's going to be the penalty. That'll be the hard part. But what's going to be that actual metric there versus looking at the bell curve of that data. And hopefully we're working on the 2 or 3 sigma version, maybe the 3 sigma level on that bell curve, where that becomes a penalty level. I think one thing we've learned, public staff and Aqua, is that we can spend more money working on the leaks than what the water loss would cost over 5 or 10 years. Because these systems have plastic pipes, pretty hard to find them, and very small leaks. So I think that's part of what we learned is we've got to make sure we're making prudent choices on the water loss work we do. So I don't want to speak for them, but I think we're getting fairly close.
Right. And on the state revolving fund, is Aqua agreeable to a PBM related to use of that fund if it has an incentive?
A PBM, meaning a penalty or an incentive on the number that we do? If you're using the one that is proposed by the public staff, my concern with this one is whether the company applied for SRF funds for all eligible projects. 9,000 lines. I don't know, we have to determine eligible. So if we can narrow this down, this is absolutely a beneficial opportunity for us. There's a cost to it that I don't think has been fully vetted to understand. I know right now our WISP program, the projections that we put through for the next 3 years, does not have any costs added to apply for the applications. We do not have the bandwidth internally to do it, or we don't have the special, the expertise right now to do the program management. So there would be some additional costs. I don't exactly know what that would be. But this is highly beneficial, and I think if we can narrow down what eligible, or maybe even restrict that and come up with a different parameter, we 100% intend to go after SRF monies.
All right, and you quoted a figure of $20,000 as a cost associated with doing the application. Are there consultants that would do that work for you, and as a result of some kind of guarantee or contract that they would get the work, would they prepare the application for you?
Michael,
at no cost?
I'll answer that question there. So when we go back, the eligibility is for source, water, treatment, distribution. Okay, any of those are possibly eligible, and there's lots in our WISP for any of those and all those. We currently have 2 proposals in. I asked for one back in July. We were hoping to get it in for the September funding cycle. We missed it. I was wanting to get at least another couple of proposals. So I have 2 proposals in hand, working on a 3rd proposal. The first application was based upon our PFAS, depending on what federal dollars do come in. We hope that there is some, and we will definitely apply for that. So my plan is to apply for PFAS treatment come the March funding cycle.
Okay. But I'm just trying to find out if there's a way that you can have an application done without $20,000 worth of cost. Would somebody do that for you free?
No.
All right. If you were, let's see. If awarded, can the grant or loan be used to pay for the cost of the preparation of the application?
That's applicable. No. There's a,
From a long time ago, I was able to get recovery of the cost of the barrier. Was it included as part of the loan from a municipal utility?
You were able to use the loan to cover the cost of the application?
As part of the engineering.
You don't think that's a possibility today?
we'll pursue that. We'll examine and see if that's a possibility.
All right, and Mr. Becker mentioned administration of the work and you didn't have the staff to do that, but what about the staff capable of the application itself? Just that portion. Do you have the staff capable of doing that now?
So let me speak to that just very briefly. So we're in the process. In fact, 2 of my staff engineers have set through some training recently to look at the process. Okay. We did this years ago, many years ago, on a meter project. And so they're sitting in and are have attended a training session just to see what makes up the application, see if we can do that. I have some fairly smart staff folks that work for me. I think to Shannon's point is the bandwidth. If the application is short and sweet and we can provide them with all the information necessary, my preference is to use at least a consultant on the first few attempts, though a consultant that's done this before, that's familiar with the process. I would feel more comfortable about doing that, at least on the first few tries.
Great. What's the company's position on operational compliance metrics that focus only on health-based violations related to the drinking water systems, excluding violations issued to Aqua for compliance issues that occurred when you didn't own the system?
Our position on including those in the metrics or,
No, just on metrics that focus on health-based only.
our position on the health-based standards is that when reviewing the rule, it says safe, reliable drinking water. The impetus of safe is the health-based violation or also known as an MCL violation. So also, as we mentioned a moment ago when we were reviewing the metrics, currently Aqua, we actually track health-based violations separate from monitoring and reporting. Monitoring and reporting violations can result of actions that are not reflective of anything of Aqua's wrongdoing. Recently, I've had, unfortunately, a monitoring and reporting violation due to a lab failing to report a sample within a specific time frame, or failing to analyze the sample at all, even though they received it. So when you're looking at it from a compliance standpoint, I think the ultimate goal and the purpose behind a lot of our monitoring specifically, and to some degree our reporting, is ensuring the safety of the drinking water. So an MCL violation is, I mean, that's the impetus. That's a health-based violation. So that's the reason why we made that recommendation.
Are there opportunities for the company, that's just something to think about in the future, to, through some more close monitoring or contact with the other parties involved, help reduce or eliminate, situations such as you described when they don't do the monitoring or the testing? Or
So on average, we take about 90 to 100,000 samples per year. and I have these statistics somewhere. I think for our monitoring and reporting rate is 99.99 something percent. I can't remember the third digit number. So given that we're operating 700, over 700 water utilities, we have an outstanding compliance rate and ability to monitor and review. I think some of the issues that I described in my testimony related to a lab. Once again, we took the sample, it was dropped off at the lab. The only way that I could ensure that that wouldn't occur is to actually perform the analysis myself, which probably wouldn't be a good cost-saving mechanism. But number two, we've also had instances where it was just a clerical error. You know, we're trying to process 700 CCRs, and I had an employee forget to certify one with the state. It wasn't that the customers weren't notified. There was a failure to certify within a specific time frame. We're always looking for opportunities for improvement. I think there's in the course of that level of degree of sampling, there's a possibility, yes.
And so in terms of a metric, could you deal with that by coming to some kind of agreement about a reasonable amount of deviation
Yeah, I
or
believe.
margin of error?
Yeah, I think the concern with the public staff's recommendation was 100% compliance. And I listened closely to Mr. Junus's testimony, and I can understand him making that recommendation or starting at that level, right? But when the issue became the penalties, you're imposing a penalty unless you absolutely meet 100%. That's very difficult for anybody to do at all times, and I've spoken to that. So I think there's a good opportunity for us to collaborate with the public staff, utilize some of our historical benchmarks, and find an agreement point there.
All right, what about the company's position as to the metric, operational compliance metric that's focused only on the SNC status of the wastewater facilities? So same question, but it's relating to SNC and wastewater facility.
I'll start, and Mr. Pierce can expand.
And if you, in this, if you can discuss ways that you can think of right now while the public staff is listening, that you might come to agreement on the metrics.
Mentioned why SNC. When we were developing metrics, there was a statement about the data needed to be readily available to customers. So we spent a lot of time trying to find reports that were available across the web. People could find the SNC data. We follow as opposed to it being a report that we file that goes to public staff. You know, part of customers to see that. We made this things that could be tracked by customers. So that's why we chose that metric for SNC, and it's been developed for years, and it talks about the levels of compliance with particular pollutants. So there was a reason we chose SNC. Other items, we're trying to make sure we had a public-facing document, did not come out from Aqua.
Good point. And back to the drinking water, that's also the reason why one of the other reasons for the health-based standard is that it is very easy. You can go onto the EPA ECHO database and identify and also measure that metric across all utilities in North Carolina. So to clarify, there's not a way for you to select Aqua systems. You're going to have to, there is a way to download a report and select Aqua systems. But if you're trying to track our performance against everyone else in the state of North Carolina, the ways to do that is through a delineation between health-based standards and monitoring and reporting violations for water, and to Mr. Pierce's point, significant noncompliance. As I've mentioned, with significant noncompliance, it's equivalent in my mind to the health-based standard for water. If you are a system that's in significant noncompliance on wastewater, it's not a minute sampling error. It's not one miss on a particular sample. You are demonstrating that you need to address issues. And so I think that was another major reason why we leaned that route, is because if we have systems and significant noncompliance, we need to be addressing those and not waiting.
So you're amenable to a metric that focuses on that SNC
Yes, yeah, yes, ma'am.
And there's some risk with SNC that are greater than a normal penalty. Oh, I'm sorry, get closer. There's some risk with SNC that are greater than a normal small miscible fecal coliform. Getting SNC for 2 periods, you're going to be under an order. If you stay much longer, then they put you on flow moratorium. And that does impact the customers if we can no longer take sewer. So it's really important we don't get under an order, because then we're being ordered to do things perhaps not at a more rapid pace and it becomes less prudent. So there's a reason you stay away from SNC. So it's a very real customer impact if we get on that list, as opposed to a coliform, which may have been a sampling error where someone tapped a bottle on the side. We're in a wastewater plant trying to take a bacterial sample. It's pretty easy to fail that. So I think there's a reason we want to use SNC, and we are willing to consider that. We're amenable to that being a PBM.
All right, and has the company examined specific ways to improve employee retention? Any specific initiatives to slow or improve employee turnover?
Shannon, do you want me to take this?
I'll start by saying, and you can elaborate on other known measures that we've taken. Back in the spring of 2022, we had significant difficulty maintaining, the turnover was high. It was hard to find people even to apply to the positions. And we took a look at what our incoming, less experienced operators were making, and realized that the entry level, which is a lot of what we do, we have a lot of folks who come in at an entry level as a trainee position, and then we train them. We help them with their licensing. We let them shadow. We give them that experience to kind of come up through the ranks. So we have some tenured folks, but we seem to be having a lot of turnover with the newer positions. We took a look and did a market study. Our HR team in corporate did a market study to look at what the starting rate should be based on geography, local market data. And we did do a significant adjustment for our field operations teams. All of our field operators and our utility techs, I think the annualized increase was about $240,000 a year. And we jumped the starting pay for new employees coming in, as well as those that were in that position, because we don't want to lose anybody as well. Having them being jumped by somebody who just got hired, and they got hired, last week, and they just didn't make that cutoff. So we did a market adjustment for a significant amount of our field operators, and we realized we needed to increase the pay to attract folks to be able to work for us and to retain them. So that was one thing that we did. I don't know if Joe, if you want to.
So we're also participating in an apprenticeship program. We have 3 employees in the state. The ones that have come in, shown that they were ready to learn at that level. So it actually involves an investment for them. The North Carolina Rural Water Association. We have 2 in coastal and 1 in the west, like the Rural Water Association apprenticeship program. One other thing we did is we changed our field staff to supervisory levels. And when I say that, we developed team lead positions. Pretty much our team leads for the utility techs. We had previously a supervisor to employee level as high as 21 employees to 1 supervisor. Cannot manage 21 people. So by taking one of your best UTs and interview and compete for it, become a team lead, they create every day help on work orders, help provide training. And remember, a lot of our staff are newer now because COVID changed the world. So I think that's probably, in my opinion, one of the best things we did. So we've added, once they added, we made a position level for team lead. I have 3 in the west and I have 2 in central. Coastal didn't need it because of their staffing arrangement. And I think that's a very positive item. We've already seen some good impacts on that. And I think that's probably I think that's almost the number one thing to me. Money is one thing. That's what holds people, helps you recruit people, but you got to have that interaction between a supervisor. In this case, a team lead, that's a supervisor for the utility team folks, supervisor, the utility team lead, and the operators, but the operators are more one person at one plant. And I think that's, I hope you don't mind to add, it's not in our testimony anywhere. That's what we've done to try to improve employee morale, training, and more contact with supervisors.
So along those lines, have you thought about other ways to measure the company's performance on that issue of employee retention? And are there industry standards with respect to water, wastewater, where you might be able to compare your performance to the other utilities?
I'm not aware of formal metrics or efforts to monitor other utilities and where we stand with regards to them. We are very aware of the vacancies that exist. You know, they've been troubling. I'll also add to one thing that Joe has been doing with his team is we've been getting our area managers and local supervisors involved in job fairs, attending virtual job fairs. I mean, we're doing everything that we can to try to get the name or Aqua's name out there and that we're interested, we're hiring. We've added, we went so far as to create magnets to put onto the vehicles indicating we're hiring, right?
With a QR
With a
code.
QR code so they can snap it and go right to our.
We also
our
provide an
site.
incentive program where if an employee refers someone that we hire, getting a little bit of money back. Thought about offering that to customers, but I'm worried about that one. But there are a few other things. If we find out there's a business that's leaving, say Ashley Furniture shutting down in Statesville, contact the Statesville human, the Ashley Furniture's human resources person. What are you doing for placement? And we're going in the door to find them. I'm not going to share everything because some of it's kind of company secret, but we are working as hard as we can to fill positions, and it is. I've put more time in the last year into recruiting than I probably have the previous 10, not just at Aqua, because the market is pretty rough on service people out in the field that get wet and cold and work on water meters and leaks. So it's a challenge.
The commission has faced its own challenges, and so we know a little bit about it. With regard to employee training, the company disagreed with the public staff's metric, but can you suggest a metric that would work better than what the public staff suggests? And for example, you mentioned that training is already required for water and wastewater operators and your other professional staff. Are there specific positions in the company for which Aqua believes there would be benefit to the company and the customers for employees to obtain certain licenses or upgrades to licenses?
Commissioner Brownbland, with regards to employee training, this is a tracking metric. We could track, however, we're not opposed to this metric. You know, I think there's a lot of dynamics to it. We can probably break it out and make it even a little bit more relevant based on the subcategories, but this is a tracking metric and that's not a problem.
All right.
Staff's positions, as they get more higher grades, they get different pay levels. Utility technician 1, 2, 3, depending on what courses and what certifications they've achieved. So we provide training. I'm sorry, I'm too far back from the mic. I've already stretched that cord too far. Okay. So they are incentivized to get more training. So for them to get higher pay grades, that's an automatic. When they pass that course and pass that exam, they're going to get that next grade. They have to be we have a specific list, whether it's a grade C well, grade B well, grade A well. Same thing on the wastewater side, grade 1, 2, 3, and 4, distribution and collection. But that's the way that it's currently incentivized. And we have staff that come in and they start getting certifications as quickly as they possibly can. They improve their own value in the market too. They are highly sought after when they get higher grades. So we have something in process. I don't know of any additional certifications I would ask for at this point. We do track safety training very closely, and I like it because it's a forward-facing metric. See, when you look at injuries, that's what happened in the past, and you can't really fix what happened in the past. Provide proper safety training, hopefully you're reducing that metric. So I believe in forward-facing metrics, such as the safety training being tracked. And we try to get as close to 100% as we can every year, and it's a lot of hours, whether it's ladders, chainsaws, all-terrain vehicles. There's training people to work on the special equipment we have in our business, whether it's crane trucks or well drilling equipment. So anyway, I probably carried on to more than you wanted.
It's all good. Makes for a fuller record. Listen, so are there questions on commission's questions? I got a commissioner got a question. Commissioner Kleinfeld. I was trying not to ask.
Well, it's more in the nature of a comment, and I'm really not sure, but after sitting here listening, I'm in the same position as the chair and Commissioner Cameron and Commissioner Hughes, and they'd said it, and I didn't plan to say anything. You know what? I've listened to you guys talk,
We had another company we regulate before us seeking a multi-year rate plan about a month ago. And we are grappling with the same issue, exactly the same question. And they were actually a little bit further along than you guys in their dialogue with public staff. And so we pursued that and said, well, what will it take for you to bring that to conclusion? And they said, well, give us another 60 days and we'll report back to you and we can tell you where we are. At about the same time, we're going to present the proposed orders and in the case, we'll report back to you on where we are with this public staff. I don't know what we're going to get. I don't have a clue. I don't have a clue what's going to come back in that case. But I sit here and I'm listening to you folks talk, and you're full of ideas. Gosh, you've got all sorts of ideas about how to deal with this issue under the statute, performance metrics. But I get the sense that the engine is sitting there and it's idling at a very high RPM, but the gears just aren't engaged. And I'm thinking, well, what's the difference? What's the difference? What's it going to take to get this high performance engine? Because you've got the ideas. Get it into gear. I mean, what do we need to do? We didn't need to do an awful lot in the other instance because the car was already moving. Maybe not as fast as you guys could go. I'm not sure it's going to go to a good place or any faster than you could go. You've demonstrated that you've got the ability to work through this issue. It's just not happening. So I don't know what we do. I mean, one thing we could do is we just pick and say, by default, you haven't given us anything. And so we're going to pick the performance metrics and you're going to live with them. We could do that. One performance metric I could think of is to say, we don't have something agreed between you and the public staff within 6 months' time. You just don't get an increase in rate years 2 and 3. That's your performance incentive. Actually, it's a penalty. I think you would call that a penalty. But, are you going to leave us in that situation? Is that where you want us to be? Is that really where you want us to be? And I hear the willingness. I hear the willingness to engage. Engagement is just not happening, and I don't know why. Because I have another example there where the engagement has been happening. And I don't know if it's going to bear fruit. I'm not telling you that's the solution, that that's the right path, or that they're following the right path. I don't know, but I know the engagement is occurring. And so I'm mystified. That's my comment. I'm just mystified. And you're at risk, folks. You know what the 7 of us are capable of doing. You've seen it in other cases, especially from some of us. That's my comment.
Thought you had a question there.
Well, I wasn't going to say anything, but I mean, after hearing the chair and Commissioner Kemmerate and Commissioner Hughes, and then I heard all of this discussion with you about what could be done and what might be done and what was possible. Here's an interesting idea, and that's what prompts the comment. I invite your reaction. That's my question. I invite your reaction.
So loud and clear, right? I would take fault for not understanding the urgency, importance that the incentives were to the commission. But until this hearing, I was unaware. If I would have been aware, I would have reached out. And I probably would have reached out before our rebuttal testimony was done. No matter how busy we were, I would have done that. Did not know, and I didn't. I do offer whatever is allowed within the context of this hearing to follow up with Mr. Ayers, following at whatever time is appropriate. To have I think we could have a fantastic workroom session. Talent issue. We can have a fantastic working session, and we may not agree, but we're going to try if that's something that is allowed.
It's not only allowed, it's welcome. Conversations are always welcome.
All right, Commissioner definitely has a brief remark.
Don't worry. One comment. You may want to have discussions tonight, not the end of the hearing, and I just suggest that to you.
My question is, are there questions or commissioners' questions or comments? Just so I know whether I can work through and let this panel go, or if you know you're gonna take a few minutes, we'll come back with this panel in the morning. And that's a question for the both of you, both sides.
No questions from the public staff.
No questions. Thank you.
That's no pressure,
Oh,
except from the four.
Au contraire. But I have no. Much to think about, much to do, but I don't think that I'll advance the cause with any of my questions right now. So thank you.
All right, and then do you move your exhibit?
I do. Thank you.
That motion is allowed. An exhibit to this panel is received into evidence. And now, unless you're participating in the subsequent panel, you're excused, and those in the subsequent stick by. And we will see you in the morning. We're going to try 9:15. We'll be recessed for the day.